Welcome back to Humbro Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. And today, with me,
I'm Nico. Great to see you guys. First time on the stream co-hosting. You may have seen my hands in like a collector booster opening a video or whatnot, but I'm thrilled to be here. Minor introduction before we get into it. I am pretty much a standard player attempting to transition into Modern. I've been playing Magic for about 3 years now, so I've got 1/10 of his experience, and I'm thrilled that I can make this transition into what is kind of an intimidating format for me, and I think a lot of other players, because you look at these deck lists, they're coming from what, like 14, 15 years worth of cards, thousands of dollars getting spent to build them. And so I've always been hesitant, but here, like on a day like today, going through this RCQ with Jimmy D here, I think is a terrific opportunity for me to learn what are the archetypes, what are the different play styles, what are the decks out there. It's just going to make me a better player, so I'm thrilled to be here.
Absolutely, and I'm thrilled to have you. Now, you guys, just to give you some background, Nico is one of the competitive players who's trying to make it up here. So this started up fresh. The first time we got to introduce is like, man, I really want to put my best foot forward, and I really want to be at the top competitors of the play style. And I was like, you know what? Come with us. We play a bunch of tiered decks. We're kind of sweaters. I mean, obviously, because if you're playing a competitive deck that it has these win cons, it is kind of sweaty. It's one of those things where we're not here for fun. We want to get the practice, but we are also here for fun. And that's one of the dynamics I introduced to him. I said, listen, dude, we're going to allow you to take your moves back. We're going to question your moves and never take it personally. We're going to ask you to work things out. And sometimes we'll just set the cards on the table and say, what is the best move in this situation that we can do in this situation? And that's how you learn. Because as a theme that has been on Humble Pie since day one, sharpen your knife of your community. I don't care how much you want to be the best in your community, how much you want to be the number one. If your community cannot keep up, you will eventually become stale. And once you get into these higher levels of competition, like one today from RCQ, you're not going to be prepared. You need to be prepared against these high-level players because there's a lot of people competing for top dollar, big prize money. You have cards that are worth thousands of dollars that you can win. There's trophies. There's 50,000 on the line if you can make it into the Pro Tour. We have Pro Tour representatives that show up in these little tiny RCQs. Today, Jake Beardsley. Now, never on camera. I do apologize. He just never seemed to match himself up on table one here, but he did make it into the top 8. So, a little spoiler, if you will. Jake Beardsley did come out there. I played him in round 1. We were off camera. Smoked me. Great games. Really enjoyed it. Great player. But we have world representatives. We have some great competition, and I wanted him to be in that level. And to do that, all he had to do was just say, hey, can you help me? So what did we do? We got a deck list. We said, here's the deck list. First, rule number 1, find your play style. That is absolutely paramount for anybody getting into a TCG.
Aggro.
Get into that, because that is going to be the thing that you need to master, if you will. Because when it comes to these TCGs, we're going to go over the various amount of, like, I'm looking at the list of all the matches we have today. Very few mirrors or just even duplicates.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be good. We got good matches coming up.
Guys, we've got Boros, Ruby Storm, Life Control, Blue-White Control, Titan decks, Eldrazi, some Prowess, even Phoenix, the deck from Pioneer, is coming into Modern here. We have the Dimir Murktide, which I think has been in and out. Energy, like, guys, we have some amazing decks that I cannot wait to show you who's representing these decks. There very few people even represent themselves back to back on camera. Midnight, good to see you. Thank you so much. It's just a slew of a very healthy format. We're going to go over and show you guys what the current format looks like. We're going to go over the deck list for everything today. This is one of the more direct streams today on Sunday. So usually on Sundays we do these big tournaments because today is a regional championship qualifier. This means that winners 1 and 2, because it's a 2 slot, we're a premium store, get to go to Texas to play in the regionals that just so happened to be being played yesterday for the standard event. So, and we saw some really cool stuff. I'm sure you guys were all tuned into that. It was actually on the stream as we were on the TVs, a Lifelink game, on several different monitors just to showcase it. Really interesting to see Quintorius in standard.
Wow.
Just crazy new decks that are coming out in standard. I hope you guys have really enjoyed that coverage, because we're going to be bringing you similar coverage, but this one for more of a local TCG. This is an opportunity for players like you,
Yes.
players like me,
Yeah.
to get ourselves on camera, because there's going to be there's going to be a time when you're playing at these high levels, you yourself are going to be on camera. You yourself are going to be pushed in the hot seat. And the last thing I want to see from some of my best players is that loss of game control, because you're focused on, oh, what is everybody gonna think about the play I made? Oh no, they're gonna ridicule me online. Everyone's watching me. Oh no, no. Get it out of your head.
Yeah.
Get it out. Focus, play in the game, get that experience out of the way at the lowest tier level here, and then once you make it up to the high level, it's a Tuesday.
It's a very supportive, very positive community. I'm a living, breathing example of that. I'm repping the store today because I got such good feelings. Much love to Chris and Drew and the whole team out there.
Absolutely.
But everything James is Jimmy D here is saying is on point. And so I think when we get into the deck lists here, one thing that I do want to preface it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm relatively new, so I may have some newbie questions. I hope you'll be patient with me, but I don't think they'll be completely dumb questions.
No.
Just to get a better, clear idea of like what are the lines, what's the win condition, how is this played, why does this card matter? So maybe it'll be educational for. I know it's gonna be educational for me. I'm hoping there's people out there who would benefit from some of this great vast knowledge that we've got right here. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's guys. We're gonna have some great head-to-head matches. We're gonna be seeing some of the best of the best in Modern right now, all represented here. When I looked at that field and I got to see all 36 players representing this, that was the biggest one we've seen in Charlottesville in a very long time. I really love seeing that people are coming out here, because those that don't know, we've gone through a ban list. Did you know we went through a ban list here recently?
Yeah, I heard about it. I heard about it. Yeah, and that actually, those recent ban lists have been encouraging to me. Like I played a little bit of Commander. I'm not big into like the non-competitive formats, honestly.
Sure.
But I saw the One Ring, and that is like, okay, that's like, do I want to be playing against the One Ring, or do I want to be forced into, no matter what deck I'm playing, it has the One Ring. Okay, so that's out. Then this the
Underworld Breach.
Underworld Breach. Yeah. I'd heard. Honestly, I don't know what that card does, and I'm glad that I don't need to.
You should be.
So yeah, good on WotC for the bans. I think it actually is going to improve the likelihood of somebody like me coming into the format and having a better chance at success.
Absolutely. And one of the important things about a TCG, and I think that the ones that do it correctly, Magic has been doing it right for a long time. There's a level of skill, there's a level of luck. You have to have the luck. If it's all skill, people end up leaving because you'll have like, who's the top chess competitor? I can't remember the guy's name. Well, think about it. But the top chess, you play against him, you're going to lose, guys. Like, hands down, you're just not going to beat this guy. Chess is a highly skilled game. You're going to have people that are trying to compete to get close to it. But eventually, you're not going to have a growing community of people that think they can, hey, if I pick up some cards, I pick up a deck, what are my chances of getting in there? Surprising, it's not off. It's not bad. I've seen some of the best pro players lose to brand new people because there is a realm of luck to it. There are things that can just go your way. Now, it does reward you for being skillful too, knowing how to play your deck, how the interactions work, how the cards working together, and how to time your stuff appropriately does aid in your ability to get into the top. However, it is not the deciding factor, because the resources are in the deck. You could have just bad hands. You could have just bad situations. I hope we don't see too much of that today, but this is why we have what is arguably, to me, one of my favorite formats, best 2 out of 3. That itself, sideboarding and being able to tailor it against the deck, have an opportunity to say, man, I didn't see that deck coming. Especially with the myriad of cards. Thousands, guys, hundreds of thousands of cards, and you're trying to tell me that I'm going to see 2 cards and know exactly what you're playing? And today, I think you're not going to know what these people are playing, even with their first starting play. I'm like, oh, this looks like this deck. It's not. It's not. It's completely different.
Arid Mesa, what does that tell you?
Yeah,
Nothing.
right? Nothing. You're like, I think it's red-white, and they only get mountains, or they only get plains, or they go get a plain and, or they go get like an Azorius hollowed fountain. And you're just like, oh, so it's blue-white. And it's like, is there any red in it? No, there wasn't. We just needed that for the white fetch. There's a lot of things in here that you're not going to be able to know right off the bat what these people are playing, and even what version of the deck that they're playing. And the opportunity to take the maybe you lose game 1 and learn from that and recover from that. There's 2 different factors, guys. Your knowledge of being able to recover from the loss, but also the ability to get out of that mental state, because no one likes losing. No one likes losing.
Agony of defeat.
Yeah, right. Get that out of your head. Move into game 2. You still have a chance. So we're going to get into best 2 out of 3 with this. Before all this gets started, for those that don't know the Humble Pie stream, this is every single time we go live. Whatever TCG we're hosting, we give away free packs. So, with a simple comment, because it helps the algorithm, helps me push this, likes and comments really go a long way, I'm going to give away 2 packs. One of them, it's Lost Cabins of Ixalan. Okay. Not bad. It has some good value. It has some good value. See, this is a free pack just for commenting. But because this is an RCQ, I'm also going to be giving away one from my private collection of the sealed collector booster box of March of the Machine. Guys, these ones have a lot of modern staples in here as well. A lot of big hits. There's these little special guest stuff that they had for these awesome arts. This set was a lot of fun for me. This was complete. This is the another one of the Phyrexian sets that I really enjoyed. This one, phenomenal, has some great hits in here. We're gonna have one pack here. You see it live. Me opening up this fresh, sealed, with the Wizards. I don't think you guys can see the Wizards actual sticky on here, and keep it all above board as I open up and seal what is, I just kind of devalued this box by a tremendous amount just by opening it up. Go ahead and open it and give me a pack.
You drove the car off the lot.
Go ahead and pull me back out.
There you go.
One pack. And there we go, straight there. That is the pack that's going to go to win. One of you lucky winners, the last pack. We're going to have that.
I need to keep it on the screen.
No, not all the time. That'd be so weird, right? We're just like, we're going to host all 7 hours with this sitting right here. That works. That works.
There you go.
Yeah, I love it. All right, we have these 2 packs I'm going to give away. All I need from you is an exclamation point join. And the comments here, Little Pound Cake, Final Fantasy come out yet? No, not till June. Not till June. It's coming soon. And we're going to have, you'll know it.
And what's the rush, man? Enjoy Tarkir for a little bit, yeah?
Right,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
it's a great set.
fantastic for drafting. I love the impact that it's had on Standard.
Oh, right.
And Wild. It's even having an impact on Modern, as we're going to see in some of these matches today.
I'm glad you caught that, because there are some new cards from Dragons of Tarkir, which, to me personally, great set. It has the dragons, because I'm a dragon fan. You know, I love dragons.
Yes.
Love dragons and angels. That's been my thing for the longest time. But dragons. And these dragons are having impact across the board, not just Commander, not just Standard, obviously. And Pioneer, I don't know. It's maybe we'll bring it back. I don't know. Magic is kind of just abandoned Pioneer at the moment, but it is having an effect on even Modern, and we're going to see it in the deck list today and point those things out. Really looking forward to it. I can't wait to see what Final Fantasy does, because huge fan. And if you didn't know, I'm going to be going live that week of release, playing Final Fantasy 6 and 7. Maybe more. I'm hoping to get some of the really cool back-end stories. A lot of the games I haven't been able to play, because as a streamer and an adult and everything else, you just never have time to play video games anymore. But I took the week off from work, so you can see me play some old memories and some new memories with some of the Final Fantasy games before we give away packs from Final Fantasy 7 to commemorate.
And when Final Fantasy comes out, I'll be even more of a noob about that, because I never played any of the video games.
Really?
I don't know any of the lore behind it. So, I mean, this is going to be a brand new experience entirely. Opening up those packs and the characters and everything. So that I'm excited about that, but also glad that you can point out, is this a good card? Oh yeah, that's great character. All
right, guys, just to give you guys thank you for that, by the way. Sorry. Give you guys an understanding of the formula. We're about to kick in to show you guys what it is that Modern is made up of. We're going to go in the deck list. Then we're going to go in the match, best 2 out of 3 for these players, where we're going to see one of them move into the round, get that early win, which is critical in these rounds. When you're playing 36 people, that means there's 6 rounds of content, or 6 rounds of matches. If you lose the early ones, it's hard to get yourself into that top 8. These are the more critical rounds. And most of the time in these tournaments, if it was like a 5-rounder, your first 3, if you can win those, you can double draw in. For this one, you're going to need to win 4 to try to get that double draw in. That means 4 rounds got to be sick hot, making sure that you don't take a loss in order to get what we call an intentional draw. An intentional draw just being just like, hey, I want to lock my points in. I get 1 point for a draw.
Okay.
This gives me the opportunity to lock myself into somewhere in the top seed. Some people play it out because they want to be top seed, get that choice, because first seed gets a choice, and there's no die roll on the top 8 cut. The person that's high seed gets to choose who goes first and second, which can matter in a lot of these matchups. So
Yeah, I played in RCQs, but I've never succeeded to the degree where there's any sort of negotiation over whether we're gonna go for an intentional draw. So this is interesting. I'm gonna need your coaching once I get there.
Absolutely, and honestly, to me, it's one of the funniest things about this game. I feel like out of all the competitive decks and all the competitive TCGs that I get into, Magic the Gathering is the only one I know where playing the least amount of Magic means you're doing really well. So, playing the least amount of it, you're doing good, buddy.
I mean, I'm an aggro player. Yeah. I don't want to give in to the potential opportunity for things to go awry by extending the game out.
Right.
I want to keep things short, simple.
Sweet.
Let's knock it out. But even then, as we'll see, we're gonna when we talk about some of these decks and we see some of the matches. Even I do like to play Magic, and not just by myself. Like I'm back here doing the things, and we may see some of that today. And
we'll see, because there are. I mean, while Underworld Breach was banned for good reason, because it was a solitaire type deck. There's not much interaction with your opponent. You're like, oh, you don't have the counter. Win.
I mean, Titan does that too, right?
Oh yeah, sometimes absolutely. Yeah. If you don't have the interaction, you can just get completely steamrolled by it. It's one of those. There's a lot of decks where they don't play interaction. They just play, I'm going to beat you in the face and I'm going to do some stuff. Kinetic Carnage, welcome to the chat. Good to see it.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Guys, we're going to get into the modern setup, how the decks are playing out, what the percentages are. We're going to get the next two deck lists, then we're going to go to the gameplay. So while the gameplay is going on, sometimes we might not read your chats immediately. If it applies to the actual game that we're watching, 100% we'll probably put it in there and read out loud. And then afterwards, we'll get back to the chat and talk to you guys. It's one of the formulas I like to bring here, where you have an opportunity to talk to us as the casters, watching the game, so we can actually interact with you, so you guys can enjoy this experience as we go through 6 rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 8. And we'll let you guys know who our winners are, who is going to get the invites, who's going out to Texas to represent for the regional championship qualifier, and which one of these players are going to have to try again, because we have 3 of these in every season at Lifelink Games. And I hope you guys are going to stay tuned for them, because we're going to have some great stuff to give away. But right now, let's get into the modern meta.
Let's do it.
All right, starting off, this is a MTG Top 8. I think a resource that most Magic the Gathering players love to use. It tells you all the formats: Standard, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Arena gameplay, Pauper, CDH, Dual Commander, Pre-Modern. Limited. Guys, it has just about every single, and there's actually some missing, believe it or not. There's no Penny Dreadful, there's no, what is it, the Brawl, there's no, something with there was another game they came up with, like you have a Planeswalker and a spell that you can play at the same time.
Never heard of.
Yeah, there's so many different formats in Magic the Gathering, but it has all the top tier deck lists for the guys of the massive competitive events. Most of them coming from Magic the Gathering Online. It's a great resource to see how things are doing. Most people, what they like to do is they like to see these 3 stars, because it shows the amount of people are playing, high level competition. You can go to these events and you can say, hey, what top 8'd, or for this one, what top 32'd, and this amazing event, and you can see deck lists. You can see these amazing quick little deck lists, and you can find out, hey, how expensive would it be for me to just buy this? Obviously this online, so the sale's a little bit easier for this one being an online tournament. We're going to see some.
I've found that familiarizing myself with the deck list at the site was particularly helpful with the switch to visual option there. If you right up top there, if you just hover over that, right under Card Kingdom, just click on that. There you go. There you go. Yeah. So I actually went through here because I'm old and I'm old school, and I printed some of this out so that I could watch a video on YouTube of the deck being played. And I could refer back to the printout and just, okay, so what exactly is that card doing? It might be the first time I'd even seen it.
Absolutely. So, and some of these I know you've seen.
Of course.
Like show off.
Yeah. Violent Urge.
Oh yeah, this one huge impact here. I love it from the
Duskmourn.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Corey still.
Oh, this is the brand new one.
Yeah,
this one's making a huge impact.
I can't wait to talk about that.
Right.
In match, and I even got a little story behind that. So yeah. It's a great site.
Absolutely. So we're showing you guys the site right now just because we want to tell you this is a great way to look at what the representative of the field here. In a lot of the way that people break down Magic the Gathering, you have aggro, you have control, and you have mid-range, right? those are like the three different types. And
Is there a difference between mid-range and combo? Because that's what they label it here.
Yeah,
combo.
it's just combo.
Okay.
Mid-range will usually often fall down to the combo.
Okay.
Because mid-range is just playing for that mid-tier game. Here, control is about ensuring that you keep the control of the pace of the game, try to go in your favor, try to onesie twosie. You want the game to go long. Right? Yeah. Whereas the people in the aggro want the game to go fast. And right in the middle, you got yourself the mid-range. So in the three, it's the rock, paper, scissors, if you will. Not always a guaranteed. It's just a harder matchup. Aggro beats control. Control beats mid-range. And mid-range beats aggro. So one of the things you're doing with your rock, paper, scissors is trying to figure out what deck should I bring into the format. Right now, if I was looking at this format, I think I'd be going mid-range. Why? Because there's 53% represented here in the aggro division. A lot of people loving excuse me.
As an aggro player, clearly I am not unique. I am not as special as I'd like to think I am with my aggressive strategies and my hasty creatures and my very simple strategy of turning the cardboard.
Right? Turn it sideways.
Yeah.
Math is for blockers. Yeah. So we do have a high representation in Modern right now with aggro, and which is to be expected. Why? Because we just went through a ban list. And if you guys have been paying attention to most TCGs, when you're doing rotational switches to new formats, you're doing rotational switches to new undiscovered land where the meta hasn't been defined, aggro is usually pretty dominant. It's the easiest thing to put together. The math is really simple. You're really doing simple things, and you're not trying to be something too overly complicated. Eventually, once the people have time to practice the overly complicated combos or whatever, or like what we see down here, this starts to fine tune and this starts to grow. And when these combo players start, and the rest of these guys start dominating the format because they've figured out the perfect formula to dominate the excess amount of aggro, combo takes over, or the mid-range. And once that everyone realizes that, hey, we're getting pretty heavy in the combo range, control says, I know how to stop that combo, and they come in and they say, no, we're gonna stop that. Yeah, we're gonna have the interaction and say, no, you can't play the game. You are not playing this combo. That doesn't work for me. And that's where the control players come in. And then when the control players take over, and everyone's like, everyone's trying to play this control. Guess who's back?
Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. No, sir. We are going to play this game. And we're going to play it faster than you.
Exactly. We're going to get underneath you. We're going to hit you so fast you're not going to know what's happening. You're going to play 2 lands and be like, you're dead. Like, I didn't get a chance to counter. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead. Okay. All right. With this, I think we've seen a lot of these great decks. Some of these are going to be seen on camera here quite a bit. I love, most importantly, the diversity. Look at how many different archetypes we have in this meta right now.
Yeah, and that impressed me, looking at the meta in Modern and comparing it to where I'm more familiar in Standard. Where Standard feels like it's almost feels like they're, at least before Tarkir dropped, there were like 2 decks. Yeah. That's how it felt. And it can completely run by Up the Beanstalk and Monstrous Rage, and everything was just a variation thereof. Now there are some limited archetypes. It's not, every one of these decks fits into its own slot. It's just a variation on that, but it does feel more diverse. It does feel like there are more options. It does feel like that not necessarily one card is just dominating, because there are a lot of responses to those cards, more so in Modern than there are in Standard. So I mean, it feels healthy to me.
Yeah. No, Modern seems very healthy to me. A lot of people don't like it, mostly because it's expensive, guys.
Yeah, that is the biggest barrier.
Yeah, and a barrier to entry being that these fetch lands go for $30-$40. We're going to get into the prices here in just a little bit for how expensive some of these decks are. So Standard a little bit easier to get into, but like you said, man, like look at the aggro representative.
Yeah.
70% in aggro. Now we do have some variations of it, but it is a very fast format right now. I think a lot of games going incredibly fast.
And I think with the exception of maybe Boros Energy. I mean, some of these or maybe it's Ruby Storm. That's the most expensive of the aggro decks. Is that? No, that's not even a.
And no, that's combo.
That's combo. I just feel like it's so much red. It's got to be aggro, right? But I feel like it's a little bit more accessible from a monetary perspective as well. And I like I'm gonna be building. I am currently building the Is It Prowess deck with the Corey Steel Cutter.
All right.
Because I get to play that deck in standard, and I get to play a variation of it with a different mana base and different enablers and everything in modern.
Yeah.
So I'm actually saving money.
Yeah.
By
And
building them.
you're fine tuning that knife that we're talking about. You're fine.
Yes.
You're getting the practice
Fine-tuning the
necessary.
cutter.
Yep. You know how to play this deck. You're going to get a master of it, and when you move into the next format, as you grow through here, because if you guys know the tier system, if you will, as we go in length, it starts with standard. Pioneer kind of been abandoned by Magic the Gathering for the last couple of years. We'll see if they bring it back. Modern, Legacy, very very limited. These decks are incredibly expensive, and and not as expensive dual commander, but pretty expensive. And you get into Vintage, which is arguably the most expensive. And I don't know why you're playing this card game. And Vintage, if you're not playing with proxies, because I would never want to play with like a Black Lotus.
Sure.
And I don't care how sleeved it is. I could have that thing in a steel graded case, and I'd be like, I don't want to shuffle this.
Yeah.
I want to keep the case pretty
It
clean.
needs to go back in a lockbox.
Right? But this is kind of like the tier system as you get into the older area. Vintage being like one of the oldest formats. Dual Commander, one of my personal favorites. CDH, this is great. This is probably the most popular formats for, I wouldn't say CDH, but EDH and together, that's Commander.
Yeah.
That is probably the most popular formats out across the board because you can play casually. And you can build really fun combo decks that people just love to see this stuff.
Which I wonder how many of how much of your audience are casual Commander players, because like for me, I guess it's called a spike. I'm a spike. I want the competition.
Right.
If there isn't something on the line, I'm just less interested. So I'm curious. What like do you have a lot of representation among casual Commander players?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's audience-wise, I think we get about 60% of them here. Mostly, a lot of them move in because CDH dual commanders have very easy pivot.
Yes.
And there's dual commander bans a lot of the more and more expensive stuff that you can find in CDH,
Okay.
where you can get that one-on-one experience, and it removes the politics from the game. Personally, unless you have a really good friend group that's just like, hey, this is how we play. There's no hard feelings, no bad blood, and we're not playing this politic game of if you attack me, then I'm gonna throw everything at you, or just whatever it might turn itself into. But it is still the most popular set, and this is why Wizards has been pushing so much emphasis into CDH and just EDH in general, the Commander format, because they know that there's more people that just want to play the card game and sit back and have fun.
Yeah,
you're gonna have a healthy mix, I think, for the competitive and not competitive. And when it comes to, like, a lot of people say there's more non-competitive than competitive. You might be right, but the competitive players are the ones that keep the engine turning.
Sure.
They're the ones that are buying you cards en masse. They're the ones that keep the market going clean and well and healthy for people to actually be interested in buying these cards. Because when you're spending $360 on a box, you best be getting something back. You know what I mean? You best be trying to get something. Jay Wizzle, no, it's not out yet. No, it's not yet. Not yet. Good to see you, though, with Jay Wizzle. Coming soon in June. Alrighty, so let's get into our first match. It's going to be John S. on Boros, Jonah G. on Ruby Storm. So, have you seen this Boros list before?
I have played this. This was this is the first modern deck that I ever played at. It was Michael at Lifelink. He lent me in. He's saying, "Yeah, come play some modern with us. I've got a deck for you." I mean, I think you were even there when he asked, like, what style of play do you like? I like aggro, so we got the deck for you. Here it is.
This is the crowning aggro deck right now.
Yeah.
Like, two colors. I usually play the three colors because I like the Mardu version of it. Having access to black, really important for bowmasters and whatnot. But arguably, when it comes to consistency, this is the best version of the deck. Your mana base, you just need mountains, you just need plains. You don't have to play this game of making sure that you have all access to three different mana sources.
Sure.
Which is really hard to do in some cases, but it's important when you're playing these games to have access to all of the mana bases you have here. The most efficient so far that regularly used play is modern. Why? Because we have things called fetch lands. These things are absolutely insane. They allow you to pay a life, search your deck for any of these typed lands, so I can instantly get my Sacred Foundry, which is a type land, and I now have access to plains and mountains. I have access.
We're on ad break?
No. For those who are not subscribed, we're good right now.
Got it, cool.
In the VODs, they're going to be absolutely fine.
Cool.
So, and don't worry, all these deck lists will be available to everybody, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit when everybody gets back. This is what everybody always asks me about. Where are the deck lists? What are the deck lists?
Sure.
We have the deck lists. We have the receipts. All right, so what is this deck trying to do? It's considered an energy deck, mostly because there's a lot of cards in here that rely pretty heavy on the energy, but it's not completely dependent, right? You have arguably the key card in this deck, Guide of Souls. This one works just like the Soul Sisters. Did you ever play in the Soul Sisters era?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what that is.
So Soul Sisters is an idea of when creatures enter the battlefield, you gain a life.
Yes.
So these gain life triggers would end up creating something like a gain life combo.
Okay.
So you're getting that. You play a character, you instantly gain 1 life. It triggers other cards.
Sure.
And you get yourself into this healthy life balance of like north of 50 life. So it's like, I don't care what you do with me, I'm gonna survive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that survival for an aggro deck I think is so important, because then you can absorb what's going to swing back at you without too much concern.
Absolutely. And this one not only generates life, but it also generates energy. Energy you can use with the card itself. By using 3 of that energy, you can get 2+1/+1 counters and give a character flying. Not on a turn, just flying. And now it's an angel. So you turn anything that you want into an angel for 3 simple energy.
So why would you lean towards Guide of Souls being the key card as compared to Ocelot Pride?
So Ocelot Pride actually needs that lifelink trigger from Guide of Souls. So if you're going to play something, Guide of Souls comes first, and then comes Ocelot Pride, because the ability to create tokens, this is one of the cards he's talking about, this ability to create tokens requires you gain life. That's why
you can gain life with the Ocelot Pride and with...
If it can get through. It's a 1/1.
Yeah.
And it does have first strike, so it does survive in most combats against 1-butt characters.
Yeah.
But if they have anything that's a 2-butt, you're not swinging with this.
Sure.
So, or unless you desperately need the lifelink, and you have another Ocelot Pride that can trigger from it, because if it's no longer in the field, you don't get the copy of the tokens.
Got it.
And obviously this is really good, because at the end of the day, when you get Ascend and you just start making copies of copies upon copies, this is where the deck really just goes into absolute out of control state. There's a reason this thing's $50.
All right, so with Guide being the key card, is it so key that you will mulligan down
in some cases
in order to get to your Guide?
If your objective, and you know what your matchup is to get underneath your opponent, Guide of Souls is probably your most paramount card you need to see in this matchup. And it really comes down to how fast you want to go. Sometimes in the opening, if you don't know what you're playing against, any kind of hand will do, but especially in the side, if you know your objective is to get underneath your opponent, Guide of Souls has to be in your opening hand. Hopefully you can protect it, and hopefully it survives. But that is a absolute key card to ensuring that the rest of these things work well. You got cards that double trigger with a Johnny. This one comes out with an extra body, so you get 2 life trigger, really ramping out this ability. Flage gives you that 4 life, because once the CTBs, you can shoot anything, including your opponent, for 3 life. And you get, with Guide of Souls out, you gain 4 life. It's a huge advantage for you. And then this thing can come back, because once you play it, it's got what they call an invoke trigger, right? You basically play it, and then it has to sacrifice itself. So when you pay the 3 mana cost. However, if you escape with it, I mean, you have cards in your graveyard, so 5 other cards in your graveyard, you can pay that mana cost, which is red, white,
Comes
and brings
back out, and he hangs out.
Exactly. And now you have a 6/6 speeder that every time it swings, it's hitting for 3 and gaining you 3.
Yeah.
Once this thing gets out, it's pretty much lights out. This is why Control back in the day, when this card first got printed, was prevalent with this card. It is, ever since Modern Horizons 3 has been printed, guys, this has been a prevalent card. It is, what is the price right now? 23. Surprising that Ocelot's beating it, personally, but maybe it's just by printing order, because there's a lot of different arts for the Flage compared to the Ocelot, I guess.
Can we talk about a Johnny real quick?
Absolutely.
So here, what I found really interesting was that you can enable a Johnny by killing one of your own creatures.
Absolutely.
And that is I guess, a common strategy. You know, of course, I felt like I discovered something very brilliant of me. But then he flips over to his Planeswalker side, and walk me through the benefits that you get out of taking him up or down.
So usually the objective here is for the Johnny to be flipped over. You have a red permanent, because it says right on there to the 0 ability. You can create a 2/1 creature token, and if you do, if you control a red permanent other than Johnny, other than him, he deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to any target.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a game ender. Where obviously we just saw the Ocelot Pride makes tokens upon tokens upon tokens. So if you have another red permanent out, maybe like a Ragavan or a Seasoned Pyromancer, the tokens of Seasoned Pyromancer, you can now dome people for game. I've won many games just by being able to flip this to Johnny and zero pop them. Now, if for any reason you need a big aggro push and there is no red permanent out, you have the option of putting a +1/+1 counter on each cat you control. So in the late game, Ocelot Pride, which is a cat, and you have a bunch of tokens out there, you can now flip this guy, put plus one tokens on all of them, and now they're 2/2s.
Nice.
Coming at it with a huge army of these things.
And all with lifelink.
And coming at you, just absolutely disgusting. One of the cards I did want to bring up here is talk about new cards. Having an impact on the format. This one, huge. I put this in my dual commander deck for Felia. I definitely see exactly why people love this one. Mobilize 2 is a new ability. Really good. It says whenever this creature attacks, create 2 tapped attacking 1/1 creature tokens. Awesome. You have to sacrifice them at the end step, but who cares? They're probably going to do the damage or demand a block or create some kind of like chip damage here.
Or you can sack them before you have to sack them.
Exactly.
Do damage with Goblin Bombardment, which I want to talk about that in a second too.
Absolutely. And the most important part of this card for 2 mana, your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. No interaction, guys. No. As soon as this thing comes out, it says, no, I'm going to go wide. I'm going to start putting out tokens. I'm going to start building my board state, and there's nothing you can do about it. Love this card. Had huge impact. This thing already at $17 as a rare. That's huge. As a rare. But you were talking about that
Goblin Bombardment. Yeah, because actually I didn't realize that there were 2 ways in this deck to do the same thing. So I've only played it a handful of times, and when I've won, it was with this card sacking the creatures on the board. But you can do the same thing with a Johnny's 0 loyalty ability. So you actually have 2 different ways that you can take advantage of the army of little creatures you have to do it's a minute bit of damage, but with enough of them out there, game over.
And it's what's great about this is also its resilience against board wipes. So a lot of the responses people like Pyroclasm, huge side deck card against this. Costs 2 mana, one red, 1 colorless. You get everything on the board takes 2 damage.
Yeah, if it's gonna die, just sacrifice it first.
Exactly. So if you're gonna lose everything on the board, sack, you can save your Johnny. Sacrifice it. And the ability where we were talking about to trying to activate that Johnny, all you gotta do is sacrifice another cat. So as soon as you do that, you flip the Johnny, and now the Johnny is protected from the Pyroclasm. Right?
Makes sense.
Doesn't take the damage. So you're taking the options off the table while also doming them for the last little bit. And what's really great about those immobilize, in the way that this works, you can attack with them. If they block those 1/1s to stop the damage, you can still sacrifice them.
You can still
So it's a lose-lose situation. It's like, okay, I'm gonna block these. It's like, we'll sack them for 1 life anyways. You take the 1. Or do you take the 1, and then after you take the 1, I'm going to sack it for another life point set. So you either take the 2 or you take the 1. It's like, there's no great option. It never feels good to block when they got the Goblin Bombardment out.
So how would you rate the complexity of this deck?
In tiers of modern here, I put this at a 3. Honestly,
out of what?
10.
Yeah, 3 out of 10. Yeah, that's kind of, that's what I was feeling like I can pick it up.
Right.
And I wonder if that also plays into its popularity, because with simplicity comes easier decisions, comes better decisions. And I think that in turn relates to a higher likelihood of winning the game.
I think that also, and this amazing price tag. This is hilarious. Listen to what I'm about to say, guys, because this is going to blow your mind. This is cheap. This is cheap. So, this is your cheap barrier for entry into the card game. It's 1,155 proposed cost.
So what is? I mean, is it the Ocelot Pride that's mainly?
That is the biggest. Well, the flages are huge, and of course,
how much does a flage cost these days?
Flage is going up to around
23.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
then
you
you
have 4
have
of them, and
you have these.
But then
these fetches. 34 per fetch.
Yeah.
You get this one 21 per fetch. Marsh Flatch $30 per fetch here.
Yeah.
I mean, these things pretty cheap here. Oh wow, Sacred Foundries. That can't be right.
28.
That can't be right. Well, I guess it's been a while. But Sacred Foundries, I guess, kind of up there. Verges, some of them are cheap, some, but the land base right here takes up about a good 30-40% of your deck here.
Got it.
All right, we're going to talk about the sideboard when the opponents go into sideboarding here.
Yeah.
But right now, we're going to go into deck number 2, Jonah with Ruby Storm. All right, I want you to take a look at this as a new player. Can you tell me something that seems to be missing from this deck?
Something that seems to be missing from this deck.
We have creatures, we have sorceries, we have instants, we have artifacts, we have enchantments. What seems to be missing?
Where the hell are the lands?
Right?
Yeah, and I know that there's a Belcher deck that has no lands. I did not realize.
This is a Belcher deck.
This is a Belcher deck. I thought Ruby Storm is a Belcher deck. Is
yeah,
it? Oh.
Absolutely.
Okay. I see. I've seen like listed on MTG8 top 8 decks here.
Yeah.
I've seen different decks. Like some of them are labeled Ruby Storm. Some of them are
Charbelcher,
or just Belcher. And so I was under the impression that those were 2 different decks.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Well, they are technically, because there's one you can run with Ralzeric that does.
I was looking, and they even called it Landless Belcher was the name of the deck. Okay, so these are the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you don't have any lands, how do you play cards?
Well, I saw that some of these are printed on both sides.
Right. A lot of new cards like this. Not this one, older. This one from the Zendikar. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Zendikar here.
And that completely threw me as a standard player for a loop because I did how does that work? I can play it as either, or I mean,
you can play it from your hand and play it face down. One of I'm sorry, you can play the other side of it, the land side of it here.
Okay, but it's your choice.
Yeah, you can play either side of it. Most of the time, it's going to be here in the deck. You're always going to see this side of the card because they want the Belcher combo to go off. You don't you don't leave in the deck with the land side up. Okay. But with a lot of help from Modern Horizons, you have 2 new cards that really make this thing really playable. You have 2 new that you can even pay 3 life to make it untapped, which is pretty insane. You're going to take some damage to make sure it comes untapped, but you instantly have some access because before, every single time you play these, mandatory tapped, battlefield tapped.
Yeah.
Battlefield tapped.
Yeah, you can't even pay life for that. Or you can't shock it or bolt it in. But this one you can shock. This one you can bolt in.
Yeah. And now with the modern uncommons, there's more that you can bolt in.
Okay.
3 here and 3 here. So now you have some fast mana access that was made available in the Modern Horizons 3 format, which allowed you to play up more of these cards to be more consistent and have the land drops that you're going to absolutely need. Because you still need land cards, guys. You still need to have access to land drops to be able to play anything. Because I don't know if you guys are paying attention, these have costs. So these costs are not free. Some of them, arguably, in some formats, you could say it's free, but not in this deck.
So another noob question here.
Sure.
Let's hover over Charbelcher.
Sure.
All right. I understand that. Okay. So let's just read. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Goblin Charbelcher deals damage equal to the number of non-land cards revealed. So as you were going through the deck, as this is popping off, are those considered lands? Are you arriving at? So you're skipping right through them. And that's another point of damage.
Exactly.
That's going to be done. So what happens if you get to the bottom of your deck?
You shuffle it back up. You shuffle your deck and put it back on top, and you deal
so you're
damage.
You're just continually doing damage until.
No. So put the revealed cards on this way at the bottom of your library. Whatever your library is at, you do that much damage.
Got it.
So if the library is at like 40, you do 40 to the dome, and you can do this multiple times, by the way.
Okay.
This is a tap ability, but you can do this multiple times.
Okay. So it's not like it goes. It's not infinite. It doesn't keep going interminably.
No.
Okay.
It
kills your opponent.
Exactly.
And game over.
Okay. If this thing can get active and you didn't counter this and it's still in the field, there are cards that enable this thing. I think one of the more important ones is your Ironcrag Feat here. Now add 7, which is the perfect mana cost for this, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and you have cards to make this cheaper. So for a simple 3, you can play this.
Play the card, trigger it.
Yeah, you can only cast 1 more spell this turn. That's fine. All right, I can activate this. I can cast and activate it.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
That's a perfect 7. You play 4, tap it for 3, because an artifact doesn't have summoning sickness. I mean, you have cards like Root Medallion that make red cards, not this.
Right.
Cheaper. You have cards in here that allow you to draw additional cards while adding mana, so you can kind of turbo through your deck to get the win con. You have ways to slow your opponent down with Blood Moon. This is arguably one of the best cards in this format to really lock down some greedy mana-based decks.
Yeah.
Bitter Reunion, really nice just to get some card draw and also give you an alternate win con for haste. And why would you need haste in this? Because there's this amazing new Dragon's Tarkir card.
Nice.
I love this one. Storm Scale Dragon.
Yeah.
6 mana. So if you use that combo to put one of these things out, already by playing something as simple as this Ironcrag Feat here, and then into the sign, it's a twofer. So you're getting 2 dragons now for +1/+1.
Yep.
And if you had some early setup here,
with Bitter Reunion, haste.
Yeah. So Storm, one of those things. Do you know how Storm works?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it says it right there. When you cast a spell, copy it for each spell you cast before. So, so if you had enough mana, or you had a lot of smaller spells that you could play in advance of that, you can roll out your dragon army.
Absolutely.
With that mechanic.
Yep. And you're going to see a lot of these things. This is an alternative win con. It doesn't need just a Belcher. It now has this ability for this dragon. We're going to see which one of these take into play as we get into our round 1 matchup, guys. Stay tuned. Best 2 out of 3. Jonah, John, good friend of mine. I've been traveling with him quite a bit,
Cool.
and playing a lot of matches with him. His son, actually, really good player too.
Cool.
I was surprised he didn't show up. But Jonah, really good guy. Loved both the attitudes. Both I'm very, very excited to be on camera here. They're gonna high roll to see who goes first. Looks like a 4 or 5.
5.
Let these guys resolve. There's Magic the Shuffling, as always. My favorite here. Well, the best thing about recording these things post is we can kind of skip through some of the
Sure.
downtime here.
Sure.
I've even skipped through a little bit of the gameplay already, as you see.
Yeah, I've had to become a better shuffler as I'm playing Modern with all of the fetching that's going on. So that has been another thing. It's like I can't, like, this game is, I'm losing time in the match,
Right.
because I'm not shuffling fast enough.
Oh, yeah.
The
And
first
in
few
Modern,
turns.
you're going to see it a lot.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of shuffling
Yeah.
from these players. Fetching to grab the cards I need, a lot of turbo into the deck. I'd say arguably I spend 50% of my time shuffling.
Yeah.
So having neat, good sleeves,
Yes.
kind of important. Not sponsored by anybody. You could be. Could be sponsoring me. But no, having good, neat sleeves is absolutely important.
So with these recordings, do you have any audio from what's going on
Oh,
there?
absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
there
so-
is audio, but I'm not going to be revealing it. I'll let
Okay,
these guys have
alright.
their opportunity to have their discussions. Sometimes it's nice because I want to hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
So if I need to stop it, go back and be like, what's being communicated?
Sure.
We can go listen to it. But
Okay.
as I promised them, that it's going to be muted for this.
I see a Guide of Souls in John's hand.
Yeah, that is usually
So-
like an auto keep as long as you have the lands. All you need this deck is really just 2 lands.
Okay.
And a decent amount of spells you can play. And with that Guide of Souls at the top there.
Yeah.
oof.
Yeah.
And this man
And-
playing with a lot of the altars, so this deck even more expensive than $1,000. Did we see how expensive? We'll go into the
The
side.
Ruby
deck.
Storm one, it's the
This one was $1,000.
this one was like $1,200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did we see what the Ruby Storm was?
I didn't notice.
Okay. All right. We'll look down and see what it's at. So Jonah not liking his hand. Way that Magic the Gathering Mulligan Worlds work here. You draw 7 to start off. If you can keep the hand, you go. If you don't, you shuffle your hand back in, draw 7, and now he has to take 1 card from his hand and put it at the bottom of his deck. And you can do this any number of times until he has no hand.
And it's very painful.
Yeah.
It's very painful because each one of those cards is so valuable.
Right? But one of the nice things about this ability is it prevents you from having non-bow games,
Yeah.
which is important.
Yeah.
You don't want to have games where, I didn't draw any lands, or I drew too many lands and it's just no good. And there is a lot of argument to say there's skill in what hands to keep.
All right, I think we've got. Yep, here we go.
Gonna start off with John here. Gonna immediately
Yep.
start off with the Guide of Souls, just where you want it to. This is not a typed land. This is a fast land because it comes into play untapped as long as you control 2 or less lands
Got it.
on play here. But here we go. Now Jonah's gonna be playing with these lands face up because he doesn't like to switch the cards around here. So you're just gonna realize that he played 3.
He played a land.
Yeah, and played Striker Rich. Striker Rich is a card, really nice card that came out in Modern Horizons 2, where you get a treasure token and you can flashback from the graveyard. So nice little mana rare.
Nice.
Cost 1, get treasure token, and I can flashback from the graveyard to get another treasure
So
token.
John brought out his Ragavan, and I know when it does combat damage, he can create a treasure. So there's a little bit of ramp in that.
A little confused here because it's a tap land. Yes, okay, so he did the Surveil tap land here. Elegant Parlor. Because I was like, isn't this dashed? But this new land he's played up here, this is an Elegant Parlor. So he had a
Yep.
Seville trigger,
Yep.
decided he wanted to keep it on top of his deck here.
Got it.
Ooh, Ruby
Ruby
Medallion. But no other land follow-up from Jonah here. So while everything's cheaper by 1 colorless, it's not cheaper by 1 red.
Yeah, he's
Which is
still
what
gonna have to
most
pay
is
for
that.
cards.
And that means we're likely going to see, another Guide of Souls. Never good to see 2 of these
All
things
right,
come
so
out.
any creature that comes in, he's gonna gain 2 life.
2 life and 2 energy.
And 2
right
energy.
now,
All right.
he's at a solid 2. He's going to get a treasure token. This is Ragavan, one of the most busted cards out here. Does 2 damage, reveals the top card. Oh, one of the Charbelchers. One of the key cards to this deck. That's not going to be good, and not playable. So as long as it can't be played, goes to exile in the turn.
Okay.
But Ragavan, one of those things where I can play my opponent's deck if I want to. Because I get a treasure token.
Yes.
Allows me to pay for those different color cards. Oh, another key card to this one. Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah.
Now resilient against a board wipe, which I think Jonah might have been going for. But I don't think he keeps in the main, if I remember correctly, right?
Manamorphose. So he doesn't need lands if he's got the mana. You can.
Oh, yeah. This would allow him to tap for that 1, gets 2. So now this 2 is going to go into 3. Now he's got 3 floating. If I remember correctly, actually no, I'm sorry. This 2 went into 4, 4 into the Belcher. So right now, Jonah's saying if you let me untap and I get a land, this game is over.
Wow.
because it looks like John didn't even respond to the Belcher. But Jonah going to need to put on another land. It needs 3. The Ruby Storm does not reduce the cost of activation.
Okay.
It only reduces the cost of the spell itself.
Okay.
But John, very strong, 13, almost a half life here for his opponent. Here comes Flage, it's going to do some massive damage here. The life I gain from here, I don't think is going to be enough, honestly.
Yeah, because once the Charbelcher gets going, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now, John is holding on to this card because he wants to show you a neat interaction. Do you know on the evoke trigger on the stack, you can actually use Goblin Bombardment?
And you can still sack it before it gets sacks itself.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So here we go. We're going to get another shot. Pointed out here. Really appreciate that. Gets that extra point of damage in here. Oh. Don't know what button he pushed there. Hopefully they fix that. It's currently 9 to 27. Hopefully they'll fix that here in just a minute here. But going into damage, we do have enough energy at this point to actually make one of them flying. Ragavan's going to be coming in for 4, 5, 6 damage from 9, putting him down to 3 points, basically saying, this is your end turn.
Please fix that. There you go.
Down to 3. Jonah, off the top here, gets a Scion. He's like, I can't play this. He's like, what's this card, though? Is this a new dragon?
Doesn't John have 3 creatures he could sack?
He does.
Yeah.
There you go. Good eye. Good eye. Yeah.
I think we're done here.
Yeah. It's going to be it. He's not even going to give him a turn to draw land. He's like, no, you don't get that turn. And very smart play from John.
Yeah, that next turn he was probably done. Charbelcher would have gone off.
Absolutely. So while these players are gonna rack and stack to see how they're gonna play this out,
I'm excited about learning sideboard techniques in between these matches because I definitely have questions. Please walk me through what you would do if you were either of these players in this situation.
So honestly, not a lot of interaction coming from this is the Ruby Storm deck here.
Okay.
Really cheap, actually.
What,
356 bucks.
Okay.
Yeah, so a defense grid, not going to be a good option right here because there's not a lot of interaction. This is great for control decks, right? Magus of the Moon, really greedy mana bases. You're not going to punish a red deck with this too often.
No.
You can get them in bad hands, though. You can get them in bad situations, so we might see this come into play. Obsidian Charmaw, this is really for those land necessary decks. It's just kind of land control, and it helps against the Titan deck and a lot of other things. So not really going to be an answer. You really don't have time because they're not going to give you time to get to 5 to play this.
Yeah, and so Ruby Storm isn't playing lands that produce colorless mana.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but it really, this is just a land control card.
Got it.
Pyroclasm, this is going to be the staple he needs to bring in. This one, absolutely. 3 Pyroclasm, we were talking about this before.
Yes.
Board wipe here. 2 damage to everything. You want to clean the board. 2 is important because Goddess Soul's 2, but everything else that comes out might get a +1/+1.
Right.
You need to get enough damage and early enough. This is a sorcery, but it does 2 damage to everything. And obviously, there's nothing to really hit in his deck that is even going to be relevant with 2 damage, but it's going to board wipe most of these decks. So this is going to be a pivotal
But he can
card.
still sack. He can still sack all of his kitties or whatever it is that he's got on the board.
If he has it. If
he has the Goblin Bombardment on it. Got it. Okay.
This Investing Bubble, not really going to be a real big answer here. This one's only for free spells, and you're not seeing a lot of free spells.
So does Ruby Storm not have a strong direct sideboard strategy against Boros energy?
I think that he dedicated 3, and I think he underestimated how important this sideboard would be for this matchup because I think Goblin this particular deck very weak to early aggression.
Got it.
And it doesn't. I think honestly 4 Pyroclasms would have been my bet, or maybe even some more diverse abilities to get a better leverage against this matchup because right now we're going to see Jonah's going to need to see this Pyroclasm. He's going to need to see it at the right time. Not late. He's going to want to get that board wipe on as fast as possible because we know John knows what he's up against. He's on a clock himself. He's trying to put his opponent on a clock, but he is on a clock. That Goblin, he has no interaction for the Goblin Charbelcher.
So do you foresee Jonah mulliganing down to a deck that has the Pyroclasm in it? Is it that
to an
important?
extent? It is pretty important to win the matchup, but at the same time, don't forget. If you can't pull off your combo just by having a side deck card, it's just you gotta focus on your combo. Like you want to get this thing done as soon as possible. So if you have a hand that can get that thing on turn 2, like we almost saw right there, to just go into that combo to Charbelcher and the game, you keep that hand.
Got it. So don't compromise your own deck's strategy to sideboard down to the needed interaction.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So cards that we can bring in here, Blood Moon, absolutely not. Against a Charbelcher, that does nothing
Pointless.
except that they don't take 3 life, which you want them to take. All right. This would stop the life burn. Those can come into play untapped as a mountain, which is what they want.
Got it.
Celestial Purge, exile target black or red permanent.
I mean, don't you want to exile the
dragon maybe? But it's, by the time they're playing, it's just too late.
no,
It's just
I
too
see
late.
it. I see it. That's the only. Yeah, got it. Okay.
Clarion here, activated abilities of artifacts and creatures and planeswalkers can't be activated. So I think this is going to be a staple. Coming in here, this one going to take them to get to 3, but do you realize what that says? Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures.
Artifacts.
So Charbelcher, no activation. So
Got it.
long as you have a
Got
3/3, which
Got it.
and he has flying, so it has some resilience, doesn't have to worry about the Charbelcher combo.
Got it. So this is key.
Oh, absolutely. This is a great answer to that. Deafening Clarion on this one does 3 damage to each creature. This is for your board wipe. You're playing against another mirror match.
Got it. Okay.
It's not going to do anything against Charbelcher. Ghost Vacuum. This is for graveyard decks. This is just nothing. Path to Exile, great for creature removal. He's not playing creatures. It's not there. Thraben Charm. This one's a really nice one. This one's been seen a lot of play since it's printed here.
Deals damage to twice the number of creatures you control to target creature. You can destroy an enchantment, or you can exile the graveyards.
Yes. Great against those graveyard decks.
Yes.
Great against trying to deal with big creatures when necessary.
Okay.
And so there are some enchantment-based win cons that you see in his format. So great. But this really is an enchantment deck. This is an artifact deck.
Yeah.
So not going to be there. However, there is this answer. Wear and Tear.
Okay.
Destroy target artifact. Now he's going to have some answers. So right now we're likely going to see John put 2 of these Clarion Conquerors, 2 of these Wear and Tears in his deck.
Okay.
What is going to take out here? Take a look at it. I want people to know at home, like when you're doing sides, there's a fundamental rule to how you side deck cards. Do you know what that rule is?
I don't.
Take out cards that are bad in the matchup first. Always find out what's bad. Look at this list and tell me that there's not 4 cards right now that are just screaming at you that are very bad.
Well, we already discussed Thraben Charm in the sideboard as not being effective in this matchup. He's got 1 in his main deck, so take that out. Now we got 3 others that we need to get rid of.
Yes. What is there anything, because we didn't go over the card live here, but is there anything in here that you just think just doesn't work in this matchup?
I'm thinking the Galvanic Discharge.
There you go. Good eye.
Is the one? See, like I've used that to destroy my own creature.
Sure.
To flip a Johnny.
Sure.
So, and that would be the only purpose in this matchup, because what creatures is Ruby Storm playing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
So it's just a bad card. You get rid of this card.
So maybe do you get rid of all 4, or maybe do you just keep the 1 in case you've got the opportunity to kill your own kitty?
You keep one. Well, you're limited here because there's not so much you can bring in.
Sure.
There's nothing outside of those 4 cards that we named that are even worth bringing in.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to just get rid of the worst cards. So I'd say Thraben Charm.
And 3 Galvanic
And
Discharges?
3, yeah.
Okay.
Gone.
That makes sense.
And then you have the rest of it. Like, Static Prism, really good card against this as an answer. So, and Portable Hole, probably not going to see too much access. I'd love to get rid of this one. This one, mana value 2 or less. So, it could get rid of the Ruby.
Yeah.
Could.
Yeah.
So, it does have a place, but it's just, they're not feel good cards.
Okay.
Everything else, absolutely important. Voice of Victory, it gets damage in. It's not going to have its ability to turn off because your opponent doesn't win on your turn. They win on their turn.
Got it.
So we're going to see how this plays out. We're going to get ourselves into round 2. John is up. Let these players get through the magic of the shuffling here. Jonah's going to be looking for a turn 2, turn 3 kill with his spells here. John is going to be looking for some kind of aggro hand here. Oh, too far. All right. Starting things off. Come on, baby. There we go. Jonah starting off with a tap land, mandatory for this one. This one not an option. This is the Zendikar land here, so he notably not turned them upside down. It's really nice that players will allow them to do that, because sometimes they're like, flipped around. Ooh. Oh. Interesting.
Okay, what did you just play there? I'm sorry?
That's what I'm wondering. What? That wasn't in his deck list?
I can't read it.
It's an enchantment. It's an orange.
Maybe it's got different art than what we...
No, it wasn't in his deck list. Didn't see it. Huh. what am I missing here? Is that
Help us out, Chad. Anybody recognize that card?
is it a weird portable hole? But it doesn't do anything. No, that's...
Yeah, and we can like enhance.
Enhance. No, Mike. This is This is the one that.
It's a one mana enchantment. There is that, or no? It's 0.
No, it's
or
one.
no, it's one. It's one. It's one. One white.
Yeah.
Looks like? Okay.
This is the one that has your spells come into play tapped, and it slows your opponent down for a little bit. But I don't. You can only play one spell per turn, so it stops him from doing the combos.
Okay.
That's basically what this is trying to do. It's a new sideboard type that's been played, but it's surprised it's not in his sideboard.
And I'm curious about that. Is that a mistake on our end, or is that
It's possible.
because like
And I filled out so many of these deck lists. Honestly, it's probably on me. On here. There you go.
you want to go back to the?
Stone Silence, no. Interesting. Oh, I think I got the wrong number. I got the wrong list. I had another. It was a different John from Boros. So that's on me. It's
okay.
in there.
All right. All good.
But this one right here. Sorry, we didn't have that on here. This one preventing multiple spells per turn.
Got it.
So, just trying to stop the combo. Some of the combo decks on here. So obviously a good start for him. We're gonna see a fetch. Looks like the Marsh Flat's likely gonna go out and grab himself maybe a Sacred Foundry. Yeah, there we go. Sacred Foundry, the play here. This is going to shock him for an additional 2 land damage. So bolting himself for the lands, you can see a lot of bolting in each player here. But
All right. So Jonah's thinking through his response here. Is it still his turn?
He's got to shuffle up here. So he went to fetch. He's looking through. Also, remember when you fetch here, you have an opportunity to look through your deck, so you can see what's still left and see what might be missing.
There we go. Voice of
there we go.
Victory.
All right, so nothing can be played on his turn. But it is a nice little bolt, 3 damage every single turn that it survives. So this one is that voice that allows him to prevent Jonah from trying to play cards, but like we said before, it's relevant. All right, 3 lands here. Gonna bolt himself with this one. Plays out the ram card here for additional 3. That's 5 damage, and that's 1, 2, 3. 3 plays of the Science. That's 3 copies of this thing.
Excellent.
And John's just saying, what's going on right here? So we're already seeing the storm here, and he's trying to count the lands here. The red...
It costs less.
Yes.
It costs less, and here's my copy of the storm
so
sign.
there's just 2. So we had 2 mana here, but we only need to pay 1 because of Ruby.
Yep.
So we gain 3, 4, 5. This is a 6 mana, but the Ruby down.
Got it.
You're 5, but this is 1 spell, 2 spell. So 2 spells. We got 2 5/5s because these buff each other. And right now, Jonah automatically putting him on the clock with 2 5/5 flyers. And I think in this random situation, and for John, if he took out those galvanic discharges, they're not going to be strong enough to kill the flyers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's probably like, man, I wish I had something to remove them.
Sure.
However, the token here from the dragon is going to 0 cost. So that portable hole can get rid of one of the dragons, which will then weaken this one down to a 4/4 because the other ones pump each other, right? All other dragons get +1/+1.
Right.
So they're each buffing each other by 1.
Got it. But I like that here we are, we're playing this storm deck, but we got creatures.
Yeah.
We've got some big flying creatures out there.
Jonah's just saying that my deck doesn't need to Belcher. So a lot of people side that wear and tear, trying to get that, and now he's saying, oh, you went to try and kill my Belcher combo? Well, here's my sign. Sure, here's my sign combo. Showing some versatility with the deck, I like it. Showing there's alternative wins for this, and if John's gonna put him on the clock, well, here you go. You know, it's also really good in this situation. A 1 mana cost for a Pyroclasm.
Oh, sure.
Board wipe.
Sure.
And it does nothing to him.
Sure.
Because both these dragons are
they're too they're too big.
Right.
All right. So where are we now? John is just shuffling. Okay.
Yeah. Doing the magic of the shuffling thing.
All right.
Back to John to make some kind of play. Now he has to respond against 2 flying dragons. This is representing a 2-turn clock right now. Nothing flying right now. All right. Swinging in 2. Just trying to get some chip.
Mobilizes is 2.
Yeah. Trying to get some chip damage, I assume. Interesting. Looks like we're going to get a block for one of the tokens here. And I guess Jonah's just a little bit scared of taking too much damage from one of these dragons. Oh, here we go. Comboing this with that 1 charm he had to keep in his deck. He had 3 creatures in here, did 3 damage. Twice the damage, which is 6 damage.
Okay.
to that one dragon that was blocking.
Nice.
So got in some damage, got the immobilize, and then was able to kill the dragon. Now at 4, this token is a 4/4 token. Yeah. Dragon.
Right. It's
Because
still a
it's no longer
scale
being
sign.
pumped.
It just but at its base power and toughness.
Yep. And Jonah, just getting a read. Good card. Always, always, always read your opponent's cards. Don't just trust your opponent has your best interest at heart. But really nice combos. See, Tax gets the 2 combos. Immediately stops before, asks for blocks, gets the block, kills the one that was blocking, and then does twice the amount of damage with the amount of creatures he has out.
Yep.
So Mobilize really paying forward here. Looks like Striker Rich going to be the play. Gets out a treasure token, passing back, does not decide to attack with a 4/4. So not going to be putting John on the back foot here. Another copy of this card. That's
right.
Okay. So it looks like we're going to get 2 tokens. This one saying absolutely get the voice off. Show me that combo again. I don't think he does have it. I think he bluffed it because that's one of the cards you want to get rid of. But does have a way to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Does have another card to get rid of the last little bit of damage. So no, Jonah no longer with any offensive. No longer there. Here we go. He's going to flash back. Striker Rich.
We've
got to get caught up here a little bit on the life here.
Sorry.
Thank you so much for that, John. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's taking shocks from the land hits.
Yep.
He's taking hits from the voice, having hit with the tokens.
Yeah, but he's used to using his notebook there on the right there, so he's keeping track. He's just not doing it for the stream.
In most competitive plays, you really want to have your notepad because it allows you to walk back what those moves are, which is why most people recommend you do it. The problem with notepads is I can't see it on camera.
Yeah, but I thought it was mandatory. Is that not?
Not anymore. Now you can use the companion app, but I don't recommend you using the companion app.
Okay.
Because for reasons like this, like it comes up and you're just like, oh, what happened at what point? What point of damage? When did I take the shock?
Sure.
When you have the scratch pad, you can walk it back. It's like how many times did you fetch? Oh, okay, you got 2 in the graveyard. Okay, how many times you shot?
Yeah.
And you can walk back those point hits here. So, geez, massive big swing here.
More mobilization.
Three
more damage, right?
More turns of attack just with this. But if he drops out a Goblin Bombardment, ooh, wear and tear. One of the side decks cards already getting rid of the Ruby.
Yep.
So now Jonah with limited options here for what he can draw.
I mean, can he come back for this?
Yes, he can. 2-card combo.
Yep.
He's gonna play a land here. He needs to have. He legitimately has to have Belcher in hand, and he has to have the card that allows him to play it.
I can't even see if he has cards in hand right now.
No. We're gonna get up to the point where we're gonna have hand cams. Hoping to come soon here, but. Striker Rich, he's just mana ramping out right now to maybe get out with the answer.
Oh, it looks like he has maybe 3 cards in hand there at the very bottom of the screen.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. So it's still
another fetch here from John to go get his second elegant parlor here. Just trying to fix the top deck. These lands came out in Mirza Kovlov are been fantastic. Using 1 or 2 of in most decks to allow you to look at the top of your deck, make sure your draws where you want it to be, gives you an extra look, and it's fetchable. Which is something that hasn't been a thing for like Scrylands and.
Also, look at that card again. Yeah.
It's like,
how did that play out?
Yeah. How did I take that much damage again? Like, how did that 2-mana card kill a dragon? A 6-cost dragon at that?
I'd be doing the same thing.
Right.
I'd just be like,
I'm in denial here. All right. Going back 2-turn clock unless John can represent some of. All right. Nothing hasty here. But if he gets out that Goblin Bombardment, he wins. Is he just passing immediately? Because he put out the tokens and just brought them back.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, just passing back. All right, says Jonah, that's your last turn, or you're dead. Has no answer. The immobilized 1/3. Too much for the Pyroclasm. He shows the Pyroclasm, and it doesn't do anything because it's a 1/3 and a sorcery. So John taking it down 2-0. Wow. All right. Congratulations. Aggro already demonstrating some massive aggression here and taking down what is essentially a good combo deck here. I would have loved to see the Scion really punch in, but John luckily didn't side out that Thraben like we suggested.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, well, this is useless. He doesn't play anything. No, kept that in. I'm willing to bet you he took out all 4 Galvanic Blasts and put those other cards in that we saw. Really trying to slow the gameplay. It's.
But I love the Tarkir representation on both sides of this table here.
Right.
Mobilization from the Voice of Victory. It's a fantastic mechanic.
That 1/3 butt saved it.
Yeah.
The only creature he was able to get out was both of those. It just says No, you're not gonna pyroclasm me.
Yep.
Because my token sacrifice, I don't even lose those.
I love the Stormscale Scion play, having
Yeah.
2 5/5 flyers for the price of 1.
Right.
Basically, I mean, it's beautiful, but he had the removal. John had the removal,
Yep.
and but yeah, I think they really knocked it out of the park with this set.
Oh, great.
Being able to have that kind of an impact on both an aggro deck and a combo deck here in this RCQ
Absolutely.
just speaks to the quality of the Tarkir set. I've been loving it.
Yeah, that was a great round. That was round 1 of 6 for the Swiss here, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to life control versus blue-white control. Okay. So control and control. We're going to see, can the combo deck get it off, or will control win? We'll find out. We're going to take a look at these deck lists when we come back with this, and we'll get into round 2. Landon versus Lucas. Can't wait. Let's see it. But we'll be right back. Welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me,
I'm Nico.
and we're going to get into round 2 of this RCQ and Lifelink games, guys. Get hyped, get excited. We've already seen 2 fast decks, Ruby Storm up against Boros Energy. Now we're going to see a fast deck against what is arguably a slower deck. So we're going to have what's called Life Control. And this was a name that was given to us by Landon and how he called it. This is essentially Burn. I like that they're turning Burn into Life Control.
Control deck.
Yes. This is me controlling my opponent's life by putting them to 0 as fast as possible. So we're going to see Landon flinging spells, trying to get his opponent down, using the effect of those fetches for shock lands. Sometimes when you fetch yourself, that's one of the dangers you have with these. Yes, you get consistency, but as we saw, you take like 3 damage.
It comes at a cost.
Yeah, and even the Ruby Storm would be taking 3 damage because it's trying to play those lands at 3 life, which bolting yourself, arguably life as a resource, can be your own detriment. And Landon here is going to try and capitalize on that versus a control deck. Control decks, what do they do?
Control. They don't let you play Magic.
Yes.
You have a strategy. Well, guess what? It's not going to happen.
Yeah. We're going to get into these deck lists, showcase what's in them, and let you guys all know if you're looking for these deck lists. You have to be watching the VOD or anything. And go to my Patreon. The Patreon link is in there. I'm going to have all of these deck lists open and ready for you and ready to see as we go through there. Also, if you guys check out MTG Top 8, it should be posted here soon. I have the top 8 deck lists. So all 8 deck lists and our winners are going to be posted up when it finally gets up there in MTG Top 8. I didn't post deck list today because I didn't want any spoilers. No spoilers. Guys, I wanted to make sure that you guys could live the life and see what this was like when we had 6 rounds of this content going into the top 8 cut. So a lot of great Magic coming your way, a lot of modern Magic, and for those that are watching the VOD, it's good to see you hit that like and subscribe button. It goes a long way to help our channel grow and we get kind of monetized for this and maybe get paid by YouTube at some point. We'll see. But if you're looking for these deck lists, which is probably going to be the #1 comment on all of my streams, please, Patreon link, guys. Just hit the Patreon link. Go down below. It's in both my Twitch and in my YouTube videos. You can hit there, and you can join as a free member. I'm not asking for money. I'm asking you guys to go there so I can contact you, be in communication, and become a part of this community. So, and a lot of my outros, I like to hit the name of all the Patreon, not just contributors, but Patreon members. People join us. So you can join for free, and those deck lists are free. Absolutely free. And it's a little bit easier than trying to navigate and try to find my Homebrew Pie channel or on Moxfield. If you can find it, use it there. They're there. You can find them right now. They're all posted. Every single one of the names, the top 8 lists, everything there. What they were playing and all the cards that they had, and include the cost. All right, guys, let's get into the deck list. All right, starting off with Landon here on Life Control.
All right, let's walk through a little bit of this because what at first seemed like the deck that we saw earlier. This is a different strategy. This is a different take. This is a burn deck rather than our the energy deck that we were looking at. It's got some of the same things that you'd expect here. Your Dragon's Rage Channeler, your Monastery Swiftspear, your Flage.
Yep.
But where things start to diverge is in your sorceries and your instants, and I'm seeing like. Okay, here.
Mishra's Bauble.
Yeah.
That one triggering the Dragon Rage Channeler and the Monastery Swiftspear for the prowess.
Okay, so here's one that, we know Boros Charm.
4 damage, or give permanence in the Shock Ball.
You got some options. Of course, your Lightning Bolts to, do damage to the face. Searing Blaze here also does that, but also with each landfall, you're doing some additional damage. All right, what is this Skull Crack here?
Skull Crack is a thing that says no more life gain. So if you're afraid of your opponent doing some life gain, if they play a Flage against you, maybe you're playing against those aggro builds, you're saying, no, I'm going to do 3 damage to you. You can stop that nonsense. Stop ruining my math. Stop, because the easiest way to get out of the math out of here, play a couple Flages.
Got it. So I'm going to control your life total by preventing you from increasing.
Yes.
With the Skull Crack. Got it. Okay.
And you got some cheap enablers for the prowess here. You got the Lava Spike, a really nice one. Here, it does 3 damage to target player or planeswalker. Nice little 1 mana trigger here.
Yeah.
And Spectacle for the Skewer of the Critics. This one allows you to dig deeper into your deck. I'm sorry, with the Spectacle cost, the Skewer does 3 damage to any target. Spectacle, if you've done damage, it does 3. So it becomes a 1 mana. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else. Light Up the Stage, I think, was the other one. Allows you to look deeper into your deck. That's a standard card.
As a mono red player in Standard, this the simplicity of this I find appealing.
Absolutely.
This is very straightforward. We're not looking to make crazy moves across multiple cards with multiple steps along the way. It's do damage to the face. Get your creatures out there, do some additional damage, increase the prowess, and kill them quick. Is that
Yeah.
Am I right on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Get the damage in.
Okay.
All these things going to be going face, trying to pump up the monster Swift Spear. Get the Mistress Bauble also helps with the Dragon Range Channeler because it needs that artifact to get that the Delirium. You want a land, you want a creature, you want an artifact, you want instant or sorcery. Delirium kind of important because it becomes a 3/3 flying. Has attack every single time, but
You're planning to anyway.
Yeah, like you want to do damage, and the flying, the evasion, absolutely incredibly good. Especially even in the modern. This thing has been in modern staple since its printing in Modern Horizons. It's just been absolutely most red decks will be playing a version of this. Why? Because anytime you play a non-creature spell, you get to surveil, and surveilling allows you to look at the top of your deck and say, "Oh, don't need another land. Oh, this is the one I need. Oh, maybe I want to put the Fledge in the graveyard because I can cast it from the graveyard next turn."
Got it.
Like there's a lot of things you can do with surveil triggers, and surveil, arguably one of the best abilities for the way the decks work. Like feeding your graveyard is always beneficial versus having to bottom deck it. You don't want it to go away. Maybe you don't need it now. But surveil just one of those great things where you can just feed your graveyard, put the cards you need in there, and also correct your top deck because you want to make sure that next card is going to get you closer to the game line. You want to turbo through as fast as you can.
So $619 here for this deck. Where's the money going for this?
Falages and the Arena Glory and the Arid Messes, always the lands. Always the lands.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. 18, 55, or 35 as case may be.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So
all the time, it's almost always lands.
Got it.
Everything else pretty cheap. Flage, decently expensive.
Okay. And in our sideboard, we'll get into more of that, but
when we get to siding.
another flag.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
All right, going into Lucas's Azorius control deck. So if a lot of control players, this is probably makes up, I'd say, always about 25% of the field. You always have the control players.
So I looked at this deck list, and the only win condition that I could figure out, because I'm not a blue player, I've started getting into it with the Is It Prowess. I feel kind of bad about that because because like I don't like blue.
Yeah.
I think we share that in common.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is the win condition just like don't let your opponent play Magic, get Solitude out there, and just continue to do damage with Solitude? Is that
essentially
is that this deck?
That's the deck. Stop them from playing cards.
I didn't even see like a mill option. I know some Jaces, will mill. Do you even have that as an option here? Not really.
Mind Sculptor, just fixing the draws, making sure you can kind of Jace lock your opponent to Fairy, just allowing your to stop your opponent from playing spells in your turn. So you slow them down at sorcery speed. Probably arguably the most powerful Planeswalker in the meta. Here, this one just says each opponent can have spells only at the time they can cast a sorcery.
Got it.
So no interaction on my turn. That gives me the opportunity to always do what I want to do as a control player.
Okay.
Play a land, pass.
Okay.
Play a land, pass. Because I want to be playing on my opponent's turn. And Solitude is something you can flash in.
Yeah.
If necessary, so you can play on your opponent's turn. And Days Undoing combo is pretty much where people are trying to lock this in. So this is a really neat 2-card combo here. And our set says each player can't draw more than 1 card each turn.
Okay.
And you kind of turbo through your deck till you get to this Days Undoing. Each player shuffles his or her hand into the graveyard to the library and draws 7 cards. If it's your turn, end the turn. Well, if they can't draw more than 1 card, or they've already drawn for the turn,
it doesn't happen.
It gives them no hand. It basically gives you a fresh hand and then
and they get nothing. Got it.
So then all you have to do is counter the 1 or 2 spells they're playing per turn and keep your Solitude alive and win. It's a very slow.
So it's very slow.
Yeah.
But actually, Landon's life total against Azorius control here, we have actually 2 pretty simple strategies in play.
Absolutely. Yeah. This one just wants to stop you from playing the game, and the other one just wants to end your life as quick as possible.
Okay.
So we're going to find out which one of these strategies is going to pay off for both these players. Lucas and Landon. Right now, Landon being generous enough to show us on hand, no lands. Had to give away. Very light on lands. Had some great interaction. Good turn 1 plays, but unfortunately no lands. Lucas here looks like he's pretty happy with his setup here. I honestly, when it comes to this aggro versus control, I put emphasis on the aggro. But if Lucas can counter the right spells, can stop the right time, Solitude being able to get him some more life, and he can avoid the most critical card for him to counter Skullcrack.
Okay.
Hands down, because the thing that's going to get Lucas back in is the lifelink you get from Solitude. So looks like we have a 2-lander, excellent, with cards. No white source is seen. I saw a mountain and a Arena Glory, which will come into play if he doesn't control mountain tapped. But I think right now we're probably going to see if Landon wins the die roll. Actually, I think he did. Looks like both players at 20. We're going to see a mountain source spear for 1 and the turn.
Yep.
This is such a common play. I've seen this so much in Magic. Swiss spear for 1? Yeah, you got it. Thankfully, it's not a Ragavan, but
yeah, I've had matches where I'm playing mono red aggro, and my opponent just by default takes off the first point of life.
Yeah,
he knows what's happening.
Oh, absolutely. So another copy of Swiss spear. Now both of them going to get lit up. Here's the lightning bolt going to the dome.
So that's 7 damage.
Currently 6 damage coming, and now 4 damage from the 2 creatures, so 7 in total. Yes. Yep. So already hitting his opponent down to 11 life on turn 2.
And where did the first life come off?
The Monastery Swiss spear.
The first turn attack. Right. Yep. Got it. Yeah.
So I think he should be at 12, if I'm not mistaken, because that was 7 and 1.
Yeah, so that's what. So
well, he fetched. He fetched.
Okay.
Yep. So it goes down to 11.
Okay. All right.
Now Lucas not going to be able to play any fetch lands to the shock lands because it's just going to enable his opponent here.
Yeah.
Another thing that's really good about this, like, yes, you can capitalize on your opponent taking shocks, but you also force your opponent to not want to take shocks. So Elegant Parlor going to be the choice here. So this is going to be a surveil land. He's going to try to fix his top deck. Sky is going to be probably a little bit too slow right now. Wrath of the Skies, probably what he's looking for. He needs 3 mana to be able to play that, because what it does is it destroys anything with X mana cost or less. And currently these 1 mana creatures. So Lucas hoping to survive long enough to get to the turn where he can board wipe, but then after doing so is going to have to end his turn and hope his opponent can't end the game directly after that. So
why don't we see Monstrous Rage in this? I see
you got Mutagenic Growth. If I remember, was this one on Mutagenic Growth? We'll look back into it. But Monstrous Rage, just I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Because there's no point in standard of playing a red deck that doesn't have Monstrous Rage.
But I think this one's mostly spells over creatures.
Okay.
So that might be the case. It's just because there's just more spells and creatures.
Okay.
And when you have to rely on having a creature, not always the best option.
I see.
So this one, the ones that you've been playing standard, they're more creatures than spells.
True.
And if you look at the ratio here, this is more spells than creatures.
I got it. Okay.
So you're not always going to have them.
So that's the difference between a burn deck and just your standard aggro deck.
Absolutely. Sun Petal coming down. Looks like he finally has access to white. They're going to come in for 2, look for a reaction. No pump in there. Realizes he is vulnerable to being potentially counterspelled with a... interesting he had to go for Jeskai here, so he's only got 1 blue. But looking to see if he gets a response here. Flage going to be the play. He's gonna have to take 1. Looks like we're gonna get a pitch for a Solitude to exile. The ETB will still happen though. So we're gonna see 22.
So he paid for the effect of that card by exiling it from his hand. Is that how that works?
Yes. Basically, Solitude with a Solitude here gained him 6 life with that from that swing, and did have to take the additional damage from the Flage because the ETB still has to go into stack. But he doesn't have to worry about it being in the graveyard. This exiling it prevents him from being able to bring it back next turn.
Got it.
If he could. I don't know if I was too afraid of bringing back this. He only had 1 card graveyard, so...
All right, I feel dumb asking this question. How is it that Landon's at 28 life?
He gained the life from the Solitude from the exile, because he gains life to the power of the creature. And he gained 3 from the ETB.
Got it. From Flage, I remember that. But
yes.
Okay, but...
So Flage will give him +3. All right, so it looks like Teferi going to bounce... not necessarily understanding the reasoning behind that. Only target, I guess. But here, going to take 3 and 3. Skewer the critics and take 3 damage from the lava spike, and then
there you go.
3 to the...
All right.
Right there. So
good game.
Going to the side deck here for both players here, they're probably going to... things I would imagine seeing. Magus maybe to try and push the greediness of this Jeskai. It's more Jeskai because I saw the red aspect, but he causes his worries. But Magus could stop the greedy man base, not to mention stop him from being able to play most cards. So Really good card for the late game against control.
All right, so why do you play the Magus instead of Blood Mode?
Honestly, it's because you're seeing your character, or you're seeing more answers for wear and tear due to the amount of this card right here sees a lot of play.
Yeah.
So you're playing around the fact that not a lot of people are playing creature individual hate,
I see.
and this is like you're reading the meta.
So you're telling me that in modern, unlike standard, so in standard, creature removal is key, and it's prevalent. It's like everybody's got creature removal because those are often your primary sources of threats. There are very few times that I've seen a burn deck in standard be successful, but it's the opposite in modern,
To an extent.
where
It's
there's
what
more
your threats are.
artifact and enchantments and non-creatures that you're looking to remove.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is kind of like it's a bet here, because there are decks that can deal with it. 3 cost, not easy for a lot of modern decks because most people play Fatal Push, which you have to fetch to get that, to kill that.
Okay.
If you want to, a lot of and that's if you can fetch, because
Sure.
Magus of the Moon turns all of them into mountains, so you can't even fetch to get that ability.
Yeah.
You'd have to do it on the stack of its ETB.
Okay.
To get that ability, and of course look for it. But most of the time, Magus Moon's not going to allow you to fetch and response. They're gonna play this out as quick as possible and catch you off guard. That way you can't fetch and response if optional. But this is a really good against control to feed it up, and control. The best they can do is maybe use one of their evoked. We just saw it.
You just the solitude.
Solitude would be the only way that they can answer this.
Okay.
But
Okay.
a non-creature spell, much easier to respond to.
Okay.
Much easier. Control decks love non-creature spells. Like
Alright.
a lot of things they can do against these things.
Alright.
So Skullcrack, I think, is the other one that I would see a lot more of. Given we know that he's on the Solitude, you're going to want to see if you can get the Skullcrack off as much as possible.
Okay.
That way he can't get back in the game with the Solitude.
Got it. So he's siding in his 2 Skullcracks.
Absolutely.
Alright.
Guaranteed.
Smash Smithereens. Is he playing artifacts?
Not really that matter. Nothing that matters here. Also not playing too much on the graveyard, so Surgical Extraction not going to be really there.
Okay.
Wear and Tear, not the deck you want to play against. There's just not much for that.
Okay. All right.
So
So
I think-
what are we getting rid of in place of the skull? What are we
Anything
replacing
high
for the Skullcrack?
cost. So anything. I mean, jeez,
They're getting a lot of high
probably
cost
gonna get
cards
rid of a couple Flages because we know he's gonna get some graveyard hate.
Yeah.
Coming in here, so a Flage might come in or out because you're not gonna be able. They're gonna come in with graveyard hate. You're not gonna have the access to it. It is still a 3 cost Lightning Helix, but it's
Sure.
just I don't know if it's worth hanging on to.
Okay.
Too
And what
many of
about
those.
Screw the Critics? I mean, that's
Yeah. No, that stays in. That's
Yeah,
just a good,
I mean-
easy, cheap. You want to be able to fling as many cheap spells as possible.
okay.
So I'd say out of this, maybe Searing Blaze not the most optimal. Like you have to have the Landfall to make that one. So, like that is a cuttable card.
Okay.
Everything else I think just stays in.
Okay.
So maybe bringing in 2 Maguses and 2 Skullcracks would probably be my best bet.
Got it.
This matchup. Going into Azorius control for the sideboard. Here, let's see. Consign a Memory, that's not going to do anything. Dress down, maybe stops the prowess growth. Force negation can be important. It does this is that non-creature spell sounding right.
Okay.
So they can have an
Yeah.
answer to it.
All right.
Let's see. This one, the Kurt Reen, this is really a partner, so he pays 3 to get this to his hand. That's not outside that card. Soul Guide Lantern likely to come in here because, of course, he doesn't want to hit the graveyard. Wants to take care of any of those necessary Flages. Spell Snare, maybe.
Mana
I
cost
mean,
2,
there
maybe?
are some 2 costs that are critical. You can stop the Boros Charm. You can stop. Not much, but you can stop.
But, I mean, but he's already got.
and Skullcrack. Maybe.
I mean, he's got plenty. I guess the reduced mana cost for that spell snare makes it
a little bit better.
appealing to,
Yeah.
to add an extra one to it.
Supreme Verdict, almost definitely.
Okay.
Almost definitely, hands down, is going to come.
Destroy Elker, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it
clearly.
might even come in place of, I don't know, Wrath. Still pretty good in this one. I don't know. I think maybe you go. Honestly, if I'm him, I'm off the Narset combo because I'm not going to survive long enough. So I'm getting the Narset in the days I'm doing out.
Okay.
I'm going to try and get. I want to stay alive. I need to get some early interaction and some board wipes.
Got it. All right.
Maybe the dress downs. I can see that be a good add to the deck just to stop the prowess growth. So you're taking less down, and it is a flashable card. You play 2. everything loses all their abilities, and then you draw a card. So you can basically turn a giant Swift Spears into a 1/1. Or you can turn their Dragon Rage channelers.
Sure, and they won't even have haste if they come out later.
Exactly. Just for that turn. Just that turn. So, let's go into the gameplay for round 2. Landon up game 1. Let's see, where we at here? Come on. Cooperate with me.
Well, we see the Swift Spear.
That's okay. Here we go. There we go. Sorry, trying to get to cooperate here. Landon, Lucas, we already know what the opening hand here is going to look like.
All right, we got two
lands, and that's all you need.
Swift Spears.
Skewer the Critic.
Yep.
We got, good burn hand here from Landon. He is going to be on the back foot here, because if Lucas is smart, he's definitely taking the play. You want to stop them. Yeah, here's a starting play here. It's like we got, I think it's a Wooded Foothills. Yeah, would make the most sense. It's got green. Scalding Tarn going to be replaced back here. We're going to see a fetch from the Scalding Tarn going down to 17 life, because he can shock himself. He doesn't have to worry about his opponent burning him out here. So likely going to get out a nice little Sacred Foundry. Yep. Old school Sacred Foundry right there. See, likely, if I was going to guess, Swift Spear for 1.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, have we seen much anything else here? And obviously we got to see the card because we had to come back with Swift Spear.
I just wonder what they're talking about.
Right?
They're saying...
Oh, they're good friends. Landon and Lucas.
Oh,
are
okay.
Friends. So they're probably just talking about
Lucas was like, yeah. What a brilliant
play.
Yes. Did not see that coming.
Let's go. It's a little bit more, I think, at Lucas's pace here. Nice and slow. They realized the first game went so fast they got plenty of time. They don't have to worry about the clock here. So both players going to take their time. It's likely looking through what he has left. Let's see where his resources are. It looks like Elegant Parlor going to be the first play. Gets the Surveil. Is this Elegant or is this something else? Is this a Hollow Fountain maybe? I think this is one of the Surveil lands. It might be the blue light one. Maybe I confused it with Elegant Parlor because it looks very familiar.
It does.
It's hard with so many different arts.
Yeah.
And Magic the Gathering, which one they're playing. This one, like
Showcase versus the standard.
I think this is the Plains and Island version of the card.
So not knowing his hand, any idea what he's surveilling to?
He just wants to get the next card to something. I don't know what his hand looks like. So this is an opportunity to make sure you get land drops. It's an opportunity to make sure that you get the interaction you need. If I'm Lucas, I'm hoping I'm seeing some of those side bet cards, like just something to answer this board state. I only had to take 2 so far with the fetch, so still doing pretty good on turn 1. But as we've seen, Landon can do it 10.
Lucas kept it on top. He liked what he saw.
Yeah.
Untap.
How much want to bet he puts a land in play and passes? Oh, a tap land though.
Oh, but he's paying mana for something.
Hey, Prismatic. All right. So gonna be able to. Bye bye, Swift Spear. It's gonna be able to exile that with Prismatic.
All right, we know Landon has another Swift Spear.
Yep. So here comes a mountain. We're gonna see a Swift Spear and a Skewer afterwards. But that's the one thing I don't like about Skewer is the way it lines up. You got to take the 1 damage from the Swift Spear, and then you can pay the 1 mana cost, so you don't get the prowess trigger. These don't think it was too low.
I did not realize that.
Yeah. However, if he has something else, it's not too bad here. We got Lava Spike here, 3 to the dome.
Okay.
And that'll come in for additional 2. So 13 on turn 2.
Still controlling Lucas's life count.
Absolutely. Now Lucas, imagine he's gonna have to play a land and pass at this point.
Really?
He's got to do something to stay alive. Like, yeah, he can deal with the Swift Spear, but then he has to deal, like, he's...
I mean, I know we just looked at the list, but are you saying that he doesn't have anything he can do with 3 mana? Or I guess he just surveilled with that, so...
Yeah, had to put Teferi into the yard, because he's got so many of the Surveil lands. He's taken advantage of the Surveil, because it allows him to fix, but it's right now a huge detriment.
All right, so I see a Flage, I see... There's the Bolt.
Yep. So right now, I imagine Landon's thinking, how many spells can I count? Because he's representing Counterspell right now, right?
Yes.
So I playing the Flage right now, not going to be the greatest option.
Okay. I'm going to start with the Lightning Bolt, and if it...
See if it gets countered.
It goes through. Right,
okay.
It resolves.
So Probably feeling pretty bad he didn't play the Swiss Spear first. Skewer the critics. You take 3.
Another
Prowess
3.
trigger times 2. We currently have 3 damage represented by the Swiss Spear.
Yeah.
Skewer again. And that's going to be lights out if he can't block this. If he doesn't get rid of the Swiss Spear.
That is exactly lethal, isn't it?
Yep. That is 3 cards. None of them counterspelled. Landon saying, go ahead and counterspell it, dare you.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get an answer for Solitude. All right, that'll gain him 4. Lucas thankfully having something in response to this.
Yeah.
All right, 4 there. Should have gained 4 there. But whatever. Solitude going to be the answer. Going back to Lucas, finally kind of trying to stabilize. He needs to. At 4 life here. Most of the cards out of Landon's hand done, but I didn't see no counterspell. Not one counterspell. I would at least counterspell the last.
You'd think so.
Because the free speller was going to play it. He was just going to play it. So, 3 lands. No counterspell being played on this one, so maybe Flage this? Or... Alright, no, going for the go wider strategy. Okay, here comes Dragon Rage Channeler.
And does that have haste?
No.
No.
Only if he has Delirium.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And then it gets flying.
He gets
and
flying.
attacks
Too.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
but not haste. So, checking his graveyard. I don't think he has Delirium just yet. And no spell here from Landon, because we know that at least one of the cards in his hand is a Flage. Lucas, another tap land. Unfortunately, has to play that Hollow Fountain tapped. Here, we see a Prismatic Ending, trying to get rid of the Dragon Rage Channeler. And Landon wondering, do I play a card to get the Surveil trigger? And open myself up? But no. Passes back. Here, we got another play here. Aurum Chant in the upkeep, going to prevent him from playing any spells.
Okay.
So
yes, I saw that. So he untapped.
Yeah,
and then in the
upkeep,
upkeep, Lucas played
Aurum Chant.
Okay.
So now passing back and saying, okay, in your upkeep, Boros charming you for life.
And you do any counters?
No, didn't have any counter.
No,
had a Solitude in hand. That was all he had left. Oh man.
So oh man. So I'm thinking, did this 2-0 match, was this the result of variance? I mean, did Lucas
didn't have any? He didn't have any early interaction. I don't know what his mulligan count was. From what it looked like, I didn't see him mulligan. I think he might have been a little greedy with the way he kept his hand.
Okay.
Let's go to us real quick. That's going to do it. Landon going to move on to the next round before we get in the next round here for the 3rd round here. But that's how fast life control can work. Modern, very fast format. And if I was to look at this thing back though, Lucas probably should have gone for some force negations. Something that he could have played to while he is ruining his hand, he's actually keeping his life alive. I'm not a big fan of the subtlety in play right now. Subtlety is not going to stop the ETB. Not a very good card against us. If you put it back on top or bottom, they all have haste. So it really doesn't matter. Looks like they're showcasing... He did take out the Days Undoing combo, though. I was right about that.
Yep.
Yeah. These are the Narsets.
Yep.
And then the Days Undoing combo. So that one, obviously, wasn't going to have time to play. And Jace the Mind Sculptor. And took out the Spell Snare. Yeah. There's not enough 2 cost.
Do you think that... I guess it's hard to say because we didn't have full visibility in his hand. Was there an issue with the mulligan here? Did he not?
He should have mulligan. Absolutely should have mulligan. You need the early interaction.
Yeah.
Too many tap lands, too many slow plays. Control needs to be able to counter the first couple plays against this deck to ensure.
And you see Landon, he's gesturing towards the this card right here. What is that card?
I just said it.
Yeah, you did. You did, but that's the one that I think he sideboarded out.
Yes.
And we were saying, no, keep that in.
No, I said take it out. Well, I said no. You should bring it in actually because of Skullcrack. You wanted a 1-mana Skullcrack.
Okay.
So that was a bad place. Not what is this thing called?
Spell Snare.
Spell Snare.
Yeah.
Yes. You should have kept the Spell Snare in.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like that maybe is he indicating right now these are the cards that I sideboarded out?
Yes. Yeah. Landon and Lucas, very good friends. Actually, we'll show these guys real quick. Sorry, we're still watching the video. You guys are talking to us, so you see us looking at it. This is how nice, good friends these two. They're trying to look through what did I side in, what did I side out. Dress Down did come in. Wrath of the Skies did come in, just like I thought it would. Keeping the rest of his counter spells, just like you run into. I guess Supreme Verdict too slow, so I can understand that. And it looked like Syrian Blaze, the card I did tell you about, the one that needs landfall. That one did come out, and he put in, of course, 2 Skull Cracks Eidolon. It's a nice little Eidolon. Didn't go for the Magus, probably too slow, and he did take out a Flage, like I told you to.
Yes.
Like, he knew the Graveyard Hate was going to come in, so he took it out. Good call on Landon to get this one up here. On Lucas, bro, mulligans. It is a paramount part of this process. You got to learn how to mulligan, and you got to know how these decks play. Landon was able to get the aggression on. There was no interaction from Lucas. He literally had 2 pieces of interaction: the prismatic ending and a Flage. Or not? Sorry. Why can't I remember these cards? The white exile. Solitude. Thank you. So because
I just wanted you to like
just struggle. Just
you're gonna flail about for a second there.
There's so many card games to remember. So yeah, did have 2 pieces of interaction. That's not enough. That's not going to be enough. You got to be able to counterspell the spells that are doing the massive amount of damage. And when you get that low, it's like we just saw. It was a simple Boros Charm to end the game. Really easy choice. It's like Orem Chant. Don't play anything in your turn. Cool. Land for turn, pass, and your upkeep kill you. I did it.
Yeah,
I thought you played this game. Oh, I do. There's just too many different cards and too many different card games. You guys see, I got all these card games I play. Oh, too many.
You know, I found myself actually cheering for Lucas. Maybe that's because I want to lean towards what felt like the underdog in the matchup.
Oh, it was 100%. 100%.
And that's odd for me because I'm usually in Landon's place wanting to burn through or just aggro my way to a quick match, and this was exactly that. But I wanted to see Lucas. I wanted to see Lucas get some interaction in there. Thwart, kind of stifle that process a bit. And yeah, I think it came down to a little bit of variance in whatever he pulled in his hand. Maybe he should have mulliganed a bit more aggressively with it. But that's how it goes. And like you said, these can be extremely fast matches.
Yeah.
And that was one.
I think the next one's going to be even faster. Maybe.
Really?
We'll find out. But these are 2 good combo decks. We got Titan on Titan coming your way. Listen to it and wait for it. I can't wait to see how these 2 decks go back together. We got Noah and Nathan going head-to-head on this one. So we're going to check it out. That's going to be our round 3 coming right up. We're going to take a quick break. And at this point, we're going to show you guys some of the cool box openings we do on this channel. So I'm going to do a commercial break with a box opening. You guys enjoy. We got some Dragons of Tarkir. Or, well, Dragonstorm. But we'll be right back.
wait for a time to escape all your demons. Show me a sign of life to feel a feeling. So what are you waiting for? Standing clear inside of you. Is there a meaning to behold? Nothing can get past you. We could try to outrun this earth. At least hide away from the demons within us.
And welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me,
I'm here. It's Nico.
hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of that box opening. We'll get back to that box opening. Remember, it's somewhere near 8 minutes. So we'll get back into it. Nice little Corey Steele cutter pull from Michael there. Super happy about that one. Because, honestly, getting the story, those were the big hits.
I'm seeing Crater Hoof Behemoth. I'm seeing a Draco Genesis there in the top right.
3 different versions of Crater Hoof in this one. It's absolutely insane. Got the full art.
He's got a Japanese version of something up there.
Yeah, it's the Mardu can't be countered spell. So it was okay. It's an alright card.
Okay.
Nothing of the super foily in the yet. We'll see. We're gonna see where the box goes for him. Right now, he's just opening up the cards because he needs these for the decks. Because Mike and I work together on supplying decks for you guys. So really cool. Glad that he was able to put that back together. Guys, we're gonna get into round 3 as soon as I get this thing set up here. How are you feeling about this tournament so far?
I'm enjoying it. I mean, I love these decks, honestly. The aggression of it is intense. That last match that we saw versus the Azorius Control, it didn't you didn't get to see the full expression of that deck. But hey, I'm an aggressive player, so that's kind of what I'm hoping for when I'm in Landon's position. So that worked great. And coming up here is a deck that I'm fascinated by, this Amulet Titan deck, which I was looking for information on how this is played because I saw a match on YouTube and I could not follow what the hell is going on. How is it that this guy is producing so much mana in turn 2 and just steamrolling his opponent? There is actually on YouTube an entire channel that this guy dedicated to just the Amulet Titan deck. And he's got hundreds of videos stretching back for years of every variation and every new set that maybe has an effect on it.
Yeah. It goes to show the resilience of this deck, right?
Yeah.
It has been on the top of the meta. I've played against this deck so much. Like when I play against it with practice matches over at Lifelink, I've had a lot of people say, "Man, you really know how to beat this deck." And it's like, guys, I've been playing Titan for years. Like it's not an unwinnable matchup. Obviously, because everything.
Yeah, I think what it has 8% of the meta share or something like that.
Yeah, it takes a lot of top level. This is where your experience comes into play. Knowing how to play the deck, very important. Because if your opponent knows the right cards or sees the right cards to counter those things, there's a lot of things that right now in the meta that counter this deck pretty hardcore. And there are some things in this deck that just as soon as you get a Titan face, hitting you down for 6 damage, it's devastating. Absolutely devastating. But you have to be knowledgeable on what hands to keep, knowledgeable on how to navigate the turn because we've seen they're really fast. Titan sometimes wants 2 or 3 turns. It can turn 2,
and you got to order the triggers.
Yes,
I mean that in and of itself, because the stack is an abstract concept.
Yes.
So, but you laying it out in your mind has to be essentially perfect for it to go the way you want it to.
Absolutely. There are ways to get into infinite mana. There are ways to get into infinite combos. I'm going to have to walk you through some of them. I can't remember if it's this match or the next one where I'm going to have to stop the camera and kind of walk you guys through as best I possibly can. Dude, I'm not the expert. I am just someone who has played against this deck for years. I've actually not played it myself because it's really not my play style. It's really never really appealed to me. And this is where you talk about the creator, right? He's got videos for days.
Yes.
Constantly uploading new videos. I'll leave it to the dedicated Titan fans to play the deck, guys. I'll let them decide that. That's not my playstyle. You want to see something that's more on playstyle? Get me on the Boros Energy. Get me on, and weirdly enough, the deck I've been playing right now has had blue in it. But I've actually really enjoyed the frog. I've really enjoyed the frog deck. It's a really fun deck. It doesn't. I don't like having to play the counter spells, but I like having access to them. I'm not gonna lie. And when you have ways to interact with your opponent to stop them with combos, the only reason I like it is because there's enough aggression in that frog deck that makes it not so controlling. Like I'm not. I won't. You won't see me a dedicated blue white like we saw in the last round control player. I'm not about that life. I don't want to be living on the edge there, hoping I stabilize by turn 4, and then just watch my opponent sweat as every single turn I play a land pass and like, oh, what are you gonna play? What are you gonna play? That's not my play style. It's just not me, guys. It's just not there. But I do like the fact the frog has counter and it has ways to go face and just get that damage in here. And that's my play style. Just like you. Like I want to be throwing creatures. I want to see interaction. I'd love to see you guys bolt my creature in response or fatal push my creature in response. I gotta do this. Combo out here. I love that interaction. That's my playstyle. That doesn't mean that it's the best playstyle. It's just my playstyle. And today we're going to see what is arguably it was labeled as a Titan deck initially on here, but it's not. It's actually a cutter deck. So we're going to see the prowess cutter deck that you're talking about.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking forward to watching this play out in the environment of an RCQ. As I mentioned, this is a deck that I am building as I invest into the modern format. It is something that I've already started playing on Arena in Standard. I've played it at a couple of Standard showdowns. I enjoyed immensely. Never expected I'd play blue either.
Right.
Feel bad when I do it. It's just there's a little part of you in the back of the mind.
It's like, feels dirty.
It's like it's not like, dirty. Oh no, you don't get to play. For me, like sometimes you get that look from a blue player. But for me, it's more like, oh, dude, I can't let you do that. I can't. I need to keep this creature on the board. I can't let that resolve. So I'm sorry that you're not going to get to play that. You know, it comes with some embarrassment.
Oh, absolutely.
But I love this deck. I love the cutter deck. The way that it just,
it could go wide, super wide,
so wide and it's so satisfying to just play that second spell and watch your cutters just blow up the board.
Absolutely.
So
let's go to the deck list. Let's see these guys. I want to show them what we're looking at.
Yeah.
All right, starting off with Nate's Is It Cutter deck that we were just talking about here. See, low on the creature count, 12 here, some more spells. This is why you're not going to see Monsters Creations.
Got it.
You are going to see some growth here, though. This is a really neat one. Mutagenic Growth, really cool card. It's been around since the first Phyrexian invasion here.
Okay.
This one cost either green, which I don't know if you noticed, there's no green.
There's no green. There's no green. So you're planning to play life for it.
Yes, it's going to cost you 2 life. Yep. And give your creature +2/+2, but also gives a prowess trigger, which is extremely important.
Yes.
Especially when you're playing on a prowess and a pseudo prowess. Show me this Slickshot show off here. This is a card I know you know about because this one has been a standard staple since it's been printed. It is definitely a pioneer staple since it's been printed, and now seeing some play in modern because it is just that good.
Yeah, not just one, but +2 on each spell.
Exactly. This one, why I say pseudo, it's not a 1/1, it's a 2/0. So the butt always vulnerable.
Yes.
But here, Mutagenic Growth is going to protect that butt here from a 3-mana spell here.
Yep.
So it's going to give it that necessary defense it might need for those bolts and stuff in play and reaction. And the instant speed from Mutagenic Growth really strong here. But one of the more important things about this is that plot feature, something that people really disregard. Plot allows you to cast a spell at a different turn. You can pay the 2. You can not counter the plot because it's an ability. You can counter start activating an ability, if you will. But you plot this card. You can't really interact with it until they play it.
Yeah, because it's in exile, so it can't be targeted.
Exactly. Now you can cast this for free. Now that will Vexing Bobble and the rest of the stuff that stops things from being played for free.
Sure.
That is an option to counter this thing. But you can plot this thing. And what's nice about it is like on your turn 2, set out there and say, hey, by the way, I'm threatening lethal next turn if you don't do something about this.
Yeah.
So you kind of like telecast to your opponent. It's like, hey, I'm about to drop this big bird that I'm probably going to be swinging for at least 10 damage at your dome with just this card alone if you can't deal with it. And we got cards that kind of enable this combo. Expressive Iteration, arguably one of the better cards. We've seen this thing be played ever since it's printing in most formats. This one allowing you to look at the top 3 cards of your library. You get to put one in your hand. You get to put one in exile, which you can play this turn, only this turn. And you put one in the bottom of your deck. So you look at the top 3 cards. Sometimes you put a land out from exile, so it's a free play. That way they don't know what's coming. And you put one card in hand to design that perfect turn that you want with that new card that we've been talking about, the Quarry Steel Cutter. So the Quarry Steel Cutter, go ahead and click on that for us so people can see it. This one, a really amazing prowess type card, believe it or not. It's a nice artifact that comes out as a 1/1, or it comes out, sorry, just as an equipment. It says target creature gets +1/+1, trample and haste. Alright, well, it costs 2 to equip. Unless, of course, activate Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this means it only is going to trigger once per turn, you get a 1/1 monk token that has prowess. There's that prowess I was talking about. So you get a nice little 1/1, and on top of that, you can immediately equip it to that prowess. So after your second spell, which is very easy to activate in this deck, clearly, you get a nice resilient prowess monk token. They kill the token, guess what? I'll just do it again. Do it again. It keeps energizing and creating more and more. So if you don't deal with this equipment, the wear and tears and stuff I was talking about, you're going to have to face down a creature almost every turn that's going to have haste and it's going to have trample. And it's almost guaranteed to be at least because you're playing 2 spells. It's 3/3.
Turn 3 is my favorite turn in any game where I'm playing this. For exactly what you were just describing here with the Slick Shot show off. So plot your Slick Shot on turn 2, goes into exile.
Yes.
On turn 3, with at least the 2 mana that you already have, you start off by playing the Quarry Steel Cutter.
Excellent.
Then, for no mana, you come back to your Slick Shot and you cast it. That means you have just cast 2 spells. The second one was free.
Yeah.
When do you get free spells? You know, in aggro decks. I mean, that's it's beautiful. You trigger your prowess. You trigger your flurry, and it comes out. You know, you've got a hasty creature.
2 hasty creatures.
You got two hasty creatures. Your Quarry Steel Cutter is already popping off. Love turn 3.
Right, and now you have the option of playing that mutagenic growth or some kind of 1 mana spell because it's like you said, turn 3. So hopefully you hit that land drop and you can play one of these cards.
Hopefully you do, but you don't. It's okay if you don't.
Yeah,
Your plan is already, you know, the train has left the station.
Right, it is already in action, and we're gonna see if this very fast deck can do what it needs to do in this matchup against Titan. Get under it. Now, when people understand what I'm saying, get under it means that you got to play fast. You got to get your opponent down. We've seen already several matches where the first 2 rounds they won by turn 3. You need to do that against Titan. You cannot give them time. Giving Titan any extra turns can be absolutely detrimental because of how fast this deck can come up here. Actually, let's talk about this card because
I do want to talk about this card. I want to talk about this card because we were just talking about Monstrous Rage. And we're saying, okay, you don't see as much Monstrous Rage because there aren't as many creatures. But here we have what is an instant, like Monstrous Rage. It costs 1 red mana, and you have to target a creature. Why are we using Violent Urge instead of Monstrous Rage?
Double strike, baby, which is the math that you can get off with mutagenic growths and the rest of these things. That double strike is a lethal killer. Getting a nice little +3/+0, or +3/+1, maybe a prowess trigger, so you get a nice little +4/+2 with a prowess trigger. Not near as devastating as getting
which makes sense. It makes sense because the mono red deck, the mice deck in standard, what is it that you're hoping to do? You want your manifold mouse to give your Heartfire hero what? Double strike.
Exactly.
Then you play your Monstrous Rage, gives it the trample, pumps it up. So in this case, you know, there aren't any mice giving mice, you know, these benefits. You need to give him double strike.
Absolutely.
So here's your Monastery Swift Spear, your Dragon's Rage Channeler, or your Slick Shot. Now double strike for massive damage.
Yeah, don't forget the Quarry Steel Cutter gives the trample immediately on the equip, so you're already getting both those abilities on the stick.
So you don't need Monstrous Rage.
Exactly. While it is a good card, I'm not going to disagree. It definitely has its uses. This Violent Urge with Delirium,
got it.
So got quick, really cool. Lights out.
Cool.
Let's see if it comes into play. But first, we're going to have to go against Anderson's Titan and the Titan of Industry deck here. So What is this deck trying to do? Essentially, summon my Primeval Titan. That's why we call it Titan. This one's a really good card. 6 mana. Seems like I would have to wait 6 turns, right?
Yeah, you'd think so.
You'd think
so.
right?
But what's the other name for this? It's Amulet.
Amulet Titan in prime time. Why? And this card is skyrocketing in price. Look at this thing. It's already a $1,000 deck. $42 or $43, depending where you get it, for an amulet. This is uncommon, by the way.
and it is really deceptive. Until I watched the channel dedicated to this deck, I did not understand what is the actual value and the power of allowing a permanent that would generally come in taps to automatically be untapped.
Yes, and honestly, that's is where the key of this combo deck comes into play here. It is the Primeval Titan brings into 2 lands to play tapped. Arbitral Grazer, also comes into play tapped. There are a lot of cards that bring in extra lands that come into play tapped. I think Explorer, I don't think Explorer taps it. You can just play additional land this turn. But a lot of the lands themselves come into play tapped.
Right.
You got Crumbling Vestige,
yeah.
where you have to name something you can get a color for that turn, but it comes into play tapped. Well, you get the bounce lands with the Gruul Turf. One more? Yeah, the Gruul Turf, and these ones requiring that you tap a land. Bounce a land back to your turn in order to keep this one out.
But here we go. I mean, you get it in there. It is untapped, and you can automatically add the 2 additional mana towards the 6 you're trying to get to.
Absolutely. Not only that, is you can bounce itself in here. So depending on how many amulets you have, you could play 1 amulet. You could have like 3 amulets out, play 1 Gruul Turf, and immediately get 6 mana.
Okay.
And bounce that card back to your hand. 1 land, 3 amulets.
Wow.
6 land. That's 6 mana right that turn. You get 3 red, 3 green right there. Yeah. Just absolutely devastating. And you have things like Lotus Field, which has to destroy 2 lands, but also
sacrifice 2.
Sacrifice 2.
But add 3 mana.
Exactly. Right. So, and when this one comes into play tapped, you gotta wait a turn. Not anymore. Not with Amulet of Vigor. This one's gonna allow you to, in multiple, you can get up to 3, 6, 9, and even 12 mana from this 1 card.
That's wild.
It's absolutely important for some of those infinite life combo or infinite mana combos we're going to get into here in a bit. Otawara, nice for bouncing cards, but also provides from blue resources. Yeah, Shifting Woodland, key card to this deck ever since it got printed. This one allows you with this amazing Delirium, and you have to have 4 different types in your graveyard. You can pay for, and Shifting becomes a copy. You don't have to sacrifice it; it just becomes a copy of any permanent card in your graveyard.
So, what are you copying generally?
You can, if necessary, copy an Amulet of Vigor.
Okay.
You can.
Okay.
More times than not, you're actually, believe it or not, the Aftermath Analyst. Okay. This one being the card that you target, because it comes with an interesting interaction. You pay for sacrifice Aftermath Analyst, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
But they're not going to be tapped.
Because you got Vigor, right? But here's the rub. I'm going to sacrifice my Shifting Woodland land.
Shifting Woodland sacked.
Yeah, because I'm going to copy the Aftermath Analyst, and I'm going to immediately bring it back.
And
Because I sacrificed it, and now I get it back into the land, so now I can keep this infinite cycle of Aftermath Analyst. And because if I have the right, untap stuff, I'm constantly gaining more life, or gaining more mana, while bringing it right back. I'll do it again.
It's kind of ridiculous. I'm sorry. Yeah. It is kind of ridiculous. It's fun, but this is ridiculous. Aggro mindset that I have, this is ridiculous, but it's cool.
So the other key cards we're going to see here, Talari West, I want you guys to understand what this one works. You basically transmute this card to go get yourself 0 cost, which is Summer's Pact. So this one is going to see a lot of play. A lot of times, a lot of people like to bring this out with Titan in a bounce land, bounce this back to hand so they can transmute, and then that way they can go get their Summer's Pact to get something else. Because there are alternative win cons. You have Cultivator Colossus. Over the left here.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
Yep. Cultivator Colossus, which has trample and is power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. The important thing is once you play this thing, you can play lands off the top of your deck until you can't play any more lands anymore. So you just keep playing lands, which is a 31 card deck, which is over close to, because he's playing a 63 card deck, surprisingly, and a 14 card sideboard. It was a really weird deck.
Yeah.
He submitted for this one. But 63 cards deck, so he's going to be playing a lot of lands off the top, making this thing really big, kind of like getting this massive amount. But what he's hoping to have is maybe the Dryad of Illusionary. And this one allows, you can play additional lands each of your turn, but all your lands are every basic land type. Why is that important? Because of one massive card, that Valakut, the Molten Pinnacle.
Where is that? Where is that?
Down here on the left in the lands, bottom, on the other
In the
bottom.
lands.
Yeah.
Valakut, there you go.
Yes, click on that one for me here.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Just a
all right.
second. There we go.
This one, whenever a mountain you control enters, if you control 5 or other mountains,
3 damage.
you may have 3 damage. So when you're doing these turbo counters of bringing a bunch of lands into play and you have Valakut out,
Boom, boom, boom.
boom, everything's a mountain, boom, boom, boom. Now, there's not many mountains in here. You need to try to make this combo work, but if it's out,
Yeah. Yeah.
you can start doming your opponent for massive amounts of damage. It's just absolutely insane. So this is a deck. We're going to see how it sees play. We're going to see which one of these players can take it down, Noah or Nathan. We'll hope to see it. Was there anything new from the new set that looked like it needed a shout out? I mean, we got some new Modern Horizons. I don't see anything in the lands that seem anything new. I will say that I want to I want you guys to look at Boseiju before we go.
This is relatively recent.
Yeah, stock
Relatively
up. Here we go. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put 2 of them in your hand, and then the rest of them on your library. Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad for 3. Get you to fix your hand.
It's also a $14 uncommon.
Yeah, because it's very hard to get. But if you could get up the Boseiju for me real quick, that one works. So this is something I want people to pay attention to and look out for, because there is a key combo that can be pulled off with this card, where you basically pay 1 green, destroy your opponent's land, and get them to search for their basic. Depending on, most people only play about 2 or 3 basics.
Yeah.
So you can basically just turbo through with this Boseiju, the combo to recycle, bounce back to hand, play it, bounce back to hand, play it, and get your opponent down to as many bases as they have, and just lock them out of the game.
Which may only be 2.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, that locks them out of the game.
Got it.
They can't do anything else, which is 2 basics.
Got it.
So while it is a kind of a downside to hit them with a basic, it also it can clean up your opponent's board with artifacts, enchantments. It gets rid of the Quarry Steel Cutter, gets rid of any of the...
So winning strategies in this deck include ramping into your big bad, burn potentially with the Valakut,
Absolutely.
control, like just mana denial.
Yes.
There are a lot of different ways to win.
Absolutely. No, it's very versatile deck. There's so many different angles that you have to know which one to go into. Very interesting tight list. I think the biggest downside I'd say is it's a 63 card deck, meaning that he hasn't made the appropriate cuts yet. You really want to get this at 60 to try and create the consistency.
So that's not typically the case. You typically
it's
so
60.
Amulet of Titans, a straight 60 card deck.
Yeah. Just unfortunately, there are too many lands that he wanted to play out. I mean, this Hanawar, really nice to give your Primeval Titan haste, which is kind of important. Sometimes I'm having to pay a cost. There has been some cuts. There used to be a Boros land that gave him double strike, which would end the game right away. That one no longer seen in play because it was just too much to telecast. And if they dealt with a Primeval Titan with like a Exile, what we saw from
Solitude.
Solitude, thank you. I'm just gonna remember this card. With they Solitude out of there, it's like okay, well, thank you. I don't kill you. Too many answers to it now. So, all right, we're gonna find out between these 2 players who's gonna walk home our next round winner.
All right, let's go. Urza Saga to start.
And starting off with an amulet.
And an amulet.
Representing the potential for 2. And this is
like, do you know, you just chuck that out there?
Yeah.
Like, and in once. It wasn't even one card than the other. Just like, here's my Urza, here's my amulet.
Yeah.
My amulet. Have fun.
oh, we're getting one of those Phyrexian lands where you can just barely see
Yeah.
what type it is. It is a
Green.
forest.
Yeah. But that's like a $12
Beautiful dark.
land.
Yeah. All right, another pass back. This is like Titan on Titan. What am I missing?
I don't know. I
I think I got
I'm
the
not
wrong
seeing,
deck list.
Yeah, I'm not seeing my my is it needed for the
Yeah,
for the
this
cutter.
looks like 2 Titans here. All right, Urza Saga already getting him up to 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Float the mana. He's got 2 Amulet Titans. I think Nathan cutting one off the top. That's cute. It's a cute cut. Shifting Woodland's gonna
Tap tap.
get
Yeah,
3
untap,
extra.
tap.
3 extra green. Looks like we're gonna see a first one. Was that an Explorer? We're playing an
yeah,
Explorer.
yeah.
He's gonna be able to play an additional land per turn. It has 1 floating still. I imagine the colorless was the one taken, so we're green. No, I'm just gonna leave it. Let it go.
Okay.
Lead himself with just a microsynth lattice, which is representing itself as an amulet. So technically, he has 3 amulets in play right now.
Okay.
Noah, no amulets. I'm willing to bet you, Nathan probably gonna take this game away if he can find some way to get to his Titan. That's gonna be lights out with three vigors. Just it's too much. But he needs to have something like a bounce land, All right, so we're gonna go get 3 blue for Teleria West. I don't know what that's gonna lead to. Nothing. Nathan kept a really good amulet heavy hand, but nothing to utilize it with.
So much mana, but nowhere to sink it.
Yeah, another tap land here for Noah. Finally gonna play out first. Is it a Dryad or a Souza? Dryad or Souza would be a good play right here. Oh, Scape Shift. Interesting. Using the green from the ETB here. Okay. He's gonna sacrifice some lands to go get some from his yard or from his deck here. So gonna try and tailor a turn. He's definitely on the back foot, not having ambulance out though.
What's he looking for?
Right now, at this point, I'd have to see his hand. But I imagine he can sacrifice 8 mana lands and just get it from his deck.
Got it.
He's thinking about getting all 4 to just get 4 different lands here, which might be the case. I mean, he doesn't need the basics in this matchup. Although if he's afraid of getting Beseiju locked, maybe.
All right. And he's thinning out.
Mm-hmm. So first he's going to be able to get a Gruul. He's going to bounce the Beseiju back to hand. He's going to get himself a Urza Saga so he can get his own amulet out. And imagine the next one, probably another amulet. He's got to catch up. He's super behind, and he's lucky that Nathan didn't have a kill spell. Yeah. Okay, another bounce hand. So, okay, getting a bounce hand in hand for utility, gets the Beseiju in hand, is not able to untap because it doesn't have the amulet. I'll pass him back. At least now has a way to get his own amulet.
Okay.
Direly important. Nathan here for the draw. Let's hope he sees a land at this point. We'd like to see something here to see if we can get ourselves a finish. Clearly both these players know this Titan deck pretty well in and out, too. Playing extremely fast. I swear, sometimes I swear we get the wrong list. Did I get the wrong Noah's list?
I don't know.
Some respect. Noah Anderson. Got that. There's Nathan? Was the Nathan wrong one we got? Just trying to look through here. Go ahead and tell me what's happening here.
No, Nathan is tapping for 2. He tapped for 2, and Noah is fetching. Nathan just drew a card. Interesting. I mean, not all right. He plays his land. Honestly, not a lot seems to be happening at the moment.
Yeah,
it just
looks like he Beseiju'd the bounce land here.
Yes.
He did. It forced him to go get his forest. We knew he had it in hand here, but it looked like that was in response to a Beseiju on his Urza Saga to prevent him from getting his own. He had to play the Beseiju on that to prevent him from getting his own amulet. So Nathan, knowing that he doesn't have the kill out, definitely wanted to prevent his opponent from getting his opportunity, because I think Noah's really just 1 or 2 amulets away from killing Nathan here, considering Nathan doesn't represent any kind of threat at this point. Titan on Titan. Sorry, I mean, it was written down right. I don't know why we got the wrong deck list. Went looking through them. All right, looks like we get our first start here. Our Beetle Grazer gets another tap. Gets to play another tap land, or another land and play tap. It's gonna just bounce the forest back to hand. Pass back.
But not getting the benefit of the Titan or the amulet.
Yeah. Because Nathan brilliantly denied him, but also has yet to represent a threat.
Oh. What happened?
Okay.
What just happened? I am so lost. I'm a standard player who has no freaking clue.
This is okay. So you have 2 Titans of Industry going head to head.
Yeah.
Let's go back one. This is what happens a lot in Magic the Gathering. You're not gonna. This is what's so funny. It's like the least amount of Magic you play seems like the better you are.
Sure. Sure.
And why it just cracks me up because you want to play the game. Nathan had 3 Amulets of Titans.
Yes.
Or Amulets. He revealed it to prime time. Noah did not have.
Oh, he revealed that. Okay, I missed the Titan.
He revealed that. Listen, I finally got my win con. I finally had the prime time. Noah was like, yeah, I have no answer to this.
Okay.
The decks don't interact. They don't do anything. Nathan didn't present anything after the 3 amulets, and Noah was just like, 3? Really? Okay, cool. What are you gonna do? And he was like, hey, I finally drew my prime time. And Noah was just like, yeah, I can't do anything. It has no creature interaction. It has no way to deal with that. It need to get out there faster. Both players are trying desperately to get to their combo. Obviously, Nathan expertly denied him that access by killing the Urza Saga to prevent him from getting his own amulet. There was no response from Noah for this, and didn't even use a Beseiju in his guard to get rid of one of the amulets because it was just too much at 3. So he used his to try to get the bounce land to prevent any kind of shenanigans. But then as soon as he showed him that he could tighten him, he was just like, yeah.
Okay. Game 2. Got it.
Yeah. And when you're playing combo versus combo, everyone knows that you're just looking for like, I have the 2 cards I need. I win. And you're like, okay, you got it.
All right, good game. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I don't need you to shuffle through your deck and show me that they know the win con's there.
Like I was in a standard RCQ when I was playing my mono red mice against the Omniscience deck.
Omniscience, yeah.
And he turn 4 wayload into the Omniscience, and he had the Archivios, or I can't remember the name of that one. And yeah. It's like you know you're done.
Yeah.
It's like do you have that card and you have that card? Okay.
Yeah.
Move on.
Oh, I mean, especially in standard when they have like the ley lines, the ley line resonance out there. It's like, dude, just show me the monster spray. Just show me one spell you're gonna copy. I will concede. I don't need to play through this anymore. I remember when I was playing against Jake. We were in game 2, and he represented the Aether Spellbomb, and he represented himself a lock. There was nothing I was at the point where I could only play like 1 creature per turn, and I had to keep up control. And he's also on his affinity list, and he represented that he can keep getting this thing back. I'm like, you've represented the lock, bro. I'm done. Okay. You're good. I can't win it. I'm in an unwinnable situation. My land's just not lining up. It was like, and I even just told him right to his face, you represented a lock. I can't get past. Congratulations, you win. And we just conceded at that point. So I've had a lot of games where I'm like, why play it out?
Yeah.
And like sometimes I think it's absolutely dire. Like, oh man, like they could have anything. Don't concede if you don't know they have the win con.
Sure.
But there's a lot of times just like, can you just please present the win con? I'll concede. I don't need you to play this out. Just show me you have it, so we can get onto this thing. Because you're not bluffing a Titan player with a Titan. It's not like, I wonder if he can get the Titan to get the lands to put the thing in combo. It's like they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. No need to slow roll.
Right? Don't tell me.
Just get done.
Don't tell me. I lost the thought here, guys. We're gonna get into round 2. Game 2 of this. Hopefully, Noah can put up a good showing. I'd like to see one matchup here, not just go too well. But we'll see. Nathan.
Okay, looks like
Noah. Titans of Industry. Let's get into it. Yeah. While they were talking, what do you side deck in here? You really don't. It's just tight on tight. You don't bring in much. I think
are you not prepared for that? Are you not saying like, okay, I got the mirror match, so if I see that,
if you see it, it's a die roll. You know it's gonna be a die roll. There's maybe bringing some stock ups. Maybe if you're just trying to hit it. There's maybe a Beseiju again because you know you're gonna play that game.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot else you're doing.
Okay.
They're gonna win as soon as they come out here.
And is it not a matter like draw versus play? I mean, it's not.
Oh, I mean, definitely taking the draws.
Well, yes. No, I get that. What I mean is, if you're on the play, there's no need to. Oh, now we're playing some real magic. Did you see that? So that's some card magic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was trying to get rid of this chat.
He just flipped his whole hand over.
Oh,
or his whole deck. It was very pretty.
Good to see someone playing. I swear, some of the cards out here. It's getting harder and harder to cast over Magic because of the different arts and the different things out there. I'm convinced that someone could bring in a completely fully proxy deck list with all the random arts and just be like, just throw an IP, name an IP, and you could start off.
All right. Noah doing to Nathan what Nathan did to Noah last match.
Okay.
So.
Starting off early with Urza Saga.
Urza and the Amulet.
Yeah, and now on 2 gets a Shifting Woodlands, passes back.
Tippity tappity.
Gets explore. Okay, so gets an additional because of the amulet. Gets the untap tap.
Yep.
So gets 2 mana to play the Aftermath Analyst. Gonna mill Vesuva. It looks like Gruul Turf.
Oh, Nathan just played his land for turn. Back to Noah.
And the Beseiju of all things. That's painful. Yeah, Noah getting his second amulet. So if he Microsynth Gardens a third one. I imagine Nathan just has to show him that he has Titan. That's all he has to
Pretty
do.
much.
All right. So
Okay. Untap,
Tap,
untap, untap, tap.
tap.
Tap
has to
dance.
sacrifice both. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna slow this down
Yeah,
here because
please.
these guys are playing really fast here. All right. So here's what happened. Lotus Field requires a sacrifice of 2 lands.
Okay.
He only had 1 land in play.
Okay.
So he had to sacrifice the Lotus Field itself. But he has 2 amulets. So it means he gets to tap it twice on the end play. So it gives him
Float that
6 mana.
Okay. Float it before
Yep.
the sacrifice.
Yes. Used 4 of that 6 to sacrifice the Aftermath Analyst.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
To bring back all the lands back into play.
His entire
From his-
graveyard worth of hands.
Which all lands, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Brings all those lands back into play.
Okay.
From here. I think what he's about to do is represent an infinite loop of infinite mana right here.
Okay.
So for those that don't understand, he has a shifting woodland, so he can copy the Aftermath Analyst.
And you can do that continuously because he
Yes.
just can then go back and sacrifice
That's
it
the
with the
land.
mana that he's already floated.
Exactly.
With the untapping from the amulet.
Absolutely. So he's
Okay.
generating 2 colorless, 2 green, 6 from the Lotus Field.
Okay.
On play 1, additional 2, so 3 here, and then 4 here.
Okay.
So 4, 6, 7, 8, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. He's representing generating 17 mana.
Okay.
Just with this. He's going to have to sacrifice 2 lands.
Sure.
Which won't be the shifting, but it'll be something else. Maybe something over here. It doesn't matter. But he's representing gain 17.
Okay.
The 4 to cost for here,
Yeah.
for this ability, he's generating 13 net positive
Okay.
every time he cycles it. So he's gaining red, whatever color he wants, green,
So he can gain
Colorless.
13 mana infinitely.
infinite. Yep.
Okay.
Just with this loop. I hope that everyone understands exactly what I'm saying here. Aftermath Analyst has 4 mana cost to sacrifice itself. No, it costs 8, sorry. This needs to copy the Aftermath Analyst. Then it needs to pay the Aftermath Analyst. So it's 8.
Okay, so he's getting
minus
5.
9. Right? We said 17? Well,
Yes.
one more time.
17 minus 4 was the 13. So yes. Okay.
Yes,
So
9. He's generating 9 mana.
9. Okay.
9
got
mana every single time he does
Got it.
this.
Got it.
Right? He's going to copy this Aftermath Analyst, regenerate. We're going to see what he does with the sees what he does. If he has the Beseiju lock right here, the Beseiju lock, all he's going to do is he knows that Nathan only has like 2 forests in deck. He can just kill both these lands and get 2 forests.
Okay.
Also has the opportunity of saying, listen, I can do this all day and kill your amulets the minute you play amulets. So there's basically taking Nathan out of the game completely. So if Nathan can't respond to this and do anything right now, which there's no interaction in this deck, all Noah has to do is present a win con. That either I'm going to show you Beseiju in hand, which I think he already has. I think we saw it.
I don't remember.
I already have the Beseiju in hand.
Okay.
I have the Infinite Lock. I'm going to give you to your 2 basic forests. You're going to have nothing else to do with it. And God forbid, if you do play an amulet, I'll kill it. I'll kill it instantaneously. And I'll do it again. And I'll do it again. Because with the Shifting Woodlands, you can do this once per turn. Right? You can just constantly keep copying the Aftermath Analyst.
So this may be over.
Yeah.
In other words.
The only way, honestly, and it's difficult to do the timing right, but that Beseiju need to be a forest of some sort.
Okay.
And he needed to kill the Shifting Woodlands. That's the only way you could have stopped this entire nonsense.
Okay.
Was to come in here, kill this, in response to it activating the tap ability and untap ability. Because I think, if I remember correctly, you have to activate that sorcery speed to copy. Let me double check. Shifting Woodlands becomes a copy of target permanent in your graveyard until end of turn. Activate only if there are 4 more card types among the cards in your graveyard. Well, I can't even do it because he doesn't have 4 more card types. No, he doesn't have the infinite loop. He doesn't have the infinite. He only has a creature land. Enchantment. Creature land enchantment. Creature land enchantment. That's 3. Creature land enchantment. Am I missing something? He only has 3, so he can't do this infinitely. Is that in graveyard? Am I missing that? Is that in graveyard?
It could be.
Could be. I think this is insert sorcery, so that could be his 4.
It could be the 4th. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see in a second.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah. There's a fourth one. So he has the 4 for the Delirium. And no, no, even that combo I just represented to you, he still can't even respond that way. Because he can just instant speed copy it and sacrifice itself in response. I guess the only way that you want to be dealing with this is kill it when you can. Kill it. Like, the 2 lands that are most important, this one to stop getting an Amulet Vigor, and this one to stop...
Alright, so he's
getting
representing
the
his floated
copy.
mana, and...
Now he's just using the back sleeves to showcase.
Yeah, I got that, but... So what do we think his next step is, other than floating all his mana? Alright,
Gonna do it again.
everything's untapped. Alright.
Gonna tap 2 again.
He's gonna create another color worth of mana.
Yep, blue.
Okay.
Now he's gonna sacrifice both of Vesuva. This
Okay.
gives him the Delirium that he needs.
Ah.
Balancing the Gruul back to his hand, so the Gruul has it. He's now sitting at a healthy, what is this, 14 total lands here. Can use 2. Can use 3. Use 6. 7. Cultivator Colossus? Yeah, Cultivator Colossus. That one's going to generate his win con. That is all Nathan was looking for. So from here, he's just going to keep playing lands at the top of his deck. That's it. And then he's going to kill him with the Cultivator Colossus.
Okay.
So he's represented that he can every single turn do that combo if necessary. But much like we saw last time, the revealing prime time was enough to get the concession. Cultivator Colossus was enough to get Nathan the concession.
Got it.
He's just too far behind, and he's got no amulet out there. Noah has 2. He's the Beseiju he needed at the wrong time was in play. Like, honestly, so I think it only plays 1, if I'm not mistaken. It only plays 1. Shifting Woodlands, yeah. So the trick of this is you gotta stop stop that infinite mana. You have to either exile this, so it can't use its ability. That means, and it's super hard to get an opportunity to exile this thing, because if it has any kind of mana, it'll sacrifice itself in response.
Yes.
So you have to find the moment to exile this thing, get it out of there, because there's only 1. Get this thing out of there so I can't infinite loop here. Or deal with the land, which is much harder to deal with, but when you're playing Seiji, you have answers. You have to get this thing in the yard. Sorry, the Shifting Woodland in the yard at the exact same time you have Aftermath. You have to have both in the yard, because Aftermath will get it back.
Got it.
So,
Got it.
it's not easy. It's not an easy ask. It's not.
Okay.
So that is essentially, there's nothing to play from Graveyard here that I see, so. Oh, geez.
Yeah, it kept on playing. All right, but
Yeah, I thought they were going to shuffle for a while here.
But we're seeing. Oh, here we go.
Nathan
All right,
starts off
but,
with
but not
Amulet.
with an Urza. Not with
Yeah.
an Urza. Just
All right, using the floating for, okay. We're going to go basically Green Sun Zenith for 1, or 0, sorry. Get a Dryad, so it's going to get a nice little 1/1 that is also a forest. Noah trying to ramp to meet up with it. Auto War the play here for Nathan. No Urza Saga, so we don't have to worry about double Amulet. Double is really kind of like lights out for most of these games. Armor Graze are going to give him additional land drop here. Beseiju, playing that necessary Beseiju. I mean, I know he can bounce it back with Bound Sands. I know that he can get it back with Aftermath Analyst. It's still, oh, here comes the Woodland here.
combat damage. Amazing.
Yeah. No. This is a tap first one.
Oh, this is a tap. Okay, first.
So this is going to allow him to play an additional land. Gives him the Urza Saga. Alright, so Noah going to be able to level up the amulets to 1/1. And has an ability to untap lands too with Splunking. So it's... Splunking allows lands to come into play untapped. So it's just like an amulet.
Yep.
Right now we have 1 Splunking amulet versus a Splunking. And I think we're just trying to represent a lethal threat here. Scape Shift.
and it's over. Okay. All right. Okay. So, were they having fun in this match? Was this a fun match
It's a die roll.
for them?
I love that he took the
I mean,
Valakut combo out, though. Wait a minute. Oh, that wasn't one of the combo I was going with. It doesn't matter.
I mean, GG's, guys.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, one,
Titan
then the
versus
other,
Titan.
then the other, and almost no interaction. Maybe with the Boseijus, sure. But like, yeah, like I feel a little out of my depth. I'm clearly like I could not pilot this deck.
Okay.
At my level of understanding of the game, at this point, but you have.
Yeah.
So, I imagine you've had a mirror match.
What if you're
Is
not?
it fun?
No. It's a die roll. It's a die roll, guys. It just comes down to the die roll. Like, if you're going to be playing the mirror match, make sure you get vigor on one, and hopefully your opponent can't respond to it. If they can besage you it away, and then you can't get another one or something, then yeah, you're in a crappy situation. But this is how mirrors, I think, in general, mirrors, most, not
Sure,
all.
sure, that's fair.
It's a die roll.
fair. That's fair. It's, you know, it's the quality of the hand that you drew, whether you know you mulliganed correctly. You know, you're not getting mana screwed one way or the other, and you know you've got an edge on your opponent. You've sideboarded correctly if you've got some mirror options for that, but I get that. But like, yeah, that just felt like they were playing against themselves. And
Well, these no interaction with these decks.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. These decks are just trying to pull the combo off first. It's who does it first. And in this one, because they respect each other and they knew they knew the decks. As soon as you represented the threat, I was done. Like, show me your win con. All right, you got it.
okay,
That's it. Just show me the win con.
so just luck. Pretty much just luck. If you're at
So there's two
even
things.
level
You need to
skill.
win the die roll because you definitely need to go first, and two, you got to have an amulet. You got to have it, or splunking it out early enough because splunking does something similar. So you. It's really who can get their amulet out first and who can establish, and then not just that, because we saw in game one it took a long time for Nathan to get his threat. True. But as soon as he presented the threat by literally revealing Titan, it was done.
Okay.
And that's kind of like the agreed upon. Hey, I there's so much shuffling, there's so much searching. Neither player enjoys how much they have to keep searching through their deck and shuffling and cutting and shuffling and cutting and shuffling and cutting. And most of the time they're waiting for their opponent. Can you just concede? It's like, well, present the threat, sir. Present the lethal, and then I'll concede. But with both of them, they already know how the deck's gonna go. It's like the first one to Titan, first one to a threat, you win. That can land, and I can't pay for it. So
I feel like the kind of deck that you play is often a reflection of something about your character.
sure.
As an aggro player, I think you know that tells you something about me. What does being an Amulet Titan player say about someone?
I'd say hands down, your favorite part of Magic is shuffling. I'd say that you play Magic the Gathering.
I like to shuffle at home.
Yeah. No, but now you get to do it with your opponent, and now you get to do it like this.
You make them watch you shuffle.
You gotta make people watch. Like you gotta sit there and you gotta watch me shuffle my card. Look at me as I'm shuffling my deck.
Yep.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Or you just like a big beefy primetime card, I guess. But honestly, this right here, their favorite pastime is ASMR.
Yeah. Yes, it's the great
Shuffling.
the sound.
Sound of shuffling cards.
It's so satisfying.
It's just so satisfying. Because you're gonna be doing a lot of that.
Okay.
All right, guys, that is round 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, seriously? No, 3. That was round 3. Okay, round 3. We got round 4 coming up here soon. Noah staying on camera, so we're going to see that Titan list yet again.
Okay, all right.
But this one up against a person we already saw on camera, Lucas, Blue-White Control.
Okay.
Okay, so before we get all the comments and everyone gets back to us like, why did the guy that lost in round 2, is he on the undefeated table? Imagine the Gathering. Sometimes you can just concede, guys. Sometimes you can help your friends. Sometimes you're trying to help out. Like we established quite a few times that Landon and Lucas were really good friends. They came together. They're supporting each other. They know Lucas is really trying to get into the top. Great guy. Really, this guy's a really good guy. But Landon is not going to go to Texas. He's there for the fun of the game. He's there to just play the game, like I was. I'm going to play the game. I want to have fun. So Landon actually conceded to Lucas, even though we watched it physically, where Landon clearly just 2-0'd him out of nowhere. Yeah. He actually came up and said, Lucas, you can have the win. And I do this a lot, guys. You've seen it on the channel. I give wins all the time. To me, sometimes it's more about playing the game. And honestly, if you're having fun with your friends, that's all that really matters. You shouldn't be getting into this thing to try and make profit, because I'm telling you, there's only two ways you can make profit in this thing. You can either be the brilliant mind that sells these things and sells well and stays busy with it, or you can be, not me, but successful in streaming. And you can
One day. It's coming.
One day. But you can
get quality co-hosts like me on here, and it's guaranteed.
We're gonna get there soon, eventually, guaranteed. Absolutely, thank you. But yeah, if you do that, then you might make some money back. And who knows? I don't even know how many viewers I need to get before I can start paying for all of this hobby. Like, it's a lot, guys. So the end of the day, it's about the people, the friends, the hanging out with people, socializing. And if you're there, hats off to Landon, because he knows that Lucas is chasing something, and he just there for fun. So we are going to see a match between Blue White Control and Titan. We're going to show you what he needs to counter, and if he can counter, because Noah is trying to go for the top table, and so is Lucas. He wants that invite. He really wants that invite. So we're going to find out which one of these players move on. After this, we're going to take a quick break, finish up that box opening before we get back into round 4. Not bad in timing here. We'll be right back.
You don't talk at all, just surrender to the lonely road. Left with nowhere to run, held by the cause we know. So what are you waiting for? Standing clear inside of you. Is there a meaning to behold? Nothing can get past you. We could try to outrun this earth. And we swim away from the demons within us.
Welcome back to Humber Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D, with me.
Nico here.
And we're getting ready for round 4. This is a 6 hands, fingers, numbers. 6 rounds of Swiss because we have 36 players here playing for this RCQ. Everyone trying to compete to get their invite out to Dallas. 2 of them going to walk away with that invite. Now, we've seen a lot of competitors win those early matches, which I told you guys is absolutely important. This one right here, probably the most important because the winner of this one right here is going to have the opportunity to double draw in. Because it's going to be the 4th round. After the 4th round, there's only so many undefeateds. There's only 4 undefeateds at this point. So at that point, when you have 4 undefeateds, all 4 of those players can lock in their actual control into top 8. They don't have to play any more Magic. That's it. So,
is there any benefit to doing so at that point?
Honestly, you go to eat food, you go to take a break, because these tournaments, as we can see, going long. I mean, we're already 3 hours in. We're at the halfway mark. We haven't got to top 8 yet. Some of these players, especially if you're the top table here, you're playing for that top 8 seed. And you're trying to get that invite. And you're going to see, especially in the last round, the 6th round, that's when everybody draws in. And like you get it. There's really like 2 tables even matter after that. It's like your 4th and your 5th table are the only ones that even matter at that point.
Got it.
And those are going to be the tables that one of the winners or the tiebreakers, the way they're going to fall, they're going to get themselves into the finals. And they're going to see how that works out in the 6th round. But in the 5th and 6th are the last 2 rounds of these events. Most of the top tables, they're just double drawing. They don't care. They're going to go to some food. They shake hands. They get to take a break. They get to rest. Oftentimes, though, it can be to your detriment. As I've seen too many times in this card game, you take those draws, you take yourself out of the game, you end up not being able to put yourself back into it.
Yeah, you lose your rhythm.
Yeah,
your focus. You were in the zone. You were completely focused on getting to that point, and then you gave into the temptation to just kind of
take it easy, sit back, don't do anything, and your mind will wander. You go do other stuff, you play the video games we have out there. There's plenty of other stuff you can do at Lifelink Games on the side, and they took advantage of it. And sometimes, as I've seen in the previous iterations, quite a bit, the number 1 seed loses the first round. I was number 8 and the one that you guys got to see of me live winning the event. I was C8. That meant I played every single round, and I won that one. I was down paired both rounds, and I won the event and got into the finals and got in there. Why? Because I was playing Magic the whole time, guys. I was never out of the zone. And my round 1 opponent, they had 2 round buys. They were joking. They had food in their stomach. I'm still working on caffeine and nicotine and whatever. Just like, oh God, let's get there. But I'm working on the edge here. I'm playing every single round. I'm still in the zone. My opponent, not so much. And I don't know if that's the case of why I win in those, or why the 8th person wins, because I cannot tell you how many times I see 8th seed beat number 1. We might see it today. Who knows? Because we're going to have number 1 in the top 8 versus the top. We'll see if that matters for this event. It's going to be quite an interesting matchup. But this is it, guys. This is the last big competitive round before we're going to have to go to different tables just to see if we have some gameplay in here. And we'll talk to you guys through what tables were represented in each one of these things. Because after this round, winner of this match, easy streak. They're locked. They're in. No other questions about it, guys. We got 2 amazing matchups. So we have the Titan deck that we just watched. I'm going to get the thing up on camera here. Wrong one. We got the Titan match redo from our winner Noah versus Lucas, who was in our round 2 against Blue Black Control. So we've covered both these decks, and we'll cover them again. Sometimes we're a little bit briefer. If you guys want the full in-depth analysis, go to the early part of the VOD for those clips here. Sometimes, especially for these long streams, I don't want to bore people with context. It's like they've already seen this matchup, they've already seen it. But we'll talk about it. Let's get into it. We've got Noah and Lucas set up. Let's get into the deck list. All right, starting off with the Titan deck we just saw. What'd you think?
So I am interested to see how this plays out against a control deck, because it feels to me, there was no interaction between Titans in the mirror match.
Nope.
Control is all about, I'm sorry, with the exception of Boseiju, okay? Control is all about interacting and preventing anything from happening.
Right.
So is there any difference for the Titan player? Like, let's say he had knowledge of this person's deck going into the match. Does he play his deck any differently because he knows he's going up against control as compared to the mirror match?
I'd say, honestly, it comes down to the mulligans. So what you're going to see is that they're going to hope that they can get out their early amulets. They're going to want to win the die roll. They're going to want to turn one amulet.
Okay.
They're going to need to turn one amulet.
Yes.
Because then there's limits, the outs, for your opponent to be able to counter it. Now, there are still counters in some decks. People still playing Force Negation in the main. Most of them put them aside, which I arguably say I disagree with. I think that it needs to be in the main. I know that some people are like, well, what if I play nothing but the aggro builds? Then it's a dead card. It's like, there's still cards that you can negate. There's still cards that you can stop the portable holes. You can stop the Quarry Steel Cutters. There's still things that you can prevent with that card. And exiling is incredibly important. Yes, it costs your card in hand, but for matchups particularly like this one, you need to be able to stop the Amulet Vigor play.
Sure.
So if right now the Titan player is hoping the control player doesn't have the counter.
Okay.
And that's really what it comes down to. Because if you're a control player and you've been playing this game for any length of time whatsoever, you want to it's stop the amulet. That's it, guys. The Titan deck has a red flag on it that says, my weakness is if I don't get amulet, I can't play the game. All my stuff comes into play tapped. Everything's really slow. All I'm trying to do here is I can try to build after 6 or 7 turns to get a play out there, but without amulet, I can't really just win the game. Like, amulet is I've presented the threat with 2 amulets. I just win the game.
So is that even the case in other matches? So I'm just curious the thought process here for a Titan player.
Yeah.
Is there any difference in the other than the mulligans? If you have perfect information, knowing what kind of match you're going into, do you change your play style at all, or does it really just come down to the luck entailed in getting your amulets out there, getting enough mana to bring out a win condition? Is that really it?
Honestly, so here's a nerve-wracking thing when you're playing amulet, right? You don't know what your opponent's going to be playing in turn 1, and
Okay.
you don't have the knowledge. So really, all you're going to be doing is saying, "Hey, is it a playable hand? Can I cut out the cards?
Sure.
Can I do some stuff?" But once you find out it's against control, it's like, oh,
Right.
Now I have to get underneath them because they can counter so much of my stuff. They can stop my amulets. They can exile those things.
So I have to do the thing. I just have to do it even better.
Yes.
I have to do it even sooner, even harder.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's the strategy.
The late game, you lose every single time.
Okay.
There's too many easy answers. I mean, do you counter the Summer Pack? No, you counter the Primeval Titans. And I feel like it's not uncounterable. What do I do with these things? Like, you stop them from being able to play their game.
Okay.
And that's where control can thrive in this match. If Lucas can win this thing, and it's going to be a big if, because he's going to have not an easy answer in his opening deck here. Force Negation right now is the only thing I can see that's going to be relevant in these early stages.
Because nothing else can target an artifact?
Not
Or-
right now, no.
Yeah.
I mean, he can Wrath of the Skies in the later, if he gets the Wrath of the Skies, he can do that at a later point to get rid of some of these things.
Okay.
Because it will destroy each artifact, creature, or enchantment.
Okay.
That is an answer if he can slow down the game low enough. But honestly, like, there's not a whole lot of maybe Orm's Chant at the right time to buy yourself an extra turn. Because this one, target player can't pass spells, so in your upkeep you just play this. And then they can attack with creatures, I guess, whatever. But Orm Chant, a nice way to turn the turn off if they can kind of stall it out a little bit longer. What's going to matter the most, though, is what's in the sideboard. And this is, go to Consigned Memory for me.
Yeah.
This card right here, overall, if I was to say is sideboards are represented, this makes up a good, like 60-70% of blue side deck cards, and it's always 4 of. It's always 4 of. Like, I've when I was filling out the deck list, guys, I had to fill out about 12 of these things for this tournament. Consigned Memory, if it was in blue, was always 4 of, and it was always in the deck, always, because this deck is insane and necessary for these type of decks. Counter target triggered ability or colorless spell.
Yeah.
So now you have a 1-mana answer to the amulet, and a 1-mana answer to the Urza Saga that grabs the amulet. So both ways in which that they can enable their play. Consigned Memory says no. So long as you're a control player and you leave open that 1 blue, you're not going to fall victim to this. That is the key to this victory. If Lucas can see the Consigned Memory, can get access to it, knows better, and puts that Force of Negation those 2 in his sideboard into his board to make sure he can answer those turn 1 plays, he can win this very easily.
Okay.
However, if he doesn't see the cards and the Titan player is able to establish the board state, he'll just fold. Because there's not enough in his deck to answer all the nonsense when it comes to lands. There's no land here. There's nothing that really addresses the land. I think, did he even put into the, oh, no, he didn't. Harbinger of the Seas. Doesn't even have any Harbinger of the Seas to kind of turn off all the nonsense. Alright, so it's going to be down to him to consign a memory and force negation, maybe Orim Chant at the right time, to lock this deck in his favor.
Okay.
Simple as that.
All right. Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Narset Days Undoing, get away from this combo right now, dude. It's too much of a setup. It's cute when you pull it off. It's too much of a setup right now in Modern. Yeah. Too much. But he's doing pretty well. He's currently 3-0, now going into the 4th mat round.
Okay.
But it's a cute combo. I think it's cute. It's always been, it's a thing in Pioneer, it was a thing in Standard, and now it's going into Modern. Guys, you're telecasting what you're trying to do here. These Planeswalkers are not untouchable, and it takes too long in this very fast format to set up. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Going into our round 4 match, Noah versus Locust. It says 50 minutes, but I don't even know if I got in there on time. So these players play it out. Lucas starting off with an untapped land where he wants to be. Microsynth into an amulet.
Yep.
Does Lucas have the counter? He's fetching. If he goes for a Surveil, we're in deep heat for Lucas.
Yeah.
If he goes into this, I think he might be able to spell Pierce this. No, he goes in Surveil land.
No.
Not looking good for Lucas's start here. No. Going down to 19, life really doesn't matter on this. It's really just stopping the combo. Because they're gonna dome you.
Yeah.
Lucas probably a little upset that he kept his hand because he probably didn't know what he was playing up against, and has to see the amulet saying, "Oh, I only have 1 copy of Force Negation in my vein. I didn't see the Force Negation. I didn't see it." He's asking to look at Microsoft Gladys, basically just trying to see, can you turn it into an amulet? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Does that mean you're gonna have 2 amulets? Yes, it does. Does that mean I'm dead? Yes, often it does. But we've seen this deck not present a threat for a while, so maybe Lucas can dodge the threat, or at least set himself up for to defend against the threat. So he's got to be stopping the prime time essentially, or the cultivator. He's got to stop both. All right, looks like we're going for woodland, wooded foothills.
He's got 2 mana to work with, so he can potentially interrupt. Yep, but
nope, decides not to. Just plays basic force and passes back.
Okay.
Lucas given the time to build up his board state, play a little bit slower. No one knows that he needs to wait and create a moment where Lucas is tapped out, so he can go guns blazing. Got to be very, very careful here. Obviously, doesn't want to play into like his Summoner's Pact to go get his win con if he can't pay the 4, because that could be absolutely devastating. I think right now, again, showing him the Microsoft Lattice, probably telling him, hey, by the way, at the end of this turn, I'm going to copy this. Turn this into another amulet. We'll see. Lucas going to surveil it again, probably looking for one of his counter spells. Imagine, desperately looking for a counter spell. He's going to need it if he wants to get it. Looks like we got Arboreal Grazer in Noah's hand, so he's going to play 2 lands next turn if he wants to. Kind of ramp back out. Has a Valakut, Splunking, Beseju, and another amulet in hand. Jeez.
So yeah.
So I don't know why Noah didn't play it out last turn. Maybe didn't want to get countered. Maybe. All right, 3 lands here. Is this the Teferi play?
All right, he's tapping out.
Teferi.
Okay.
One of the new ones from the whatchamacallit. But yeah, it looks like Teferi's going to bounce the amulet. And he says, cool, I'm going to copy it.
Before it leaves. Okay.
So now I have currently still an amulet in play and another amulet in hand. This would be, with lights out, I would definitely be like, let's go amulet.
Yeah.
If I'm Noah here. Here comes Urza Saga. Jeez, probably going to try something for 3 amulets here. Passes back. Okay. All right. Makes sense. Nothing really else to can't play a second land drop or anything. Curious why he didn't go a Burial Grazer first to get him the additional land drop.
Okay.
To then get in. So I don't know. I think I would have gone for 2 lands at this point. get some extra resources. Try to ramp out here, but we're gonna go +1. Just means that he can play at instant speed, his opponent can't. Sorcery can play at instant speed.
Got it.
So, back to Noah. Ticking up the time bomb on that Urza Saga. Valakut gonna get 1 trigger. Doesn't need the red land. Passes back. Red not really something you do much with. But Noah playing nice and slow. Trying to build up. Clearly doesn't want his threat to get countered. Has to be very careful. Now everything has to be a sorcery speed.
And the third stage of Urza Saga there, what is Noah gonna go fetch?
He's just gonna get another amulet.
It's just another amulet.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean he's got 2.
He's got 1 in hand too that he still doesn't.
So okay.
So look, I mean, the more amulets, the better.
Yeah, okay,
You get
alright.
3, you win. With a win con. Like just about every win con in this deck just wins with 3 amulets. But Lucas wondering if he's gonna lose this, but there's nothing in Lucas's bane that can answer this Urza Saga. Another reason why I like Harbinger.
That can counter a land, or how does that work?
Harbinger basically says all non-basics are islands.
Oh,
so
right,
the
right. So
Urza Saga automatically sacrifices
Got
itself.
it. Got it.
There's no ability for you.
Right.
It just
So-
instantly blows it up.
Right.
It's just like Magus Moon or Blood Moon.
Yes.
Just kills it instantaneously.
Because it has 0 chapters.
Right. Flood Strand from the Innistrad set in play here. So another fetch, just gonna plus up. Says I can play instant or sorceries at instant speed. End turn, gonna create there. Another way to get some aggression on the board. We have ourselves a construct. So
Yeah.
currently 3/3 construct. So now it has some board presence. Asking Lucas to now respond. Lucas, not unless he gets aside, can't respond to abilities. Activated abilities. So good way to get around. Okay, in his upkeep, Orm chance with kicker, so keep his Teferi alive. Use the kicker because the kicker says he can't attack.
Ah, okay.
And make sure that this Golem can't kill his Teferi. But we're gonna see another Golem play here. With the activation, it's gonna sacrifice itself, likely go get another amulet. So now these things are gonna be representing 5/5 and strength.
Okay.
Not hard for a control player to deal with here on 5. He does have board wipes. He does have. If we see a Wrath right now from Lucas, I could call this lights out.
What is the third card that he
Expedition
just...
map.
Yeah.
It's a land you just tap and go to land you want. So it gets one of the land pieces he's looking for. Or it's not gonna follow it up.
Yeah.
Because why not? Already has 2 amulets. Doesn't want to play fully into it either. Gotta be very careful playing into those wraths. I'm sure Noah's aware.
Was the expedition map like a feint? Or was he just saying like...
He might be looking for 1 land to really go off. Probably looking for a bounce land of some sort.
Okay.
Like looking for Gruul Turf or looking for the Simic Growth Chamber. Both of those tap for 2 bounce, and now with 2 essentially vigors, that's representing 4 mana here. And in the colors he needs to be able to transmute, do all the stuff that he might need to do. So Lucas off on the cut. Back to Noah here. I'm sorry, back to Lucas here. Survive the turn. This Teferi not long for this world unless he can stop attacking again, or gets that coveted Wrath of the Skies. He does have 2 copies in his main, so we'll see if that comes into play here. Definitely wants to see it if he can. Here, tapping 3. This getting another. This is the Narset. Interesting. Going for the Narset play. Maybe trying to do the Days Undoing combo. Not necessarily what I would. Again, I don't like this combo in this slow format. Maybe it pays off for him. But clearly he likes the combo. Probably more because he's got the alt arts of the Planeswalkers from Bloomborough. These Bloomborough alt arts are hilarious.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah. Do you have any? I think you opened up some of these, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No, I put a lot into Bloomborough.
Yeah.
I love that set.
That was such a fun set.
I know, very polarizing, but I love both that, the set itself, but also that it exists in an environment where you can have Phyrexia All Will Be One existing in the same place as
Right.
furry creatures, and it's I do appreciate the diversity of that.
Right. All right, Narset out. He's looked to the card.
What was Noah's gesture there?
I'm not really sure. Not even. I think he's gonna minus to bounce the token, so it just gets rid of it.
Okay.
So minus ability on the Teferi, just instead of probably gonna lose it to an attack anyways, but at least now he's 1 down, and now this one down to a 4/4.
Got it.
So not a bad idea, but I don't think this Teferi or this Narset too long for this world unless he has some kind of answer to the board state right now. Might want to evoke a Solitude if he has it. Noah thinking this one through. Valakut for red. Green. Tapping early. Could be setting up for a play. Goes to the Expedition map. So he's going to go search. Nope. Not going to search.
Not going to search, okay.
Man. No one in the tank here. Doesn't know when it's safe to go. Alright. Tries to go for the Narset kill. Gets it.
Alright.
So, test the waters. Wants to see. He's basically trying to see what's in Lucas's hand. He wants to find out, like, what do I have to worry about? You know? What counter removal? He doesn't have the removal clearly, because he probably would have protected Narset if he could have.
Right, so pass turn.
And I think right now we're going to end step probably just go the Urza Death format. Have you seen this one before? It's like you just create a bunch of constructs and you win the game that way. So, okay. So this one, neat, interesting card. We didn't cover this in the list. This one able to copy spells in exile without casting their mana cast. So he's basically trying to lock up a Orem Chant lock where he can't play cards for turns. We'll see how this plays out for him, but I think that's what Lucas's plan here is, just basically lock his opponent out of the game.
Okay.
So Orem Chant with kicker every single turn. Can't play spells, can't attack. Can't play spells, can't attack.
Yep. And get it to where his Solitude is the only thing that's doing anything on the board.
But as we see right here, the Expedition map already paying off. He goes and gets his Beseiju. So Beseiju is just going to kill this artifact. He's like, I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there. I see. But I'm just going to Beseiju it. So here he goes, trying to play the Orem Chant. This is going to be at the draw. Decides not to pull the trigger. Now, activated abilities from the Beseiju, not turned off. That's an activated ability. It's not a card play.
Right.
So we're likely to see him Beseiju it now just to stop this lock. But this... I'm going to go get an artifact. He's currently under Orem Chant lock until he gets rid of it. Going to go for another amulet. And I didn't go over this with you because it's a very boring lock. But you basically exile a spell and you can keep casting every single turn. And he's gonna keep casting his Orem Chant with kicker.
Okay.
And just keep blocking his opponent out of the game here.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's what it takes.
Yeah.
Against Amulet Titan.
Discarding the hand side, so he had to get rid of Green Sun Zenith. Leaving 2. I think what he's doing here is he's just trying to kill this thing on Lucas's turn. That way next turn he can go off. There's not much Lucas can do to a Beseiju. Beseiju is one of those things that dodges so many different counter spells. So, and Lucas definitely aware that this thing's not long for this world. And this is, I think, really smart on Noah to wait on that Expedition map, to wait for the perfect land, because he knew he cracked it then to get the Beseiju that he was going to need. Wrath gonna, it's gonna be busted. Noah cannot feel good about that. That is every single amulet. Microsynth Land is gone, and now Beseiju's to give him an additional basic, but at 2 lands with no board state anymore, and no way to go get more. We know he saved one in hand. We know he saved. He's had one in his hand the whole time. The amulet.
Yeah.
So smartly hanging on to that.
Yeah.
Looks like he drew another Beseiju for turn. Noah not in a really good position here, but here comes the amulet. Maybe that maybe the Arbor Grazer to get some more land out here. But Lucas in full control now. If he can get out one more of those, nice counterspell. Yep, says no. Counterspell to the amulet. That's 3 amulets in the yard. Noah is running out of options, and it's not good. This is not the game you want to lose if you're Noah. Losing game 1, absolutely critical, because now Kasana Memory is coming to play.
Yeah.
The extra force negation's coming to play. Lucas going to be heavily favored going to this one.
Can Noah win with a single single amulet?
It can put in damage if he can't bounce it or return it. But as you're seeing right now from Lucas, he just keeps. He's got a decent control here. All he's trying to do is just lock up one more time with that Worm Chant, and the game's over. Here's another Narset. I mean, he could Daze Undoing too right now, which next turn can make me look like an idiot. Get the combo out, guys. Get the combo out. But he countered the perfect spells. I think if he Daze Undoing, that's going to be a concession from Noah.
Okay.
You don't come back from that. It's just you cannot come back from that in a Titan deck. It's too much. Yeah, Noah just recognizes the writings on the wall.
Yeah.
He's going to be spending every turn looking for an amulet. He's going to be spending every turn. We'll come back to us real quick. That's how Control could beat this. This is why it's really a bad matchup for these Titan players. It's not the worst. It's not unwinnable. It's not unwinnable. But if you have a Control player who knows what they're doing, they're going to see the weakness. And as we've seen, Titan's biggest weakness? Amulet.
Yep. I'm interested to see. We can see what Lucas is sideboarding here. I don't know if you were paying attention, but look at all the.
Yeah, the four
Could you
consigned
tell?
memories.
Could you
Yeah,
tell?
it's 4 consigned memories.
Okay.
Actually, we can go to the deck list real quick.
Yeah, please.
I'm not too surprised at all with some of the designs they have in here that they're bringing here. All 4 of the consigned memories.
Okay.
The dress down did come in for some reason. I guess to stop the Titan. This stops the Titan from bringing 2 lands into play.
Okay.
Both Force Negations came in. Soul Guide Lantern, actually decent. This stops the Infinite Wind combo. So
Sure.
Spell Snare out. Subtlety, maybe. I think I saw Subtlety. It's hard to see. The Wrath definitely came in.
Yeah.
So
'Cause that won the game.
Yeah, a lot of cards going to be really good in this matchup. Dress down. Just turn off the 2 lands sync. Consign. Absolute stable in this matchup. Gonna need this. You need this. Force Negation. I'm glad I did see him. He popped both in. You need it. If they're he's on the play now. The Amulet Titan. So he needs a turn 1 answer to say no and get the thing exiled. Soul Guide is just going to be the answer to get rid of the ability to copy crap. Just get the stuff going. Yeah. And
Okay.
as for the Titan player, Besaju's coming in.
Yes.
Needs to have an extra action.
Makes sense.
Activate abilities of artifacts. I mean, this will turn off the Arm Chant lock if he decides to keep that in, because we know that he's definitely going to be taking out he's definitely going to be taking out the Narset combo.
Sure.
It's just too slow. So, Fire Sprout, no. Force of Vigor, yeah. Destroys 2 artifacts and enchantments.
Yep.
Definitely good. Instant speed. Grist, not really. Maybe if he wants to play the long game, has some insects. Stock up here, no. Dismember, no. It's not gonna hit. Dryad, no. Honestly, if I'm him, Besage, Collector, oof, and the Force of Vigor.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
And it doesn't feel great. It doesn't make your matchup infinitely better. It is options for this matchup here. Noah just desperately hoping that he doesn't have the counter spell before he can go off. And this deck can go off. Like, they don't always have it. It's a 60 card deck. This is the randomness.
Sure.
Trust me. I wish none of my hands lined up well on this day. So I actually had a Titan deck win in game 3 because after my first counter spell, I never saw another one. I was like, I'll save some more answers. Nope. I countered it perfectly. I stopped him from amuleting, and then there was no other answer after that. Sure. I couldn't interact with his board anymore, and he just won. It was a very slow game, but my draws just did not work out for me. Now, I'm not a heavy control player.
No.
So it wasn't like I need, but it is essential in this matchup. Okay. Lucas offering the cut. Noah offering the cut.
Lucas is thinking about whether he wants to cut the deck. He's tanking on this decision.
Right? What do I do here?
Okay,
all right. Takes the cut.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just making it. We have no idea what's going on off screen there. They could be chatting. You'd be taking a drink. I don't know.
This looks like an instant fold. No lands for Noah here. And sadly, he's going to have to take him look into 6.
Yeah.
Lucas, it has Aurum Chant to stop some slow plays. It has this. It looks like he's got the combo in handle. The Aurum Chant lock.
Okay.
It's still on.
Okay.
Sorry, girl. Surprised me. Came out of nowhere. He does have enough lands to play, so looks like he's going to keep.
Okay.
I didn't see a Forced Negation or Consign of Memory. I can't see every card in his hand, but if I'm... Oh, I almost got to see every card in his hand. Flash the camera. All right. Is he shuffling? He flashed the camera.
Predicted the future, knowing that we were going to be talking about what's in his hand.
He flashed the camera. Let's see if I can pause it like just the right moment. There we go. And it looks like it's going to be coming up. Flash the camera. Flash the camera. Flash the camera. Kai, you're going to ruin my timing. Okay, we got it just in time. Looks like we have... This is a consign.
Yep.
So he does have a consign. He does have the Orm Chant lock here with the artifact. It looks like he's got some... This is a Flood Strand. This is a Wrath of Skies. It's a good one.
Okay.
And I think he has 2 lands.
He's got everything he needs to potentially prevent this Titan from playing out.
And there's... You know what? It's really funny.
Good.
Titan used to play Pact Negation.
Okay.
Doesn't play anymore. It could be like an auto-loss card, but it is a card you need against control because it's a 0 cost. It costs 5 in your upkeep with double blue, and they're moving away from the blue version of Titan.
Okay.
But the fact that they're not playing it means that they have very little interaction. I don't like this hand from Noah.
What did you see?
Just 2 lands and, but it has an amulet. I missed that. Yeah, I missed that. So okay. So good start here. It's going to start off with an amulet. If he had the Force of Negation, this game would literally be over at this point. Lucas a little disappointed that he had to go second here. Going to start off with Flood Strand, pass it back. Ooh, Urza Saga. So the consign going to get some use. Going to slow him down a little bit. Otawara the play here though. Pass him back. Fetching, likely going to go for Surveil Land. There's no real aggression here from Noah just yet. I'm just trying to clean up all the grind. Likely see a yep. Here's that Elegant Parley we see like every single game.
Yes.
I don't know what red spells does he play that he needs to get this red source every single time. Did you see any red cards?
None come to mind. No, I don't think so.
I feel like he's playing this just for the white and Surveil.
Yeah.
I'm really curious. I don't remember seeing any red cards in his deck. Wrath Supreme. Stop me if you heard this one. Is it a bluff?
It's the only
Surveil
land he has?
Yeah.
Or...
I guess. There's nothing even on the side that he needs this for.
Yeah.
It's a red-white. He gets access to white.
Yeah, there are white cards in there, but...
And Surveil does help with control quite a bit, I'm not going to lie. I remember hearing them say that the red land was for pending, I believe. Pending? Pending. And thanks for chat. You're in the line for one of the free packs are given away. Pending? Prismatic ending. Oh, because he needs a tap for a prismatic ending to get additional color. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Got it.
For every color you tap, you get yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay. So, prismatic ending. Okay. What a unique way to utilize that red. But thank you very much. I'm sneaky. Appreciate that. And that's very helpful. All right, 2. Looks like he's trying to set up the Orm Chant lock. That's what this looks like. So we'll see where this goes. Exiles the Orm Chant.
Okay.
Noah says okay, and he's if Noah doesn't have a Beseiju or an answer here, this one's just gonna look at the top 5, looking for a Beseiju essentially. Didn't see it. Last card could have been one, but he moved it up too fast. Did not see a Beseiju. Gonna keep 2, bottom 2. Right now, Beseiju the only out he has.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are there any other options with this lockup? Any other responses that Noah can?
No, and escape shift if he decided then. I hope he did, but maybe he thought he wasn't gonna go on that combo lock, so he might not have put his not escape shift. I'm sorry, the exile destroy 2 enchantments artifacts. The one that showed
right.
Force of Vigor.
Force of Vigor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Is that the Mysterized Village? Or what is that?
Could be the one current spell. Yeah, it's the new one that can't be.
Yep.
can't be countered. So looks like we're gonna double activate here. So good on him. This is the Urza Saga on 2 and 1. So the consign's still live that he's gonna need to activate on his opponent's turn for the first Urza Saga. Probably want to find another one.
Next turn.
Yep. Next turn, likely going to get into it. He can activate abilities, but he cannot play spells. So Noah's going to be, but he can't attack either. So Noah probably going to be trying to build up the artifact creatures while waiting for an opportunity that gets to Beseiju to kill this lock. But Lucas right now just kind of turned the time. Oh, we're at this, guys. That is another answer to Urza's Saga, and he still has a 2 to activate, so nothing to stop. Noah in a very annoying situation. Now, mind you, he had to leave the 2 so he could keep the Orm Chant here, so the amulet's going to survive.
Oh, okay.
But it killed the Urzas.
Yeah.
Because it kills the enchantments that are cost 0. So, Noah representing 1 amulet trigger, gets 2 land, passes back, because he can't play anything. It's like, hey, I'm going to play this land. But I can't play anything. So, I don't, honestly, Noah's just doesn't want to give up because he doesn't want to essentially just give up in the tournament. But until he gets up to Seiju, this game is essentially over. It's a wrap.
But what can Lucas do to actually end the game?
He needs to get 5 mana. No, 7 mana. He needs to get 7 mana.
Okay.
So he can keep the lock with the Orm Chant.
Yeah.
And then play his own Solitude.
Okay. So he's got 3. There are 3 more turns here in which Noah can get his Boseiju.
Yes. Well, multiple actually. Because the chances of him having the answer right now, not great. Worm Chant from hand. I guess just you don't play spells, I don't have to worry about you attacking. So he just plays an extra Orm Chant from land. Doesn't even use the one for here. Looks like we're gonna get the forest pass back. But Lucas did miss a land drop here. So Lucas probably looking for some kind of land. Passing back the turn. Here's Odawara. Another answer for this. Odawara is going to be able to bounce it back to hand. And Lucas not going to be able to answer this.
Okay.
Well, good on Noah to stopping the constant lock. And now only, he has to have another Orm's Chant to be able to keep that lock going from hand here. But Splunking, the play here is going to allow him an additional play land here. Gets to draw a card, gets to play an additional land drop, and all things that would come into play tap don't. So not like Amulet of Vigor, a little bit different. The Lotus Field is going to come to play untapped. He's going to pop both of his forests. Because Lotus requires sacrificing 2 lands here. The additional land drop here, just a Simic Growth. And Titan, enough for the... Yep, it has enough to Titan. Now on Lucas, can he counter it?
Countered.
No, he's countering the activated ability. So he countered the searching for lands ability from the Titan with the Katana memory.
I see.
The trigger was the fact that when it entered the battlefield, it could search for 2.
I see.
So he was able to stop the 2 lands from coming into play here. Good on him. We're gonna have to see where Lucas comes back from this. Doesn't have a whole lot of answers. Maybe this top land is not going to be enough for him to land a Solitude, but could still potentially evoke a Solitude here. Looks like we got a removal spell for the Splunking, so keeping him off from the ability to bring those lands into play untapped, but now not looking against a 6/6 Titan that's representing a 3-turn clock. Titan, gonna go search. Grab 2 lands.
4, actually.
Just 2.
6, 12, 18. 3 turns from now. I'm going to do 8 damage.
Oh, okay.
You're going to do 18 damage.
Yeah, that's right. They're not playing with that +1 anymore.
Yeah.
I forgot. They used to have this thing give a +1 on haste.
Oh, okay.
And it was like, yeah, you get 7 damage times 3. But yeah, it looks like Beseiju. He's like, go ahead and try to Orm Chant lock me again, I dare you. Goes and gets that. Bounces the Beseiju back into hand. Takes a 6. Noah expertly navigating against this. Congratulations. What? Playing? Oh, okay, because he can get it back with the... Never mind. Now he can play the Aftermath Analyst to get it back. And representing the Infinite Mana combo, and he's just going to blow up all of his lands. Wait, does he have a Shifting Woodland? I don't think he has a Shifting. No, he doesn't have shifting, so he can't. It's not infinite yet. It's not infinite yet. Needs a shifting, but he's very, very close. Honestly, all he needs to do is Titan swing next turn to go with the shifting out of his deck, and he just wins.
Okay.
Right from there.
They're looking something up, maybe? I see he's got Google on his phone.
He's trying to represent to demonstrate. Oh, because this is a foreign.
It's yeah, got
So
it.
he's showing him what it does. ETB, it's a 1/3, mill 3 cards on the top of your deck, and then if you pay 4, you can sacrifice it and return all lands to your graveyard back to your play. Yeah, needs an amulet or a splunking as well for the infinite. Oh, that's right. Thank you very much. I'm sneaky. Great. Okay, Narset Days Undoing combo. Does he have a land to play the Days Undoing? He does. Takes 2. Looks like we're gonna try and see a Days Undoing. It's gonna force him to discard his card.
Yeah.
He's gonna draw 1. No, I'm not liking this.
No.
But
No.
Aftermath Analyst gonna okay.
Alright, sack that. And bring back.
All the lands from, so he gets all of his Urza Saga here,
Okay.
and he says okay, because this does shuffle in the graveyard too. So he need to get this out to make sure that his graveyard still be safe. Noah gonna only be able to draw 1 card. Lucas able to draw 7. Is tapped out, and currently 11. Potentially 2 if he doesn't deal with this prime time. He's got 2 swings before death. So,
I didn't expect so much excitement out of this match.
yeah. Honestly, I thought that Lucas had locked up.
Yeah.
I thought he had the complete win. No, he was able to actually come back from this. No, it still represented a 2-turn clock. He's got to shuffle up and just draw his 1 card. He's got a lot of lands in play, and this Titan going to be able to activate him basically to his toolbox. The land's the toolbox in this deck, right? So it needs. He's got a way to. If Lucas can't respond to these Urzas, he's got a way to get 2 of his amulets. The infinite combo thing is kind of off the table at this point. There's nothing left in graveyard. Really, it's just he has a lot of mana.
Yes.
And every single card looks like it could be something playable. And he can make constructs for days.
Yes.
Unfortunately, they're not gonna have haste. He doesn't have like spur boots or anything like that.
Sure.
Like an affinity deck would.
Sure.
But he does have ways to represent some threats here. If I'm Noah, I don't care about the Narset. I'm going face and saying deal with this because I have the ability at my end step to create 2 constructs with the 2 different Urzas, create constructs on the next turn, constantly represent a threat, and just play around the board wipes and force him to tap out to board wipe me. Try to get as many creatures out as possible. In this situation, he doesn't have Dried Arbor, so he can't really go for the Valakut Win Burn combo here. He does get a Vesuva, so it looks like the Simic Growth Treatment is going to bounce the Otawara. So now he can Otawara bounce the Narset, or just any threat in general. I guess he's just saying, hey, if you can represent something. It looks like he just got a Crumbling Vistage. It's going to pass the turn.
What are Lucas's options here?
Not a lot, honestly. He needs to deal something with his Titan. First and foremost, Titan has to be gone.
Yeah.
Second, he needs to see a Wrathless, guys. Because he's got to get rid of these Urza Sagas.
Okay.
If he Wraths and he tries to Urza Saga in response to get the tokens are gone too. So, he needs 2 things. He needs Urza Saga gone, and he needs to get rid of this Titan.
Yeah.
That's currently representing death. So, I don't think Prismatic Ending can be enough for this Titan. It needs to have Solitude Exile, and even then, the Solitude Exile doesn't really do much because he can just bounce back to his hand.
Okay.
And it looks like Teferi is going to bounce it back for him just to buy a turn, possibly. However, we do know that he does have a way to get haste from his deck, so he's got to counter the prime time that he's probably going to bounce. Here comes 3. Here comes his first activation. So activating in response to the bounce of his Titan, he's going to create a construct.
Okay.
Oh, that was the activation wasn't even to the Titan. It was to the land. Okay, so he targeted his Urza Saga. Prismatic Ending gonna answer the first construct here. Likely gonna see another activation. Here comes another construct. At his end step, Lucas responding. Orem Chant, no attacks.
Ah, so that's why he didn't target the Titan.
Yeah.
So
Knew he had at least one
You know
turn.
you could stop that.
Alright, no deterrent, can't attack. Does have an activation from the Urza Saga though. Is gonna activate there to create another good go wide strategy here. Likely gonna go back in his deck, look for an amulet. See if he finds it. Here's going for an expedition map. Interesting. Maybe he's looking for another Passeju? Entirely possible.
Maybe he doesn't see the value in an amulet at this point. He's got
I mean,
so much mana.
He just needs one turn to swing. Yeah. So, expedition map, the find. Back to Lucas. Trying his best to hoard this off. He needs to get another Orem Chant. He needs to either get that or the artifact that does that. No one needs to have Beseiju, which is probably why he did this. So if he does try to get the Orem Chant lock, he has an answer to it. Just like he did in game 1. So here we go, 3. Here comes another Narset. Legendary rule, going to kill that one. Kind of curious why he didn't activate the first Narset before doing that. Because wasn't it 3 loyalty or was it 1 loyalty? I can go back.
Yeah.
I can go back.
It was
That was
one.
at 1. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
My bad. So Narset just gonna kill this one. Has to -2. One loyalty, you can't do anything. This one gonna minus. Gonna look at the top 4 or 3, 4. Look at the top 4. Grab himself a non-creature spell. Put it into play, or I'm sorry, put it in the hands. I don't think going to Days Undoing gonna be his best. I am a little disappointed he kept the Days Undoing combo in the deck. He had so many things aside, and he kept the Days Undoing combo in. Why? It's not that impactful. I don't even think the Days Undoing did anything to Noah, to be honest with you.
Sure.
All right, here's another Teferi. Replace that Teferi. Legendary rule, gonna kill it. Has the option to bounce one of the tokens. Only 1 open mana, so he can stop spells if he has the Orem Chant. But he's gonna bounce one of the tokens. Draw for turn for the bounce effect, or draw for the for the bounce effect from Teferi.
Right.
He's asking for the count for how strong this thing is, so it's currently a 2/2. And Lucas just gonna dial it in. Not enough.
All right.
Going into game 3.
Nice.
Noah tying it up. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Good. What do you think so far?
Titan versus Control in this game. I mean, I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
I
you could
enjoyed that.
actually-
I was expecting. I was kind of like, honestly, the Titan versus Titan match. I thought it was going to be kind of similar to that, where it's just going to be, you either got it or you don't. You can either, the blue player is preventing you from playing, or you're gonna, you're gonna bring out your Titan on turn 2 and it's over.
Yeah.
So, but that actually there's some strategy. There were points where we thought it was over and it got responded to. So I'm starting to see the value really of Boseiju.
Yeah.
As a card
Saved him.
that I'm not very familiar with. Before my time, I
Right.
had Kamigawa, which I heard was a great set.
Oh, it's a really good set. Really good
but
set.
but yeah, no, I actually enjoyed that.
All right, Lucas on the play now. So now can get his Katana memory if he has it in hand, and can actually stop the turn 1 amulet play if he has it. We're gonna see if he Solitude and all lands. Yeah, that's how friendly he is. It's like, listen, look at this Garbo hand that was gonna do nothing against you.
Can you believe this? It's like,
I love it when players, because they're getting more relaxed.
Yeah.
Because they're just sitting back. They're just like, all right, look, dude, this was the worst hand ever. I was not going to do anything with this. So Noah, hoping to keep his starting hand, wants to see Amulet out and hopefully dodge removal or not, counter spells here, because he's being on the draw, not great. He knows four consignment memories. There isn't a single blue deck out there right now that doesn't have four consignment memories on the side. He knows they're in there. He knows he's looking for them. Let's see. Do we see an Amulet yet? I think that's the no. That looked like a Teleria West. Ooh, wait. What's that top card? No, not enough. No one's got to get. Luckily, wasn't one.
Yeah.
Both players playing the awesome game called Magic the Shuffling.
Yes, but recognizing how important turn 1 and turn 2 are going to be.
They can decide the match.
Yeah. So it's clear how important the mulligan strategy is in this.
I gotta say the Orm Chant lock is kind of cute. It's clever.
Sure.
But he's definitely showcasing that it's weak to Passager.
Yeah.
It's weak to wear and tear. I guess you can't respond. Yes, you could. You could respond
Target
to
enchantment, target artifact.
Yeah, you could still respond to it with wear and tear because they can try to activate the ability and then you in response to it.
Got
In your upkeep, mind you. You'll still can't be able to play spells or anything, but you can still deal with it. There's enough answers to it in people's side decks. It is a really cute game lock. I'm gonna hope. I didn't see any additional siding for Lucas, so it looks like Lucas was pretty happy. I would have taken out the Days I'm Doing combo. I'm not a big fan of it right now. It's
not done anything yet.
Even getting to the point where Control loves the late game, like it wasn't enough. All right, so Wooded Foothills to play here for Lucas. Let's see if he goes for Elegant Parley. You want to bet that's a open play? Ottawara the play here. Not willing to play into if he has Amulet. Not willing to play into it. I couldn't see. Did you see Amulet in his hand?
I didn't. I didn't see one.
Yeah, and it looked like he did have an Urza Saga, but didn't want to play into Lucas being able to stop the Urza Saga. So, Ottawara is just a safe play. Yeah. No, wait. Yeah, Elegant Parley.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, there it is. I've seen this Elegant Parley into play more times than any other card. For me, when I get these cards, they always show up in my opening hand. I'm like, no, that's not where you belong. I need to fetch you. I want to fetch you later so I can look at my top deck. I hate, honestly, one of the more aggravating things about these tap lands is if it's in my opening hand. It is the worst turn 1 play I hate because it's like, all right, shield's down.
Yeah.
I had to play it. I would prefer to fetch and lose a life and literally make the same play with at least the threat that I could do something, even if I couldn't do something. All right, another Wooded Foothills for the play for Lucas. Gonna pass back. Bounce land on a war. Gonna go back to hand. Now has access to Simic. Lands here. Gonna take another shot and want to bet you another Surveil. Is that not Parlor? This one.
But
is.
that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that was a blue eye one. I'm sorry.
Off to a slow start.
That's what you gotta expect.
Yeah.
Especially with
no
Control.
amulets.
Mm-hmm.
No Urzas.
Honestly, with today's day, the way it's been going, I'm kind of nice to see a game that kind of like stretches this out because we've had so many fast matchups going into this. All right, draw for turn here. Get an island. Passes back. This is Control 101 right here.
Yeah.
Man, he's got a lot of good answers here. Passeju in hand, able to stop the Orm Chant lock if he's so inclined. Here's his first amulet.
Okay.
Starting off, we got a microsynth that can copy it now. Has some extra protection, but doesn't want to play into a consign. So
Yeah.
smart play. 5, going back to Noah. You can see a lot of land goes. Land goes. Here's how. All right, gonna end step. Represent Lucas's only win con. The Solitude.
Yep.
Coming in for 3. Does Noah have? I don't think Noah has a response. I don't think he would have put it in his dismembers for this matchup. It just seems terrible. All right, Lucas is going to try and win by combat. That's interesting. We're going to see. All right, trying it out. Does this work?
count.
No, consign out.
Yeah.
Counters up.
Yeah.
All right, so tries another one.
Oh.
Does he have
nope. Sorry. No.
another consigned memory? Okay, no. Lucas saying, you are not getting this online, sir.
No.
This is not going to happen. All right,
You're not gonna play them. You're not gonna copy them.
Yep. Interesting. He'd get rid of his haste enabler. But whatever. Decides to kill both those for a Lotus. So we'll have access to essentially 6 mana next turn. So you can technically play Titan. But Lucas can counterspell Titan.
Sure.
It's another one of those things where Pact Negation probably should come back, guys. If you're trying to go for the win, Pact Negation just locks it in.
Yeah.
And you've got no protection against these counter builds. Where everyone running blue is unconsigned. Yeah. Everybody. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. Every player that had blue in their deck, I went through all of these deck lists, 4 consigned. I had 4 consigned in my side deck. There are deck lists that I didn't get to have time to put on the website had 4 consigned. It is in every blue deck. If you see blue, it has consigned memory. For this very reason. And others, because it's pretty good in a lot of this format right now. Here it comes.
Okay.
It's now representing, what is this? What is this? 5 turn clock.
5 turns. Yeah. Yeah.
Because he has no way to give it +1/+1 or anything.
And
So.
maybe he just counters every move no one makes,
Right.
and for the next 5 turns, and just chips away at him 3 life at a time.
I'm Stinky coming in here says
Okay.
Consign is the glue to the modern format. It really is. That card, uncommon, and it was like 1 or 2 per box. It's just so many. All right. So Consign gets stop the trigger. That's the 3rd Consign we see this match. Titan gonna get no lands. Lucas now hopefully has to answer for this Titan.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, what do we do here?
He's got to.
Because you can't attack into it.
Nope. Well, yeah, it doesn't have flying. I forgot it has lifelink. This everyone thinks it has flying. I keep thinking it has flying. It doesn't. It's just lifelink. So, Wrath, this guy's not gonna be a great answer in this situation.
No.
All right. Oh, he bought his companion. I missed that. All right. So
So what is this?
it's a companion that gives buffs his vigilance. It's just a card you can grab. It's another creature.
Okay.
But now Lucas gonna have to hopefully deal with or have some kind of answer for a Titan swing. Here comes Splunking. The pseudo amulet. Not the greatest amulet, but pseudo amulet. Gonna draw a card, play an additional land per turn. Gonna see if he can land any kind of amulet in play here. Crumbling Vestige to play. Gonna tap 2. Play out. Is that a Zuza? Lost with Seeker or is that a Dryad?
I think it's a Dryad.
Is that the Dryad? Orm Chant and response? Mystical Dispute the response to that. Okay. So counters that. Titan going into play here. Are we going for the Valakut win? I think it is a Dryad. So if he has Escape Shift, he just wins. I'm pretty sure that is the Dryad. Everything's a mountain now. Or it's all basic. Everything's all basic types. But
Yeah.
now 2 gonna come in, they see each other, that's 6 damage. No, it's 3 and 3. It's 12 damage. Sorry.
So he's
Right.
targeting both creatures so that he can
Yeah.
plow through with the Titan.
Yep. Because the attack trigger happens before blocks. So both these able to clean up the board, get the 6 in.
Okay.
That's just 3 and 3, right? Yeah, they see each other as 3 and 3. Or Valakut sees itself and then sees the other land. So that was 6 damage total. It's really confusing with Valakut math here. Because they all see each other at the same time. It's when
Sure.
Valakut and Valakut, that's when it gets confusing. You got 2. There's only 1 in the deck, technically. So, not that hard of math here. Does get the double trigger, though, to kill up the board. Now Lucas, who was in a very commanding lead in a 5-turn clock, just turned around. He has to deal with this Dryad. He has to. This Dryad is literally going to be the game winner if it survives. Looks like trying to deal with the Splunking. Oh, Dryad, there you go. Good call from Lucas. Get that thing off the board. 1 swing from Titan and it was lethal. I wonder if Noah was trying to do a fake out. And he's like, what at the Splunking?
Yeah.
You don't care about this Dryad,
Sure.
do you? This Dryad's just there. The Splunking?
Target this guy.
Yeah. All right. Looks like he's going to try and make a copy of Titan. Yeah. Making a copy of Titan.
Okay.
This one going to bring 2 lands into play.
So 2 more damage.
No. Dryad's off the table.
Dries up. Yeah, you're right.
So no more damage.
So it's not going to be considered about mountains.
But see, if he hadn't dealt with the Dryad, absolutely would have been over. Right then and there.
Got it.
That looks like he's going to be able to bounce what looks like a Teleria West. So he can transmute and the shifting, wooded shift, or the shifting woodlands. So now he can copy an amulet if he wants to from the yard. He's going to bounce back, with a transmute. He's going to transmute immediately to get a 0 cost. Tap in land so he can probably go get a Summer's Pact. Teleria West allows him to grab a 0 cost from his deck, so he's probably going to go out and grab that. He does have 4 mana to pay for the upkeep cost, also has 4 mana to play anything up 4 mana, so he might be looking for another Dryad if he plays 2. Alright, just going to go into attacks here. 6, going to get 2 more lands. Going to come into play untapped, do the spunking. I'm going to get a Lotus Field. Likely going to blow up. What would you blow up? 2 used lands, so Crumbling Vistage would probably be 1, and I'd probably kill. It feels bad, Simic? Growth Chamber? But no, goes for the other Lotus. Interesting. Alright, you already got you saw the first Lotus, I don't need a second. It's not legendary. Such a good card. Here comes Summoner's Pact. This one. Alright, Aftermath Analyst. I feel like we're gonna see our infinite loop here.
Okay.
Because he can copy it with the woodlands. He can copy the amulet that he needs to infinite this. Alright, 1,000,003. So what I think what's going to be represented here is going to be the infinite combo. Here we're going to activate, get all the lands back, produce so much.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
So everything comes into play untapped because it's splunking.
Yep.
He can, and he does have the option to cast all this stuff, blow things up. I think, what's he knitting right now? That's 4. Let's see, every time he does this, how many is he knitting? 4. Comes 5. Okay, so he's bouncing, he's happening 2 more. He's going to copy the Aftermath Analyst. Here's the 4. Going to bring back, so he's netting 3 mana every single time he does this.
Okay.
So now he's demonstrated a loop that he can do this 3 times. Now he's going to bounce the Teleria West this time. He's representing a loop, but he's netting enough mana here. Back in here. Woodland's going to copy the Aftermath Analyst, and then he's going to bounce back. There we go. This is that Wayne kind of told about where they kill all the lands with Pasaju. So Woodland's going to copy the Aftermath Analyst and going to constantly keep bringing these back.
Okay.
The sacrifice triggers, they come into play untapped because of spunking. So he can tap the mana, get the blow it up, discard, whatever, but then gets the Pasaju. The Pasaju is going to get bounced back to hand with one of the bounce lands.
Okay.
Right? So the Pasaju comes to hand, he kills this. Aftermath Analyst bounces back to hand, kills this. And now Lucas is down to like 3 lands at best. I mean, how many basics does Lucas even have? We got 2 plains,
2 islands.
2 islands. So he's at 4 lands. That's it. 4 lands. He's going to be able to play anything here and not leaving Lucas with a lot of options for any kind of gameplay here.
Sure.
So I hope at home you guys understood. Like you said, there's a guy that's really smart at explaining this thing, but really what we're seeing here is an infinite loop from the Titan player that has the shifting woodlands, which can copy any permanent in the graveyard. He's copying the Aftermath Analyst. He was already, based on the cost, netting 3 positive. The constant float of 3 he does a million times. It doesn't matter. He's represented. I got 1 million mana that I'm working with, and whatever color I want in these colors I need.
Yeah.
He's just representing that loop. With that loop, he then stops with that infinite mana that he has in here to easily go into a different route where he gets to bounce the Pasaju from his yard that he brought back from the Aftermath Analyst. Because when this thing sacrifices itself. And remember, whenever you sacrifice the woodland to this ability, you bring the woodland back. So you pay the 4, the sacrifice here, you have to sacrifice as a cost. You're
All lands
sacrificing.
come back.
Yep. You're sacrificing the woodland, but then the woodland comes back because you sacrificed it. So this guy it brings all those lands back, and then from here he can bring back Boseiju to hand, pay the I think it's two. Is Titan legendary? I can't remember what Titan said. Creature. It's going to cost 2, regardless. He was netting 3, so and he has infinite mana, like we said. So he can represent the infinite mana. It really doesn't matter, but he's going to pay the 2, kill all the lands, leave him with 4 basic lands at the end of the turn, and say, "Okay, go." But you only have 4 lands. You can't even play your without taking charge. You can't play the Solitude. There's not a lot you're going to do. Honestly, in this situation, it's very unwinnable.
Yeah.
Especially for a control player.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to come back from this. You're already facing lethal next swing, and so long before something else happens. But that infinite loop enough to get a concession from our player here, from Lucas. So Lucas not gonna move on into the next round as the undefeated, but still very much, very much still in this event here. Taking a 4th round loss. It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing. That is exactly where you want to be taking loss sometimes. Is if you're going to take them at all, you want to be taking them late. So very, very safe with the tiebreakers. I'm sure a lot of the people he's played against, because of the way they're working out here, had losing to Noah, who's now undefeated, going this round, likely going to double draw. We'll find out. We do have our next match coming here soon. Looks like Alex playing a really cool Eldrazi deck.
Okay.
It's through the breach. I want to show you this deck. It's really cool. Versus the prowess deck we thought we were looking at. Okay. That for some reason is not the same list that I got from the judge. I pulled the deck list here to type them out here, and I'm like, this doesn't line up right. Whatever. We got an Eldrazi versus prowess matchup coming up here for our 5th round, and then we get to the 6th round, which will be table 4, because as I told you guys, there's a lot of draws. You got a lot of people double drawing in here, and luckily at this one, this was table 2. So at table 1, Noah, James Strickland did offer the intentional draw as we expected. In this one, Zam had a down pair. He was an X1 at this point. So Zam had to play this match. He didn't have a choice. He needed to play against Alex, who's on Eldrazi, who was undefeated. So there were 3 undefeateds to this point. Alex was one of them. He got the down pair, and unfortunately had to play this match out. He didn't have the option to draw. I say unfortunate. I think honestly good for Alex to get some extra gameplay in. It helps him in the seed too, because if Alex wins this match, he's going to be the top seed, because now he has more points than the 2 that just drew in this round. And then from there, we're going to have the next match where a lot of people dropped ITD'd in, but we do have a really good and important match here, because Ryan on Phoenix is playing Blaine on Demir Murktide. One of these is going to make it in the top 8. Okay. One of these 2.
Nice.
Not both.
Nice.
That's gonna be a great match, guys. Awesome. Stay tuned. We got 3 more we got 2 more matches before cut to top 8. Sorry.
Looking forward to some prowess.
Right? Can't wait to get the deck list. We're gonna take a quick break, show you guys the box opening, but we'll be right back.
chosen for this life, and we are glowing beautiful lights, and we are waking in the mind, and we are strengthened, unbreakable tonight. Oh, we are birds far away from home, just souls that learn to fly. We are delicate animals, yeah, chosen for this life. We are eagles roaming, flying through the sky. We are delicate animals, yeah, chosen for this life. Chosen for this life, and we are glowing beautiful lights, and we are waking in the mind, and we are strengthened, unbreakable tonight, unbreakable. Oh, we are birds far away from home, just souls that learn to fly. We are delicate animals, yeah, chosen for this life.
Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the
If you ain't come to move, then what the hell are you here for? Get up on your feet, let loose like you only got one more. One more drink to sip, one more hand up high. You got one more chance to shout. One more time to try. You got one more dance to dance. One more laugh to laugh. One more smile to smile. One more chance to make sure it was all worthwhile. Cause we only have today, don't know if we have tomorrow. So let's tear apart this place and say adios to your star. If you had one more song, one more breath up in your lungs, how you gon' use it? Happiness, you choose it or you gon' lose it. Are you giving in or giving it all you got? Put your hands up in the air like you know you can't be stopped. Let your soul free and groove. You know what to do. Let loose, wanna see you move. Do it just for you. Cause we only have today, don't know if we have tomorrow. So let's tear apart this place and say adios to your star. If you had one more song, one more breath up in your lungs, how you gon' use it? Happiness, you choose it or you gon' lose it.
And welcome back to Humber Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D, with me.
Nico here.
Yes, and we are ready for round 5 of 6 for the Swiss 36-person RCQ. We have a really important matchup here. So those that didn't catch me right before the break, Alex was the undefeated member who had to play this match, was at table 2. His opponent, Zam on prowess, a must-win for Zam here. If he doesn't win this, it could potentially mean his lockout of the tournament. Now, a loss late usually helps with tiebreakers, but him being X1 and the down pair, it's going to be a critical matchup for here. This is going to be huge for Zam if he can win this one. Alex, with a win, can commandingly take the lead at the potential for the first seed here with a win, because he's being forced to play while we have table 1 who already double drew in. So after 4 rounds, you guys don't know, you get 3 points per win. We have had 12, now 13 points for the ITD. That means Alex, who's also on 12, if he gets this win, goes to 15 points. So a double draw-in is going to put him in a commanding position. A loss doesn't necessarily eliminate him. It'll make it a little bit difficult for the next round. He's going to try and draw in to guarantee those points if he does lose this matchup. But Zam in a absolute 100% must win. And not only does he have to win this one, but he also has to win the next one as well in order to make it in here. Because as X1, it gets really dicey. It's really dicey because it looks like Zam probably took an early loss, and those tiebreakers are not going to be that great. So we're going to find out if our underdog Zam can defeat this player with Alex, who's playing a very interesting fun deck. I can't wait to show you guys what this is. I know you guys have seen Through the Breach before, blah, blah. I have not seen this version of Through the Breach before. This one looks very, very interesting. You excited?
I'm excited. I'm excited. So what is this visible yet?
Not
no.
yet.
About this, I want to understand. All right, so basic plan here, as always, for anything with an Eldrazi is you want big bads coming out for less than what you would pay for them.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, I noticed something here that is Atraxa Grand Unifier. Is that a common
Yes.
card in these decks? You see those a lot? You see that a lot? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, 'cause-
this card has been insane since its printing.
I know.
It's changed over Dual Commander. It changed over.
It did. Okay.
The Standard was had this thing as a menace for the longest time.
Sure. Like I've seen a lot of that in Standard in the Recursion decks where they're bringing Atraxa out of the graveyard for nothing, just reanimating it.
Absolutely,
Okay, so
yeah.
so that's the thing here as well. What else is this deck trying to do other than get Atraxa and other big bads out of the graveyard?
So it's not just the graveyard. That's the brilliant part here. We have a lot of things that we can get from a lot of different places. Through the Breach is great. You may put a creature card from your hand into play. So if this spell is able to resolve here, 5 cost, and you can splice with Arcane here. As you cast an Arcane spell, you may reveal this card from your hand, splice cost to it, and if you do, this card affects the spell. So you get another spell that you play in here, you play the splice cost, you can add this effect to it. So you just get to put anything. Most people just pay it at 5.
Got
Honestly.
it. So this is an advanced form of kicker that crosses 2 different cards.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay.
But what's really here is that you're trying to put in a lot of these creatures that can pretty much end the game if they come into play.
Yeah.
We have Atraxa. This one just lets you refill your hand. Make sure that you have the right powers to redo it again. This one, a great one that's been played in a lot of Eldrazi decks. When you cast a spell, the spell, exile the target permanent that's one or more colors.
Sure.
So great little answer for the board cleanup here. You have Emrakul, which allows you, just everyone knows what this one does. When you cast a spell, take an extra turn.
Yeah.
Flying, protection from spells that are one or more colors, Annihilator 6. So when this thing swings, you're losing 6 permanents right off the bat. Get back. It's already can't be the counter threat doesn't really matter because you're cheating this thing in. And when Emrakul is put into the graveyard from anywhere, it shuffles back in. So you get to shuffle this thing back to the
It
deck.
kind of makes me wonder, when they were designing this card, how did they pick 6?
Hmm?
6.
Six?
I mean, why not 7?
That's actually a good question. I wonder if anybody's out there that knows the lore in it. And maybe 6. But this one, Ulamog, more to your 7s here.
Okay.
And this one, another crazy one that came out in Modern Horizons 3. When you cast a spell, target opponent exiles half their library, run it up. The ward is sacrificing 2 permanents, so if you want to kill this thing, you're going to have to sacrifice 2 permanents to even do so. Ulamog enters with a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the greatest mana value among cards exiled.
Yeah.
This is a game ender, because I don't know if you notice about a lot of these exiles. 15 cost,
Sure.
7 cost.
Sure.
So you're going to get a massive swing. You can even count itself if you pull this back from exile. It counts itself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's because it's 17. Yeah. So it's absolutely insane. Ulamog has Annihilator X, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on it. So it can annihilate 10 with this one. Even more than our Emrakul. But there's more ways than just Through the Breach or Goryo's Vengeance. This is the one you were talking about to bring it back from the graveyard here.
Yeah.
This one returns the legendary back.
Okay.
Obviously, there's very, very few choices that you can get. You can get Atraxa, and you can get Ulamog. You're not going to get Emrakul because it's never going to be in the graveyard. That's where the Through the Breach comes in. Where this deck really stands out, and one of the things I really love about this, Yggdrasil. This one from Assassin's Creed. Really interesting card. So, when Yggdrasil enters, exile all creature cards from your graveyard.
Okay.
All of them gone. Exile the top card of your library, so you can tap it to exile if you didn't have a creature you needed. Now, for 3, you get it out here. Now, for 4, you have to put a creature card exiled from Yggdrasil onto the battlefield under control against haste.
Okay, so with 7 mana, you can
Yeah.
do this immediately because it's an artifact.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just play it on 3, and then turn 4, you just represent the win.
Yeah.
Because now you're going to be bringing cards back, the big creatures we told back, from here, just by playing this card. And then activating the spell. So, similar to the Tribulture combo.
Yeah.
You got Yggdrasil combo. And this one able to get some of those creatures. This one doesn't require the sacrifice in turn. Whereas Through the Breach does. If you remember, Through the Breach required that if they
Sacrifice it
sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step.
Got it.
So you don't get to keep it with this, but you do with Yggdrasil. So what is this deck trying to do? Turbo through its deck as fast as possible, fill up its graveyard with Faithless Looting, and control the board state with Causeless Command. And ramp up to play these combos. I mean, there's not much else to this deck.
Yeah.
If you really look at it. These,
4, 5, 6, 7,
a
8,
lot of
9.
4-ofs.
There are 10. Yeah, there are 10 different cards in the main deck.
Yeah.
That's
It has a very simple strategy, a very simple. I'm not going to really interact with you. I think one of its worst matchup has got to be aggro, to be honest with you. I mean, Causeless Command very good at helping slow the game down. But
How does it do that? How does Cosmic Command slow the game down?
so basically, this one has multi-modes here. Target player creates X, so you can create some blockers. Oh, and blockers have mana producing that you can ramp out here.
Okay.
Target player sacrifices or scries X. Sorry, exile target creature with mana value X, so you can control the board. So
Okay,
exile.
okay, alright.
And exile up to X target creature cards from graveyards. So,
Okay, so you can play you can get a body on the board to block, and you can exile a creature, and against I'm just trying to think like what's valuable here against aggro.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's really it.
Yeah.
The scrying, maybe if you're trying to get something, I guess. Really, this one's going to come down to if this prowess deck can get underneath it, which we might see here, because I know Azan definitely going to be trying to play aggro, and we'll get that deck. Brotherhood End's got to come in.
Yeah.
This one's a great one. I love this as a great sideboard card because you basically can kill those amulets. You can kill the cutters that have been coming into play. A lot of things that aggro's been playing lately. This gives you the multimodal. You can board wipe or you can just get rid of the enablers right off the bat here. And then of course he knows that this thing's here, but Trinisphere is a great card here. As long as the artifact is untapped, each spell that would cost less than 3 mana costs 3 mana to cast.
Okay.
So now I have an answer for all those 1 mana spells. Had to be 3 every single time. You're gonna try and burn me out? Nope. It's gonna cost you 3. So you have an ability to constantly make to slow the game down so far as you get the Trinisphere up really fast. And there are lands that you can play this out virtually on turn 1, I think. Let's see. No, just turn. That's not Eldrazi. So turn 2. You can get out as early as turn 2.
Okay.
And it's important. It's important to slow these things down. Surgical Extraction, Magus Moon, maybe not really good in this matchup, really. So if we see an early win, which I'm predicting, I haven't watched it, I didn't get to see this live, guys, but I'm predicting that right now, because there's so little interaction, either he gets the perfect hand and just basically Goyo's Vengeance on turn 2 and wins the game from there, or the aggro player is going to win.
Yeah, he loses prowess. Yeah.
And then he needs to side in the Brotherhood and the, of course, the Trinispheres. This card ridiculously expensive. It's like
$22.
Yeah. I'm glad I didn't get it at 60. This thing hyped up at 60 for a while. All right, now we're going to be playing that deck that we talked about before, but we're wrongly represented because he wasn't actually playing the deck for some reason. I got the wrong deck list. But this is a deck you could talk to.
It is. No, yeah. No, I'm really enjoying this deck in both standard, now in modern as well. The whole idea is to get as many little bodies out on the board, pump them up as soon as you can with your cheap spells, and go to town. Just bring them down as quickly as possible. That is achieved with these particular creatures that all have that little bit of additional benefit that you can get from each spell. That just it adds up. It adds up. You got some options here as far as doing direct damage to their face. But more than anything, what I love that made this possible is our new Tarkir addition to this, the Quarry Steel Cutter, which every time you cast a second spell on your turn, you're creating another body with prowess, with haste, and you go from having maybe a 1 or 2 creature board to having 3 or 4 in seemingly no time. It's a beautiful thing to see if you're an aggro player like me.
Absolutely.
So and particularly against a deck that's trying to bring out big bodies within a few turns. I'm really excited about this match to see how it plays out. I want to see is it prowess against Eldrazi here?
Right.
So
it's going to be interesting. And it's going to be all about whether they can get under it, because it's not easy. You can summon. You can have these god hands that just summon, and we do know at this point Alex is undefeated, just dominating this all the way into the 4th or 5th round, going up against the 1-loss prowess here. And sorry about that. Forgot to get the video up here. We are in for a treat here in round 5 of this event. Both players really trying to sweat this one out. Want to make sure that they like a lot on the line. A lot on the line here.
all right. So
Like-
who had the play?
looks like Alex won the die roll. From what we've just accidentally skipped over to. Not a lot of lands here from Alex. Yeah, never mind. He's got a perfect amount. That Ugin's Labyrinth always throws me off. It looks more like a card than a land. But yeah, he has a perfect amount. Sam could have had a mulligan down to 6, which is fine. Really good.
Yeah, no,
like aggro builds can easily mulligan.
Yeah, you can mulligan down to 4 and still win.
Oh, looks like both. Alex had a mulligan as well. All right, let's see. Starts off with a pre-game action. This one going to be allowed him to fix his draw. He gets to... Yeah, this one really good. Really, it's not the creature you want. It's the fact that you get to exile some stuff, and you just get you get it, the fix. Yeah. You're looking 4 cards before you even draw your first card to see exactly what you want to have.
Yeah, you figured out your line.
Mm-hmm. And it instantly activates the Yggdrasil we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So you're instantly having some card in target here, even if you don't have anything in the yard. So 3 cards going out to exile. Looks like we have the Devour, another copy of Devour, a land, and something else. Takes 2 for the shock. Starts off the Faithless Looting, exactly where you want to kick off for Alex's deck. Now, he's going to be able to draw 2, discard 2. If he discards 2 creatures that can be brought back with Goyo's Vengeance, we could see an early game win. That's one of them. Legendary coming up from Ulamog. Easy choice. Now Alex can decide on the second target. Does have a legendary. It didn't see a Goyo. Did you see Goyo's Vengeance?
I didn't.
Okay. Gonna find out if he what the secondary target is here. Alex in the tank here doesn't know what he wants to give up. Probably not a land if I was him. So I'm kind of surprised there's even a difficult choice, to be honest with you, because this deck very linear with what it's trying to do. Luckily, he doesn't have to. Well, he's actually against Izzet, so he does have to worry about it a little bit. Turn 2 Ulamog seems insane here, right? Right? I'm sneaky like that. Absolutely. Just I win the game. All right, Devour the second one. Let's see. Zam on the draw gets to play his first card. How much you want to bet it's a Swiss Spear Poke? Oh, Dragon's Lair's Chandler. Okay, Chandler. Do we have a nope? Bob. No, Bobbles used the follow up. Because I was going to surveil one. But okay, Alex sweating it. We have 3 potential mana access right now. Did he pass back? Oh my God, Zam had to been like, oh God, does he have it? Does he have it? Because like maybe he was
preordain on the channeler.
Concerned about control, but if Alex knew that this is not a control build, this is it slides into control a little bit, but this is really not a control build. Now, preordain gonna help him get a look. Gets a nice scry action and a surveil trigger, so he's probably gonna resolve. You gotta resolve the surveil trigger first. So surveil goes off. He puts a mutagenic growth in the grave. Interesting. All right, gonna have to look at the top 2. This is a scry 2 before he draws. Preordain was actually originally banned for a while and came back here. I'm Stinky says, I looked like he had Goyo. I think he slow plays it maybe. Oh, really? He could have. I didn't see it. I'm Stinky. I'm surprised you saw it. But and it would have been an insta game over.
But why? Maybe one why slow play it?
I think he saw the blue and was concerned.
He didn't know because he doesn't know what we know. Yeah, of course. We're thinking, all right, we know there's no counter in this deck, but
it's entirely possible he is slow playing it. So I'm thinking he's entirely right. It could be absolutely the case.
Well, there is counter in this deck. What am I talking about? Isn't there?
There is the side, not the main. Not the main. I'll double check it here. Maybe to play around force negation. That's exactly what I was thinking. Just play around force negation. But now seeing what he's seen in this deck, he has to know this is the aggro build. Yeah. So I think at this point, there's no reason. Oh, here we go. Goyo's Vengeance that we saw. Like, he doesn't even care. Now, the highest X... It's like, no, not winning this one. Could have turn 2'd it.
Oh, man.
Played a little safe.
Yep.
Just to play around force. Now, he might actually have to worry about force now. If I remember correctly, let's go into the deck list here. For Alpine, Consign... Not going to help him in this situation. Into the Flood Mounds.
Spell Pierce.
Spell Pierce. Wow. Just Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even have to worry at all about any kind of counter for this deck. That is not going to be good for Zam here. That just...
And it's funny because with Is It Prowess, what? You turn 3? Turn 3 is the soonest you can
do that.
You can kill somebody. With an Eldrazi deck, you can do it in turn 2.
right? But like I said, Alex needed to see the perfect hand to make that happen. It's not always lining up that way. Yeah. He did take a mulligan, so at least he got an extra look. Had exactly what he needed to get that hand going. And honestly, he was probably being a little more subconscious. But honestly, you can't trust anything when you see blue. Yeah. You can't trust it. Yeah. Even with the knowledge I have now, actually with the knowledge, obviously I would play around. But if I didn't have the knowledge, and I was Alex, I would be a little concerned. The force negation might be coming in. Because it is something that maybe Zam's like, man, there's some cards, board wipes and everything else that blow me out that maybe I want it. He's playing Spell Pierce, which is not bad. It's not a bad answer. But honestly, in Modern, force negation, so much better. So much better. You get to most board wipes are going to be coming at sorcery speed, or so it's already a card you can activate with force negation. It does take a card from hand, so it does ruin the math a bit, but at least protects his board here. I didn't even see that surgical. Yeah. Zam definitely has an option of bringing some surgical.
Use surgical on the cutters.
Yeah. So if he's going to bring anything to these, obviously, because it's a graveyard deck, Spell Pierce maybe to stop, because he hasn't seen the Through the Breach yet, nor the Yggdrasil. So I don't know if he knows his deck at all. But that's going to be one of the ones he's going to answer for. Now, Consign can't answer. They're not really going to be casting those colors. Yeah. But he does also, I don't think he's seen Yggdrasil. This will counter the Yggdrasil.
But it won't. Yeah. Floodmaw could be funny against the creature prop back from the corner.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, get to return it back in here. Target all non-virtual opponents controls.
Yeah, imagine that. Your turn 2, you're like, here's my big bad. It's like, no, back into your hand.
Back into your hand. I like that. I like that. 1 mana rewind, 2 turns. Yeah. All right, that's absolutely fair. All right, Alex, I don't know if he really has much to sign into this one. The board wipe, so we talked about before, right? He's going to bring the brothers, hopefully brought the brothers in end. And looks like, I think I see a Faithless Looting. Do I see a land that can play the Faithless Looting? It looks like a Blood Crypt. Looking like he has a strong dig hand here. No, it's a Bloodstained Mire, so he can go get it. So it's going to cost him 3. But he can Faithless Looting. He's got 2 beautiful targets. No. Doesn't have the enabler for the combo, said no. Alex, I don't know if that's greedy. He got a Faithless Looting. He can dig for it. But he was like, no. Maybe it's because he's on the back foot. Yeah. Maybe it's because he's on the play. I'm sorry, on the draw.
He's on the draw. He's on the draw.
So Zam is going to have an opportunity to set up something. This hand looks even worse. This is far worse. This is the problem with mulligan a decent hand. This looks. What? And he's keeping this one? This one looks terrible. He does have the Yggdrasil, so maybe he's trying to put that on. That hand seemed good turn 1 looking away. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yggdrasil look fantastic. Like, why? Okay, Steam Vents to play from Zam. Is the pass back here? Or are we going to see turn 1 Swiss Spear? A little poke for 1? Hoping for the best?
Yes.
Swiss Spear, here, poke for 1. Okay. Alright. Ruckus Theater, gonna keep the... Man, he likes this Culligan span against us. Alright, there we go. Get rid of that thing. It's too slow right now. Too slow. Man, Alex, I don't know if he's playing for the Yggdrasil combo. But there's nothing in the yard for him to even exile for the combo. He's gonna take 1. I think Alex is just being greedy. Just being greedy. He didn't have the Goyo or anything, but he had Faithless Looting, so you get to draw 2 more.
Yeah.
So that seemed super good. You could get into and draw into. It's like, as a Reanimator deck, you're not always going to have all 3 pieces. And you mulligan into, arguably, in my opinion, crap. It's very slow against a very fast deck.
I'm wondering if he was aiming for a sideboard card that he didn't see.
Brother Sedan, a good answer for a late game. If Sam is not able to finish him with this plotted 6-stretch slow off, he will have an answer to clean the board state up now. We'll see. We got a fetch here. Needs to be very careful with what he fetches, given that Sam really plays in the life total here. Yeah. I'm Stinky says 100% agree with you on that mulligan decision. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Just greedy. Just absolutely greedy. All right, going out for a nice little rock. Did take 2 damage to put that into that shock land into play here. So we'll see. Does Zam have the Wombo combo? This could be literally the last turn. He could play.
Yeah.
He could play out for free.
Or you start with the cutter.
You could go with the cutter. But
Start
there's
with the
also
cutter.
lines of prowess code here that he could easily send up because shields are down for Alex. So he could just plot, or he could summon the plot. Oh no! Here's the cutter
Yeah.
play. You
Yeah.
draft it up. Did you watch this matchup?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not, but I have played this in standard, but not yet. So
Here's the second spell.
and now it's triggers flurry.
No prowess
Great.
trigger on this one, but does get trigger the flurry.
He does.
Does not have a land. Oh, getting a little excited here. So we have
1, 2,
Just a
3,
1,
4.
2.
4 damage.
3, 4, 5. 5 damage.
Oh, 4,
Five
yeah,
damage.
because the channel
prowess
was
trigger.
already
Yep.
out there on the prowess. Yep.
Taking 5. Okay, didn't have a mutagenic growth to end the game. If he had a land and a spell and a mutagenic growth,
Yeah.
that could have ended it right there. But he does now have. Alex now has to take a point of damage, but he can. Brother said, "Oh, Trinisphere." He already is representing lethal. To an extent. He needs to see a land drop. Be fair. He needs to see a land drop. Alex gonna at least see if a land drop comes in. What does he see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Could he do it with 2?
7, 8.
I wonder if he could do it. I wonder if could he do it with 2, because that would trigger the
Trinisphere-
flurry. That'd be an additional.
Trinisphere's forced
4.
every spell he costs 3. He needs to see a land.
Oh, Trinisphere. That's right. That's
So,
the name.
yeah.
Got it. Yeah, you can't do anything once he sees a land. I got it.
If Sam doesn't, that's a risky. Oh, Alex pays off with a risky play. Oh man, had that been anything, brothers should end. Okay.
Yeah, it does. It does damage to all of them.
Yep, 3 damage to each. I don't think he's gonna. He can't because Trinisphere. He's not gonna be able to pass out of this thing.
No.
Alex being
No, the cutter stays
greedily
on, and-
rewarded.
yeah.
I do that in the opposite direction to keep myself at life at 11,
Mm-hmm.
and then play Trinisphere and try to lock him out of the game. Because what was he gonna do in that turn? All right. Oh, Yggdrasil the card. All right, showcasing. What though? He's got nothing in yard. So it comes into play. All creatures in his yard get exiled. Nothing. It does nothing. So I mean, he gets to activate and exile the top part of his library.
Okay.
So if he gets lucky, he can. He still hasn't fetched with this land yet either. So not exactly sure what he's doing with it. Like, there's nothing for this thing to hit yet. I don't. Is Alex just desperate to make this combo work? It's good. It's a good combo.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but I feel like he's just desperate to make it work.
Well, he's looking at 7 life, and
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
here's the land that we needed from Zam. Zam was able to get the Scalding turn, so now he's able to actually play spells. But he can only play 1 spell a turn.
yeah, and I'm not. I mean, he's not going to be able to activate flurry.
Mm-hmm.
He can bring out a hasty creature. He can do a little bit of damage to his face, but
Cutter is completely turned off. With
yeah,
Trinisphere.
so
it's completely cut off.
so.
Did you see a Trinisphere in his mulligan hand? I think he drew that. I don't remember seeing a Trinisphere in that.
I don't remember.
All right, so
All right.
here's 3 to play Selection Show Off. He's gonna get the quick poke damage.
1 damage. Yep.
Yeah, but he needs to do something. All right, activating. Exile on top. Gets nothing. See? You played it as nothing. You see nothing. Oh God, the Evercool! What is this? Mills 3, Evercool off the top. That is not the order the card should be in. Alex gonna be tilting at this moment. Kind of. I mean, he's in a very strong position right now, but still. Actually, technically, he's 1 game away from. If he bolts him, anything, it's over. Anything, it's over.
Yeah.
Because
so
the prowess trigger with
3, 1, 2,
taking
3, that
1.
would be
There it is.
6.
Game. That's game.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the 3 damage from the bolt and 3 damage from the
From the trigger on the slick shot.
yes, which 6 life.
6 life.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
Do you know how you're gonna stop this? Thank you. Thank you. Do you know how you can stop this?
How?
You could have board wiped first and not taken it at 11,
That's true.
and then transferred him
That's true.
and locked him out.
Yeah. Yep.
Sequencing mattered here.
Yeah.
Like, you were facing down 3 different creatures. He's like, but he only has 2. You're taking a gamble that he doesn't draw land and trigger prowess in all of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you board wipe.
Just get rid
Just
of the
board wipe.
creatures.
Just make it harder for this person to come back here. All right, both players very fast at 1. Whew. Now Alex on the play, and then hopefully doesn't get greedy again. Alex, I would have loved to have seen how that hand would have played out, but I feel like, man, he's probably tired. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Alex has been playing in a lot of rounds. Was probably disappointed that he ended up having to play this one, to be honest with you, because he'd gone undefeated up to this point. So this should have been his double draw in option, and Zam not willing to give up, fighting through.
So it looks like Alex has a sideboard strategy for now that he's back on the play.
Apparently, yeah. I was a Phoenix player. All right, I'm sneaky. Good to see you. It's good because we have our
Yeah.
Phoenix match coming up next.
Yeah.
Good to see you. I'll name drop you when we actually showcase it. We got a great match for the Phoenix.
Yeah, I want to, and I'm glad because I kind of want to talk about that deck and
The fact it's in Modern, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Did you know the history of the Phoenix deck?
Nope.
It has been a pioneer staple since like the beginning.
Okay.
It's gotten hit after hit after hit for ban lists. It's still in the format. Still to this day, it's still in the format. It has seen it has survived 4 or 5 different bans in Pioneer. People have refused to give up on it. Every single time it's like, oh, Phoenix is over. Nope. It's not over. They've never banned Phoenix itself because Phoenix itself isn't that busted.
Sure.
But okay, this has potential. Is that a fetch land? Is that a fetch land? No. Okay. Yep. Does get to fix his hand though. This could do it. So he could get.
Yeah, he's got that Trinisphere.
So, imagine gonna go for some kind of red source so he can get the Faithless Looting online because he's got Goyo.
Yeah.
So we could see a turn 2 here. Remember correctly, he gets to pick any colorless card. Actually, let's pause this real quick. His hand is correct. Is correct. I want to make sure I get the reading this right. Sometimes with Eldrazi, I get a little confused. But let's look at the pre-game action. Sorry. You may reveal this card in the opening hand. If you do at the beginning of your first upkeep of the top 4 cards of your library, you may put one of those cards. Okay, any card.
Yeah, any card.
And the rest in exile. Which is, again, helping that Yggdrasil. Because I think it pulls back anything from exile. Put a creature card. Exile. Never mind. This one has exile. It doesn't enable that. But he's getting able to look in here. We noticed he didn't have a red source. He had a colorless land. He had the mana rock, and he had a swamp.
Okay.
What
So
I
he's
think I saw him pull out here was a fetch land for a red source.
Okay.
So no, going the swamp route. Okay. No, playing something different. Man, Alex always confuses me. This hand looks absolutely nuts. I could have swore I saw a fetch land coming from the top 4, so we could have easily just fetched Faithless Looting, turn 2, go you win. And Zam would have to pay on the back foot, which is only good for him.
Sure.
But here we go. We got a fetch to shock, Steam Vents. Coming into play. Here comes, all right, Dragon Rage Channeler. Here's the turn 2 for the Mana Rock. The Mana Rock likely going to tap 1, take a point of damage to Faithless Looting. Draw 2, discard 2. We know he has the Goyo's Vengeance. This game could have been played out so much differently. I feel like... Okay, he's getting Devour and looks like a dual Ulamog. Ulamog, yeah. Yep, Ulamog and Devour. So...
Okay.
Zam, if he doesn't keep it untapped and have, like, a Spell Pierce or something.
Yeah.
That's it. Preordain. Oh, we're going to use this Veil. Oh, I think this is it.
Unless he's got Into the Flow.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. Right here, he milled it. What? He milled it into the flood mods right down here.
I'm sorry, what happened?
He milled it
Why did he?
with the surveil trigger.
Why would you?
He doesn't have a land. He's looking for a land. He had the answer, but he had to mill it because he does have the land. But it's is this colorless? No, it's the steam vents. What are you doing? Might need a second lane. I mean, he could have. He has two on the side, right? So it could be a duplicate copy.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense.
All right.
So you might. Still
Ruckus
have one
Theater. Checked his top. Still liked it. This is the turn. Goyo could come in here. He can't play around Spell Pierce, which is what Sam is kind of representing. Because I don't think he's into the football. I don't think he's thinking that far ahead. Alex sees that card. He's going to be like, let me read that card real quick. I want to know what that card does. I don't know what you just did to me. But 3, Trinisphere. Oh, okay. Spell Pierce off the top. No, let's get sound of memory. Sorry. What a big brain move from Zam. Bringing the consigns in. Not that many artifacts from here, but he is able to get it just in time.
Yeah.
Okay, so can't lock it in with Trinisphere. Zam, do not tap out. Do not tap out. Zam, you are on the fence here. If you tap out, this game
For the love
is
of
over.
all that's good in the world,
Right?
do not tap out.
Make him sweat it. Oh my god. Zam in the tank. I would be nervous as all get out.
Yeah.
Because you don't know if he has we know.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah. I was thinking, do I play my cutter here? Do I play it?
I don't even know. Does he have Delirium yet? I mean, into the Flood Maw instant. He's got a land in yard. Another instant from the. Okay.
Did he? Oh, he just played it. He didn't.
Here's
he
a
didn't-
bobble for the bonus trigger here.
Okay.
Oh no! But he tapped out. He tapped
did.
out.
He
He
tapped
tapped
out.
out.
Yeah.
This Ulama is gonna come in and just sweep up. This Ulama is gonna it's gone. Unless Sam has a land in hand, he could have a land in hand, and he didn't play it yet. Bobble, I guess he wants to look at the top of his opponent's library.
Yeah.
Doesn't care. Okay, coming in. Okay, this is a lot of damage. So we got double prowess trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Are we gonna see a finishing move? What are we at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14. 14. We're at 14.
It's not enough.
Not yet. Goes to 4.
Yeah.
Okay, didn't have anything else. All or nothing. All right, Alex. Goyo's Vengeance for the win. Goyo. Points to how many counters it is because he's gonna board wipe him right here. This is a complete board wipe. Ulumok comes in, he's gonna annihilate at least 4 because he's got a Devourer in exile.
Yeah.
That's gonna be game.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex! Zam, you
Zam.
tapped out! You tapped out! I know he needed to put him on a clock because he needed to stop him from getting there.
Yeah.
But
And it's hard. As an aggro player, it is hard. I've got my slick shot, and I've got 2 other spells that I can play on top of it and do a ton of damage. I mean, I really, really want to do that. The level of discipline
yeah,
it would take to not make that move. I mean, it was wrong, but we knew it was wrong. We knew it because we could see Alex's cards. Zam didn't know.
Zam looked at it like, okay, I can create a 2-turn clock and hope he doesn't have it. Maybe we didn't know all cards in Zam's hand.
That's
so
true.
Bluffing when you're already he's missed 2 land drops.
Yeah.
So bluffing at this point not looking great. Looking great.
Yeah.
So if he does have the counter, you should have kept it open.
Yeah, I really do think patience was what was called for in that moment.
He did bring it in the Flood Maul, by the way. So and the surgical extractions, which is a good call by everybody else, and 4 consigned memories. took out the expressive iterations. Good call.
I mean,
It's a little slow.
we have to assume that he had some sort of a counter that he was relying on because he binned the Into the Flood mob with the Surveil.
Yeah.
So he must have had something.
But
in
had he
his
kept
hand.
that, because he surveilled it, right? So
Yeah.
he didn't have to. He could have scryed that and kept it in his hand, and still kept open the mana for the, because he didn't need to reveal that card. He could have kept that open, had a consign to stop the Trinisphere. Next turn he has the bounce for the attack from the Ulamog.
Yeah.
But no, oh man, guys, that was one heck of a. Alex now in a commanding lead, going into this matchup. Congratulations. We're going to get into the final round here of the Swiss. We are going to break it down. Alex is able to draw in here. Looks like Ryan at table 4 with Phoenix is going to be up against Blaine with Demir Murktide. Demir Murktide, a little similar to what I've been playing in this matchup, so it's kind of nice to see it here. One of these two players is going to make it in the top 8. One of these two players. We're going to find out from this, because these are the desperate end here. Tables 1, 2, and 3, all double drawn in. Some of them maybe at their own risk. After this, we're going to tell you who's the top 8, and then we're going to cut to the top 8 performances here. Great sportsmanship from these guys. Appreciate that. But this is it, guys. We've got the next round coming up, the 6th round in Swiss. Stay tuned. We may be gone for like 20 minutes or so. Food just got here. It's been 5 hours in the stream.
Yeah.
So we're going to have that box opening that we're showcasing for you guys, so we can eat something real quick and get back into this. Stay tuned. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
back to Homebrew 5 Heroes. Jimmy D with me.
Nico here.
Yes, and we're getting ready for the final Swiss round of this championship series. I'm sorry, the RCQ. I'm so used to doing the One Piece thing. It's championship series, but this is a regional championship qualifier. This is for a 2-slot invitation out to Texas, where people are going to contend there to see if they can get their opportunity to be in the Pro Tour. And then for the Pro Tour, obviously, that's where the big prizes come in. So we're really looking forward to seeing who's going to represent us and who's going to take out that title to see if they can get to the next level. I will say that right now, Jake Beardsley in the back end has been doing very, very well. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yes, he is in the top 8. Jake Beardsley is in top 8. We're going to find out how well he does when we get there. This is the final round. We're going to table 4. This one, a critical matchup. We got to find out which one of these 2 players is going to be moving on to the top 8, and which one is going to be walking home, unfortunately, with the promo card and some sadness. Which, sorry, this is what happens. I mean, there's only 8 people, the people that show up, that can actually make it in the top 8 to get some of that prize support. And then, of course, that prize support's limited by how many people show up. And this is the competition, guys. It's only going to be one winner. This one, technically, there's going to be 2 technically winners, because most people. We'll talk about the prize support when we get to the next round. But yeah, this is it, guys. This game right here will determine which one of these 2 players is going to be in the top 8, and who's going to represent us in the top 8. Because we're going to have one of these players playing in the first round against the top 8 person.
Right on. So what decks are we looking at?
Oh, we have Is It Phoenix, which is huge. I don't know if you guys no, this is not Pioneer. I didn't confuse you. This is It Phoenix in Modern versus Dimir Murktide. There's no reason this deck shouldn't work. It's just interesting that it does work, because this is a deck that has been an absolute staple. Is It Phoenix, anyways? It has been an absolute staple in Pioneer for as long as I've been playing Pioneer. It is Treasure Cruise been banned. It's still played. The Delve and then look at the top cards was banned. Can't remember. It was a very, very common card when it got first printed. It was like Delve 6. Look at so many cards and then add 2 to your hand. Then put the rest of the module library. But that card got banned. Still good. They had like so many other cards, and they're like, no, we're still good. We're still good. There's still enough 1 mana stuff to make it work. We're going to show you guys what that deck looks like and how it works.
What is it that yields the resilience of this deck?
Yeah, and we're about to find out here right now. All right, this is Ryan's Is It Phoenix deck. The name of the deck is named after this one beautiful card here. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, if you cast 3 or more instant sorcery spells this turn, return this card to the graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. And because it has haste and flying, you can immediately hit with it. So it's a 4 cost in hand, but you're really never really going to put this in hand. It's graveyard dependent. Only the best card ever printed. It says I'm sneaky. This card is absolutely insane. It's really just requires 3 cards to be played every single turn.
Yeah.
And even if they kill it, it comes back. Obviously, if they exile it, it's still different. And that's, I think, one of the main reasons people stayed away from Modern for as long, because the removal back then was mostly exile based. Nowadays, Prismatic Ending is going to get rid of this. It's not mana efficient. You're not going to see, maybe you might see some Solitudes. It's been seen less play lately. Maybe Solitude gets rid of it. Sure. But there's not a lot of exiles, a lot more destroy. A lot of, we saw the Pyroclasms. Sure, you destroy it, but I don't care. I'm going to bring it back. You got the Brothers at End that destroys it, and I'm going to bring it right back. Not a lot of people playing the Anger of the Gods. The Anger of the Gods used to be a huge one because the different go wide. And the Anger of the Gods would do 3 and then exile everything. Destroy. So while there is Surgical Extraction, there's a lot of cards that you can see against this deck that you don't want to see against this deck. But with Is It, you can also counter some of these spells because you have resiliency here and the way that this deck looks. But Phoenix, the namesake of the cards in the deck here. Obviously, Dragon's Channel because it's that good. Guys, it's a staple in Modern. You have the Monastery Swiss Sphere. I will point out, just because I keep saying it, sign of memory to 4 of, always. But you have Faithless Looting because this one got unbanned. So now we have access, and this is why I think we saw that Eldrazi deck because of this unbanned here. Preordained, just a nice little good search. Scry 2, a nice little 1 mana cantrip. Consider this is universal for both decks from all formats, even when it was the standard. Consider was the card. Allowed you to surveil 1, draw a card. Gut Shot, nice little pay 2 to keep the thing going. And deals 1 damage to a target creature or player. So it's just a nice way to trigger that last one if you don't have the mana, or if you just want to get the prowess trigger from the Monastery Soul Spear. Lava Dart, another one, really good to play. So this one deals 1 damage to any target. Okay, sure. Flashback, sacrifice a mountain. So now you can play it again just by sacrificing a mountain and those extra lands to get that 3rd trigger that you need.
Or, but I imagine you could also use it for 2 triggers for Flurry on the card we're about to come back to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we have Lightning Bolt here. 3 damage. I mean, come on. Who doesn't know about Lightning Bolt?
Yeah.
Metamorphose, great play here. This is one card that is a lot different than you'll see in the Modern deck. Or, I'm sorry, the Pioneer deck. Can't play this one. This one's really good. You basically pay 2. You can fix your mana in any way, but you get 2 and draw a card. So it's really just cantrip, draw a card, you get your mana back, so long as you have it. And that will enable this new card we're seeing from the new Tarkir set, Corey Steel Cutter.
Yeah,
Card that you guys
love this card. Love this card. We discussed it earlier. Yeah, you put that equipment out there. You can attach it. You can attach it to your creature and get +1/+1 haste, but that's not the point. The point is to play 2 spells, and it could even be it includes itself. That
Yes.
that could be the first spell. Then you play anything else, any cheap spell. You activate Flurry. You bring out immediately a 1/1 white monk with prowess. This equipment automatically attaches to it, giving it the +1/+1 and haste and trample, and just goes to town. You see yourself going from maybe 1, 2 creatures on the board to 4, 5, 6 easily. It's a blast to play.
Absolutely. And I think you brought up one of the most important parts of this. The sequencing here.
Yes.
Right? It should not be your second card.
No.
Do not let this be your second card. You are not going to get the trigger from the Flurry. That's not how this works. You got to play it first, then play this.
Now, if you have a Corey Steel Cutter on the board already, then it could be.
Oh,
it could
sure,
be. I mean,
sure.
I'm not really sure the situation where I play this as my Flurry trigger. But other than that, no, you don't play it as your second.
Yes.
So
Then Mishra's Bauble, which is another card that we're seeing a lot of, and I don't think you've ever had the pleasure of playing. This one's just...
I've not.
It's just a prowess trigger draw card. It's
Yeah.
it's a 0 cost. It allows the surveil cost. It does so much
more information. More
Yeah.
information.
I get to look at what my opponent's going to be drawn, and I get to draw an extra card. A card replaces itself. It's the most missed trigger in all of Magic the Gathering, believe it or not, because this one requires that you draw the next draw step. So,
sure.
So at the beginning of
Yeah.
the
So
next turns,
Put that
upkeep-
die on your library.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you do this, if you activate in your turn, you draw on your opponent's upkeep.
Got it.
So
Okay.
yeah, a lot of people miss this trigger, but it's such a great card that has been so universal for a lot of decks. I mean, obviously the Affinity decks are playing this.
Yeah.
It gets back with a lot of Affinity and Affinity decks out here. Oh, we got a comment here from Jiggy. Corey is nutty. You were 100% right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Corey's so nutty.
Yeah,
Corey's so nutty.
But imagine this, because you play this in Standard. Imagine having a 0 cost like this, where you could play Corey on 2 and then play this out.
Corey is so nutty. Corey is so nutty. All right, now I'm jumping ahead, but because you mentioned it and because we're talking about it, this particular card, it is the showcase version of the Corey Steel Cutter, but this exact piece of cardboard was the one that this guy right here gave me during a draft at the end of a Tarkir draft at Lifelink Games. I was excited about the deck. I'm putting together it for Standard. I'm thinking, wow, this can be my entry point into Modern. And he selected it out of the draft in our pod, and as you would expect from Jimmy D, at the end of it, he gave it to me. Because and that meant a lot to me. I mean, the price on it is already up to $14.
That's
I mean, it's not some massive amount of money here, but just that he was willing to give it. So I brought it along for the stream so I could show everybody the exact copy that I got. Because
Appreciate that.
I love this deck. Now I got a question. This it's labeled. Is it prowess? It's got the Corey Steel Cutter. It's got Monastery Swift Spear. It's got the Dragon's Rage Channeler. It noticeably does not have the Slick Shot show off. Instead, for those that 4 creature slot, you've got Arclight Phoenix. I would like to understand why that's the case, because Arclight Phoenix, while I understand the power of, it's a hasty flyer, just like the Slick Shot, and it comes back from your graveyard. I get that, but it also costs, sorry, we should have this highlighted, it costs 4. And as an aggro player, I see a creature that plays 4, and I'm automatically like discounting it. I'm always thinking like, no, I can't afford that. Particularly if I want to be triggering my Corey Steel Cutter on a turn, like turn 4, I'm not going to be able to do that with the Arclight Phoenix. So I think maybe you can explain it to me.
Sure.
I think in the chat right now we actually have the
representative,
pilot
absolutely, yeah.
of this. I would love to understand the difference between this one and the one that I'm more comfortable with.
I'm glad you brought that up there, but one of the things that you're going to realize when you're getting into Modern, the more you play it, the more free a spell is, the more viable it is. One of the things...
No, say that again?
The more free a spell is, the more viable it is. A lot of the things that you'll see played in these modern decks, it's about cheating. It's about getting cards that you shouldn't be able to earlier than you can.
Sure.
And
something for nothing.
yeah, essentially. And Arclight Phoenix is something for nothing. You are going to be playing these cards regardless. You're going to be playing the Lava Darts, the Lightning Bolts, the Metamorphose. You're going to be playing these things to trigger the Prowess and all these things. Now you get benefited from it. And when you play cards like Faithless Looting, where you can dig deeper into your deck, kind of fix your hand, get rid of chaff, because one of the biggest downsides of this thing is the thing drawn to be lands and just getting flustered. That's why you see the Lava Dart in here. Like, sacrifice them out and like, all right, I'm tired of drawing this many lands. You can sacrifice this stuff, get it out of the way. But you need to be seeing action. You need to be seeing spells. And you're already doing this. You're already aligned to playing 3 spells per turn.
Sure.
What's better than doing that, but also adding a 3/2 with evasion, flying, hasty, Arclight Phoenix. It's doing everything that you already do, but you get this for free.
Okay. So why do one or the other? Why is it that somebody's thinking to myself, I'm going into this RCQ and I can pick between, is it Prowess with the Slick Shot version, or I can play the Arclight Phoenix? What's going through somebody's mind? I'm really curious. And here and great. Here's our answer for mine.
My reasoning was I put metagame being on lots of spot removal and not much graveyard hate, which he's accurate about. So Phoenix much better choice to me.
So
yes.
So you were adjusting to the meta. You were thinking through. Yeah, we're seeing this. Is it Prowess deck that's just exploded in popularity? What would be something that I get all the benefit out of it? But there's a variation here. There's a little something else that I can do because I'm expecting that other people are going to be seeing the same thing. They're going to be changing their sideboards in anticipation of there being a lot of these core steel cutters coming out with the
Exactly. Precisely.
Got it.
So, and one of the things I think was a good read, because as a person who filled out nearly every single deck list from this event to get this event and get the top 8 posted up to MTG top 8 that should be seen here soon. So top 8 for you guys won the deck list of the top 8. That will be an MTG top 8. I'm posting that out for the event. All the deck lists from today's on camera will be on my Patreon account. So if you guys want to go to my Patreon account for absolutely for free, after this thing's done, I'm going to be posting all the deck lists for each round. I didn't want to post it too early because I didn't want to give out spoilers, but I'll have every single one of the deck lists that were seen on camera posted there, and then the other deck lists for top 8, whatever. But as a person who put all those things together, he's right about the graveyard hate. I saw one Soul Guide Lantern. I saw maybe a Tormod's Crypt. Like, just one-ofs off the bat. Like, there was a couple surgical extractions. I like that a lot of people are on that surgical extraction. And that could be a card that could come up at an appropriate time. But it's a one-of and sometimes a two-of. It doesn't always show up. And you have avenues approach in how you can address that deck. You're not all in on the Arclight Phoenix like Arclight Phoenix decks are. Because the one in Pioneer, it's really just Swissbeard in this. That's it. There's just 2 cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's really... there are obviously other versions, but if you look at the majority of them, they're just like 8 creatures. Half the deck is just trying to play a bunch of stuff, and I'm sure Corey Steele is going to be huge because it is a creature itself represented.
Yes.
And this gives you multitudes of avenues of approach and how to deal with these things. So I think it's just a great choice. I was shocked to hear it, honestly. Because I almost went up to him when I heard about the deck list, and I was like, he knows we're not in Pioneer season, right? Like, right? I'm Seeker says, in Swiss, I won against Mill, where they surgical Phoenix, Dart, and Bolt. Wow.
And Bolt.
See?
You
That's how
still
resilient.
won.
So, that's how resilient this is.
That's fantastic. Well done.
Yeah, we got Jiggy in the chat. Sorry, I missed this one. I'm going to make this version since people are borrowing 8 of our slick shots. Oh, you're right about that. We have way too many of our slick shots out in different decks right now. But I like this deck. We still have a bunch of Arclight Phoenixes from Pioneer still put together. It wouldn't be too much of a pivot to put one of these together. Honestly, we had like 4, I think, when Pioneer was hot. So I've got plenty of this. We got plenty of this. Now his opponent. Yeah, his opponent coming up. Blaze with Demir Murktide here. This one's been around for probably about a year plus, maybe 2-3 years. Really since Modern Horizons printed this card. This is the namesake of it.
Yeah.
This is a very broken card. Delve always been, an actual ability that just really cheats out things. Like I was telling you, why do you bring this stuff out? Because Modern cares about cheating. They want to cheat. They want crashing footholds for nothing. They want to cascade into nothing. They want a board wipe for nothing. They want everything they want to do is it's like I want to be able to evoke this.
It's all about efficiency.
Exactly. Yeah. Everything I do, I want to be able to have no mana, and I want to be able to play it. I want to force negation. I want to force a vigor. I want to. There's just so many different free spells. They get the evoke creatures like the solitudes, the endurance, the subtleties. Everything about Modern is like I want to play with no mana and still do stuff, and that's here. This one only usually typically 2 blue mana here for a 3/3, but it's not really a 3/3 because when you're exiling cards in your graveyard, whatever instant sorcery the quantity gets a +1/+1. If you exile, excuse me, whenever. So if you exile later, this thing grows. It gets bigger and bigger.
Got it.
So you got to be wary of that. This is not just on summon. It's also when you do it later. So when people are taking stuff out, here's a card that I think is absolutely nutty in this format.
Sure.
Orcish Bowmasters. There's a reason why this thing's $45.
Yeah.
This thing, absolute staple. There's a lot of decks like the combo decks we've seen that like to draw, the Faceless Looting that we see and everything. A lot of decks trying to draw. This is probably going to be a paramount card, honestly, in this format because as we saw from the last one, is it's just a lot of draw cards.
Yeah.
A lot of draw cards. You got the Preordained. You got the Faithless Looting. You got the Considers. All of those are going to trigger this. So I actually had a really fun match in round 2 against this deck in particular. not this person's, but this deck in particular because it was a frog deck. And we were at a standstill because we both had Bowmasters and refused to draw. Both of our decks were our whole point is draw cards. But we got frogs staring at each other because we're not going to be the first person to draw triggers the other one's Orcish Bowmasters, which kills your Orcish Bowmasters, and then they're in the hot seat. So then we were stuck at like a Mexican standoff with the Bowmasters saying, "Who's going to draw the second card first? Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it?" So it was a really nutty tension builder, but it's very good in this format. There's a reason. Because not only do you like to cheat stuff in, but you love drawing cards, and there's so much draw in Modern. So this is why I like to play the black version of the Marty version of the energy. Because,
the energy, right?
Because I get access to Bowmasters because it's so good. This Psychic Frog, the hype was real. I think there's a lot of times I hear a lot of hype about new cards coming out, and people are like, "Oh, that card looks nutty. This is great." A lot of people are like, "Man, this is insane. This is gonna be like." It really was from the get-go. This card is absolutely nuts. It's good on paper and it's good on play, which is something that sometimes doesn't always happen.
Sure.
Sometimes you just think it's going to do so much more and it doesn't. But this one does everything you expect it to. Discard a card to put some +1 counter. You can do that instant speed. Discard however many you want to try and survive removal. It matters, guys.
Yeah.
And then exile 3 cards from the top of your graveyard. I'm sorry, 3 cards from your graveyard. It gains flying. And every time it connects, draw a card. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Psychic Frog was staring at each other because we refused to attack into each other to trigger the Orcish Bowmasters.
And it self-enables, which is just beautiful.
Then we have this amazing card here, Tamio's Inquisitive Student. This one, absolutely, since it's been out, was probably the most underrated card because most people are like, what is this? It's an O3. What is it doing? Well, I got to draw 3 times just to activate this thing.
I can't attack with it.
It doesn't do anything, but you got to attack with it because whenever you attack, you get a
0/3.
You get a clue token.
Okay.
So you attack with it, and you do what we call boops. Canonically through the channel, and what I talk to when I talk to people is how many boops you gonna get? Because it's just a boop. It's a boop. It doesn't do anything. This time you just come in, it's like caressing your hair, and then getting a clue token for it. It's like, hi, here's a clue token. Oh hi, here's a clue token. Rarely does any damage. Sometimes I put boots on her to make her vicious, but rarely does she do any damage. But she gets those that draw engine, which is exactly what you need to try to turbo through this deck to get cards. Oh, Kaido was a nice little add to this one. I like this. This has been something recent. It was seen a lot in Standard.
Yes.
You see this thing in Standard.
Yeah.
And now it's finally seeing some play in Modern here. Ninjutsu ability, very busted, very seldom used in these formats here. But basically Ninjutsu works where an attacking creature goes unblocked. You can pay this Ninjutsu cost to swap this with the unblocked creature. and then this does the damage instead.
And I've seen that happen off of a flyer. Like, you know, there I am with my mice on the ground, and the flyer hits me. I can't block it, so ninjutsu. Here comes Kaito, and I can't even.
And
I can't even
insult to
target
injury, you could have blocked that if it didn't have.
Oh, I could have. You're right.
Ninjutsu, but with ninjutsu, it's like psych.
And then I can't target him with any of my removal because he's a creature in that moment, and so like, dude.
It's absolutely insane. This one allows him to create emblems, really just to pump himself up, because there's not a lot of ninja synergy in here. What's most important is tapping a creature and putting 2 stun counters on it.
Yeah.
Good control. Very, very good control. Obviously, Surveil 2, not bad. Allows you to draw, cycle through, fill up what you need to in your graveyard to get things going for the Dimir. You want to have that healthy graveyard for this. So, nice to see that this one and the Oculus made, not here, but made modern playable here. Oculus is in my deck. Counterspell, obviously. Just remember, okay, you got your removal. Here's your Fatal Push. Like I said, destruction. Yes, this can destroy a Phoenix, but the Phoenix keeps coming back, baby. Force Negation, good call. Like this call. Soren's Ransom, haven't seen this one in a while, but a very good card. Go ahead and read that.
Choose an opponent. They look at the top 4 cards of your library and separate them into a face down and a face up pile. Put one pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard, and the ring tempts you, which fortunately doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
But okay. So you're putting that you've got four cards from your library, separating the face down pile, and they just pick one at random.
Yep.
They don't know which cards they're picking from. Right?
No. Separate them into the pile.
One's face down and one's face up, but they don't know what's in the face down pile. So they've got
opponent's choosing.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. So I give them a face-up choice.
Yeah.
Can be 1, 2, 3 sometimes, and 1 face down. And you're playing a gamble. It's really funny because I've had sometimes where I put 3 face up and put 1 down, and then they were like, "What is so good?" And they put the 1 down, and it was a dumb card. just to screw with them. So I'm like, take the gamble. Do you want 3 cards? You want 1? It's like, what could be so good that they put that face down?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely nothing. Just to trick you. Just to make you think that I was going to lose to this card.
That's fun. That was fun.
Most people, though, don't fall for it. They just take 3 cards. It's just like, I don't care what it is. The mystery is not enough for me. We have this one, a nice board state. This one answers Planeswalkers, answers some tokens, or a non-token, so long as they just have 1 out.
Yep.
Sink to Stupor. This is just a land card, but also really good effect. Really nice to. I love these cards. They should be played more in more of these colored decks. You have the ability to have this as a spell, so you have extra action, just in case you get flooded.
Sure.
And if you're not flooded and you need lands, this is a land.
Sure.
It's good utility. I like it.
Yeah. Versatile.
Spell Snare, Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize really good. This one's always been the format. So out of these 2 right here, let's see. Now Spellbomb is going to be a nightmare in siding. Consign, don't think that really does much anything. No. Engineered Explosives, maybe. Harbinger of the Seas, probably not going to do that much work. So I'd say, Meat Hook could do some work, but again, they just come back. They just keep coming back. So we'll see. I think between if Izzet can get the yard filled and right and swing out, it can beat this deck. However, if the Dimir can keep the tempo that it wants right now, Dimir can win this one. There's a lot of control, and Dimir loves to keep that tempo play going in their favor. So it is going to come down to the line of, can the Dimir player keep its tempo, or can the Izzet Phoenix just rush them out of the game? And we're going to find out in this next round. Table 4.
Yeah. So, not to be biased, but I'm rooting for Ryan.
Yeah, right.
I mean, and not just because you're in the chat, brother.
Yeah.
But.
Oh, this is a deck you definitely play.
Yeah.
I can actually show you where this deck is in the over on the construction table, if you will.
Sure.
We've built so many of these decks.
And Frogtide is cool. It's cool. It looks fun. It doesn't look like it's not one of these like solitaire decks entirely, but it's
control with a win count. That's one of the things I miss. I was thinking, I was rooting for me as well. Go figure. Ryan getting to get Thoughtseize. This one, what's his name? He's a famous Japanese horror artist. Did a really great mangas and anime. Okay. But this is his series of Thoughtseize.
All right. So what's Blaze taking out of here?
Get to see the full hand. That's a nutty hand
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
If he can turbo into a well, I mean, instantaneously turn 2, he gets the curry cutter.
Yeah, I think he's got to take the and Thoughtseize allows for any
Yep.
any
so
non-land
he-
card, so take the cutter.
Yep. Cutter is the best option
Take the
here.
cutter.
The rest are just
I hate
gonna,
to see it go, but I mean that's like, what else are you gonna do?
yeah, cutter the choice.
Yeah.
Good choice from Blaze here.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily turn Ryan off, but I can see why he kept that hand because it's
Yeah.
very, very crazy. He could turn to cutter right to face and just honestly start really busting it up. All right, so getting rid of the bobble now because don't need to save it. Gonna show a Sauron's Ransom. Take an extra look at it. Take a look at it. Make sure he reads it carefully.
Like I just had to.
Right? It's the card that it was interesting that this was one of the first Universes Beyond where they didn't lock it into Commander, and it was like directly
yeah,
into
right,
to Modern.
Yeah.
So I can see a lot of people not knowing what these cards are. There's so few. Orchestral Masters, One Ring is already banned, and the Sauron's Ransom. There's some onesie-twosie stuff.
Sure.
Those are really like the 3 cards that saw me play. It used to be back in the day the half-foot, the halfling was like in every deck, but
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, you're my fellow aggro player. We don't read. That's the point. I know my cards.
So what
I know
was
how to
that, Ryan?
test them.
If Ryan can't read, what was that? He's like, I'm going to fool him into thinking I can read. So I'm going to green this real close to my face and look what other people look like when they read cards. Yes, there are words on this card. Yes. Yes, this is a card. This is a Magic the Gathering card. All right, going for Thundering Falls to get Surveil Trigger here. Gonna get a Surveil, hopefully hit a Phoenix. Those are the best. They always feel good when you can Phoenix a Surveil that. Oh man, it's very lucky if you can, but it feels so good. All right, looks like we got a Force Negation, a Subtlety,
There we
and
go.
a Storm's
There's a
Ransom. Here's a cutter. Yeah, that's one definitely gonna see not the end of the day here.
Yeah.
So it didn't even matter you read it. The Storm's Ransom was used as cost. You didn't have to worry about that card whatsoever. It's just,
And then we sit back and we wait for Blaze to go through his entire deck. I know you got to do it. Okay, he found it.
found a Surveil land.
All right, here we go.
Hey, this is Modern. Magic the Shuffling is all about Modern. I'm Sneaky says my opponent said the same thing. Lovely. I love just with the common wavelengths. I love it.
Okay.
All right, back. Gonna look
Do
for
you
the
like
Surveil
it?
Trigger.
Do you like it?
Let's see.
He
Yeah,
likes
looks like he likes it.
Okay, all right.
All right. Never good sign when they like their card. I don't like when I like their card.
No.
All right, gonna go put a Polluted Delta into play here and pass back.
Okay.
Given the option to play an action card, or if he has multiple of those Surveil lands, can do that. Yeah, third land, Ryan just land pass. And we're gonna see an end step Bowmaster. Is this one not what Ryan wants to see? But he has the answer.
Yes.
Yes, thank God he has a Lava Spike. Says no, I'm not dealing with this
no.
nonsense.
I have cards to draw in this game, sir.
Yeah, right. Needed to answer it. Ooh, what a fancy.
Very pretty.
Yeah, it's the special holofoil edition from the special Christmas edition.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
and a token. Those things are actually quite pricey for
I bet.
tokens.
I bet.
Yeah. So it has a nice little 1/1. I was using a copy token the whole time because I couldn't find my Orcish Bowmasters. I have one copy of that, and I can't remember where I put it. It was definitely one of the more sought after. It looks so shiny.
It is.
And it's challenging my camera right now, trying to blind it. Looks like we did get another Surveil Trigger.
Yep.
So Blaze definitely loaded up here with those Surveil lands, which is smart. When you're playing a graveyard deck, you want to have things that enable that.
Sure. All right. Do you like it?
No. Another Polluted Delta. It's a good.
Yep.
He's like, all right, I'm good with lands. I'm good with
Untap.
lands, guys.
What do we
I'm
got?
good. So definitely has enough to Murktide here if he can. I don't know what he has in hand here. Gonna poke. Get a simple one here.
Okay.
Down to 17, pass back. All right, gonna keep it open. Wants to keep his shields up. Make sure that he has answers for whatever Ryan does, because he knows that Ryan's just a couple spells away from potentially coming out with a devastating attack. So first two, we got another Chorus Steel. Maybe.
Plot a slick shot.
could. Oh, I don't remember this one doesn't.
No, sorry. Yeah, this one doesn't have a slick shot. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
The other versions, no, decides against it. Decides against it. Too much. Another Orcish Bowmasters.
Okay.
At this point, I would sacrifice a mountain and get rid of that thing. He can do it at his own leisure, but
Sure.
I 100% would just say no to this thing. Got to keep these things off the board. It is too much of a game advantage in this thing. All right, so here's our play.
Yep.
Here it goes. He floats the red before sacrificing, mind you. Let's see if he uses the red. 2 comes in. Nope, just good sequencing. Nope. Ryan just demonstrating an unnecessary move, but great sequencing. So one of the things I love to tell people in Magic the Gathering, practice the best way to play it every single time, regardless if it makes sense. So he tapped it to add 1,
Yeah.
and then sacrificed it.
Yeah.
He didn't use it, but you want to be in the habit
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
So absolutely
You don't
great
wanna
play
get
from
lazy.
here. All right, so it looks like we have reverse Murktide play. Yep, this one's going to be a 6/6 in the air, exiling 6 instant sorcery cards here. Blaze's namesake coming through here. These Murktides usually represent a 2 to 3 turn clock.
Okay.
So if Ryan cannot answer this Murktide or deal something with this, unfortunately, it's probably going to be lights out for Ryan in round 1 and for his first game. We'll see. We'll see. He does have ways to deal with this card. I don't think chump blocking with Phoenix is the right way to go, but he has ways to go.
And what's the power and toughness on Murktide right now?
6/6.
6/6.
Here, Metamorphose. So we're going to start our turn. We're playing multiple cards and a spell snare. All right, land for turn, passing back. Not looking good. Looks like Blazeless had every counter he needs for this matchup. Perfectly able to like, leave open the blue for this. Here comes 8 damage. Gonna put him to 5. It's gonna fetch down to 4. This fetch is just so devastating. Steam Vent's gonna come into play tapped. Sadly, running out of options. Blaze with 3 open. Talking about any kind of counter spell. This is what Dimir does well. It counters. It tries to control. This is why I play the similar Dimir. Here's a hard cast Arclight Phoenix. Like I said, not the greatest way to defend, but it's okay if he has to. Oh, he just conceded.
Yeah,
He's like, listen, I know you got this.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you have to show off his Phoenix.
Yeah.
You got to show it off. Like, that's important. All right, let's look at what these players are going to be siding in here. Going into the next match, next game. Blaze, congratulations on round 1. Ryan, let's see you 2-0 back into here, because I think he does have some good side against this deck. So, Surgical Extraction, pretty good. Yep, good answer, because there's a lot of things you can get rid of. Spell Pierce, because you're playing this battle, you're going to be playing the control battle. Spell Pierce is a very good card. Pyroclasm, not going to see much help. Meltdown, not necessary. Into the foot, maybe. I mean, you can bounce the Murktide. Yeah, very good. Dismember, probably not.
-5/-5.
I mean, it's good in the early games. You can get him to discard a bunch of cards for the frog, so it is possible. Consign to memory. Let's see. Did we see a lot of artifacts at worth, or even triggered abilities? I don't remember seeing anything that. I mean, I guess I could stop the Orcish Bowmasters.
I don't think it's worth it.
Subtlety? No, I don't think we bring the consigns in here.
No.
There's not a lot.
Because what you're giving up for, it's going to be more valuable.
Oh, exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah, Ryan says he drew
There's like
7 to 8 lands.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, man.
It happens, man, to the best of us here. This one, Nihil Spellbound, definitely going to be a bring in here. Engineer Explosives, maybe. Consign, not really. What do you Mishra's Bauble? Whatever. Meat Hook, probably.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can definitely see Meat Hook.
Yeah.
So we'll see what these guys bring in here. Nihil, he brought 3 cards in. 2 of them were Nihil. I think the other one might have been a Meat Hook. I'm Sneaky says, also, I was 4-1 with the pair down in this game into Blaze at 3-2. Wow. So, unfortunately, and a pair down, because Ryan at X1 could have drawn in had he had played anybody higher. So, had he been at table 3, second, not first, because first is undefeated, but had he been at the table 2 or 3, he could have drawn in. And now he's going to have to put his tournament potentially on the line here.
I see.
Because he has a down pair.
Okay. Well, I like that he's on the play.
Yeah, he does get the play. So, definitely going to see how this turns out. We're really excited to see how this turns out. No spoilers. I'm sneaky. I know the story. Don't say anything. I know the story. I'm sneaky.
I do not.
Yes.
I do not.
Do not spoil it.
And I'm very invested in this, as you can tell. So, no spoilers.
Yeah. I promise I will tell you. I will tell your tale. I will tell the world your tale. Very familiar. All right, starting off. So
Yes.
Early bobble trigger
Yes.
2 damage says, "Let's go." I'm putting you on a clock. Let's go. My mouth is shut. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, bobble trigger is going to look at the top of his deck, get a nice little draw at the upkeep. Didn't miss a trigger. Good job, Ryan. Proud of you.
Nice.
One of the most missed triggers in the game.
Okay. I'm going to keep that in mind.
Yeah, flooded Strand, the play back from Blaze, going to pass back. I imagine he's probably going to try and set up, hopefully, for. He wants to surveil. He wants to. But let's see if he gets it. Metamorphose asking if he has that Stern call. Scolding doesn't have it this time. Doesn't have it this time. Nope, going to have to let this one go. So, this floats, gets to draw a card. Consider. Gets to surveil. Do we see a Phoenix off the top? That would be epic right now. We can get a Phoenix off the top right now.
Nope.
No, lightning bolt. Alright. Draw, trigger. We're at 2 prowess. Here's the other. Allowing for the red, for the 3 to the dome. And another prowess. Man, he is
We got
really going all
8
in.
damage right now?
5 damage right now. 8 with the
Yeah.
yes. So 12, 13, 14. It should be 10. So, oh, good. We got the pad here from Ryan here. So currently 10, fetching down to 9. Blaze is at 9. Ryan at full 20. Gonna get a draw in this upkeep. Shouldn't miss a trigger. But potentially putting him at, like, just instant lights out.
Yeah. Blaze shuffling his deck. Calling upon all the luck that he's got.
Right? Finally getting caught up. 9 at the total. Got his first trigger, which was a surveil. Like, just that's how much damage just got through here. All right, gets to look at his card again. Draw for turn, doesn't miss a trigger. Nice job, Ryan. Proud of you. Here we go. 2 lands now representing Counterspell. Has to pass back. Can Ryan play around Counterspell? I'd say like a nice little Spell Pierce with a 3rd land drop would be really good right now. Let's see where he goes. Like, play a card, Spell Pierce it, get the prowess trigger. Ryan not willing to attack because he didn't want to fall for this Bowmasters. Good read. So one of the things you might have missed here.
I did.
He could
I missed something.
So he could attack, right?
Yeah.
Bowmasters comes in, pings the Swift Spear for 1.
Ah, okay.
And then he can block with the Orcish Bowmasters
Ah, okay.
and then kill his Swift Spear in response. Now he can play an instant sorcery in response, but I think Ryan really just knew that he couldn't, so he didn't want to play into it. He had 2 open. He was like, listen, let's either counterspell or, as is seen in the last several games, Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah.
He's seen it so often that he was like, yeah, I'm not going to fall for this trap. I don't have the mutagenic growth. This one plays mutagenic, right?
I don't
no.
think so.
No,
I
not
don't
this
remember that. I don't remember that in the
No,
list.
it was the last one. That's
Yeah.
right. But don't have any of the pump spells I can get around this thing. So, attack the top. Gonna check. Looks like he's gonna like it. Keep it. From the fetch. Let's go. In the tank here. Blaze doesn't know if he wants to tap out. Very dangerous position for Blaze to tap out here. He gets an opportunity, even though he has blockers and stuff. Ryan has a lot of like three cards to win here. All right,
So he passed.
Yeah, just land pass. So
Okay.
which you
All
see a lot from blue players here.
Yeah.
Here comes, now he's prepared for it. Here comes the chump block from the Bowmasters. Takes 1. Ryan not willing to give up any resources because he doesn't have Monstrous Rage or anything like that.
Sure.
Scalding Tarn, and it looked like a pass back. Oh, and at the upkeep here comes the Bowmasters to try and finish off the Swift Spear, but we have a Prowess trigger with Consider, so saved, and he's tapped out.
Yep.
Prowess going to save the Swift Spear. Gonna bend the Dragon's Channel. Good call, honestly, because it's a little bit slow in there right now.
Yeah.
Dragon's
Yeah,
Rage
yeah,
not
yes,
gonna be
yes.
enough here. Yeah. Jiggy says, root against evil Corey Cutter players or root against Ryan.
Sorry. I'm in.
So many decisions. Evil Corey cut. Like, God, it's good. It just came out. How could you hate it this much?
Yeah.
It just came out. I'm barely even able to see it in matches. What is going on? Oh man.
Just let us have our day.
Right? Let the Corey players have their day before we're like, this is the worst card in Magic's ever designed. Like, how
Needs to be
dare
banned.
we? Come on. All right. Blaze getting another Surveil off the trigger. Let's see. Man, what is that hand? Look like a Mystical Dispute. It's a card that really good side. It costs 2 less, so it's 1 blue to counter a blue spell. So in Counter Wars, Mystical Dispute is absolutely number 1. Lifelink, welcome to the chat. Good to see you. All right, here we go. Looks like an end turn play here from Ryan potentially here, because it looked like Blaze just passed back.
Yeah.
So counter spell is going to be the response to something. What was it? He represented a lightning bolt. Look like. Got to fetch for Steam Vents. Gonna go down 1 to get that thing tapped. Couldn't. What up? Good to see you. I couldn't see. Was it a lightning bolt that he countered? Because it looked like Ryan presented a card and immediately put it in his graveyard. But man, I could just barely see the art underneath his name. Ryan will have to let us know what that blue card was. Was it a different art for Corey Steele? Cutter? No, because it was an instant speed. All right. Gonna take 2 from a different version of Steam Vents. I love that there's just so many arts that you have to play more. All right, Mishra's Bauble. He says, Blaze, counter my Mishra's Bauble. I dare you.
Please do.
Oh, is this an Arclight Phoenix?
Yes.
Oh, wait, Spell Pierce to back it up. Oh my God, with another counter war with Force of Will. No way. No way. But how many spells was that cast? It was just 2, 3? Wait. How many spells were cast? Hold on, that was a hard cast. Oh, no. It has to be instant sorceries? Does it have to be instant sorceries?
To what?
To trigger the Phoenix. Because I think the counter the Phoenix comes back. Oh, I'm trying to remember this.
Instant sorcery.
Oh, okay. So it had Bauble, Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Okay, just 2. Oh,
I thought it was 3.
it was so close. Can you imagine if he had like a mutagenic growth or something?
Yeah.
And just was able to play that, and then it's like, you counter, bring it right back. That's what I'm talking about, free cards. That's what I told you, free cards matter in Modern. Had he had a free, just 2/2 plus, and that mutagenic growth, Arclight comes right back.
Yeah.
He's like, all that war, Blaze lost everything. And here you go. That's only in this situation. I'm not suggesting people play with it. I think it's a great card, because it is Modern locked at the moment. But in this situation, oh gosh. Here comes the Murktide, representing the turn the tide in Blaze's favor here. 7/7 has, and what's really bad for Ryan right now, 2 live Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah.
That are going to create an army every time he draws an additional card. So he can't activate the bubble.
Nope.
Because anytime he draws outside of his draw phase, he takes a ping, which can go towards his Monetary Swift Spear, but it creates an army. And since each one pings separately, the army gets 2, 4, 6, 8 every time he draws. And I'm thinking, he says that honestly, I'm feeling it. Yeah. Just seeing that hit the field, I was like, are you kidding me? Yeah. After he wins that, oh, come on! Nihil Spellbomb off the top 2? What is this? Blaze is rolling all 7s on the table. Oh no, and his Arclight was in the yard. Here comes the first swing of 7. Okay, here comes down to 7. 1 turn clock. It's gonna be on Ryan to present a flyer for a blocker. Just not looking good. Okay, so it looks like we got a Lava Dart to kill.
Yep.
One of them. We got a Prowess trigger. And gonna sacrifice a land to get the second Prowess trigger.
All right.
So we're no blockers here. Now able to finally draw some cards.
And he just needs to do 8 damage here.
That's it. That's it. We got 3. We need 6 more damage, 2 bolts, and we win. Yeah. Right? 2 bolts and we win. Down to 5. Land for turn. No, he has no blocker. Here comes the Earth. Is it enough? It is. And Ryan is going to lose this game. But very shocking set of events here. Because of the way these tiebreakers worked out, I'm Sneaky was X1.
Okay.
Blaze was X2
Okay.
going into this. Both players become X2. But because Ryan's tiebreakers were so much higher, because he was X1 running into this, Ryan actually makes it into this. So
Really?
in the event where we sold it up, the winner goes to the top 8, or one, I kept saying, by the way, I was very specific with my verbs. One of these players is moving to the top 8. I was very, 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 very specific. I never said the winner will go into top 8.
That is right.
I said a person from this event will go into top 8. Because of the way tiebreakers work, Ryan, even with this loss, was able to squeeze in the top 8 at the very last seed of top 8.
That's great.
And what does that mean for Ryan? Ryan is going to be in our last round. Another thing that I do have to summarize for you, I was trying to kind of slow roll the championship. There's a lot to cover. We have the top 8. Ryan is going to be playing again with his Phoenix deck against the only undefeated player left in the match here, number 1 seed James Strickland on Boros Energy. We're going to see this match live in person. After that, we're going to tell you how this tournament played out, how things went. I wish I could tell you guys that there was going to be even more of an epic finish, but there's a lot of things that played out. I have our winners. I'll tell you guys who the top 4 were. Remember, the deck lists are going to be out on MTG Top 8, so you guys can see those soon. Look for Lifelink Games. It will be available for you. So if you want the deck list for top 8, go there. If you want the deck list from today's video, go to my Patreon. I'll be posting those soon. Okay? But there's a lot of chaos that happened in the top 4. We're going to find out which one of these players, when we come back, is going to represent the top 4, and then what essentially was the ending of the tournament. And I'm going to tell you how it all broke down, who walked away with the invites, what prizes. FYI, after this round, all 8 players decided to split prize support. So kudos, seriously, to everybody who made the top 8, because everybody got out the same pricing.
Nice.
So now pricing's off the line. Now it's all for the invites, right? And we got to catch up. Malel says, when you hardcast that Phoenix at the end, right? Did he subtlety it?
Well, yes.
Because it looked like he forced, like he had forced negation. Yeah, I cast Phoenix and he cast Counterspell, and I cast Spell Pierce, and he pitch cast Force. Yep. Yep, that was the actual. Yes, thank you, Sneaky, for replaying that. I was about to say the same thing. I think it says all good. Some cards were off screen. Yeah, they're just slightly off. I couldn't remember what I couldn't see what he did. He doesn't have the overlay. He can't see the overlay. Obviously, I don't want him cheating. I want these guys seeing the cards. So he kind of worked the best way he could when we started. We tried to use the tape, but the tape doesn't represent the names and all the rest of it. Yeah, so really appreciate it. Although congratulations, Sneaky, because he's going to be back in the last round of coverage today for the top 8. Undefeated Boros Energy swept the event. James Strickland was able to sweep this thing at 0 losses all the way through with this Boros Energy deck. Dominated the field, even beat the world champion representative Jake Beardsley in Swiss. Huge win for him. Jake Beardsley, by the way, did make top 8. He will not be on camera. Unfortunately, he never got into the table 1 seed. So we're going to find out how this tournament came out, who got the invites, and which of our top 8. Right now, all we know about is James Strickland and Ryan, but when I come back, I'm going to tell you guys all the top 8, what the deck lists were, and then we're going to get into the last round of this event. I'm going to close this thing out. Thank you all for joining us. We're going to take a quick little break, get things situated, but we'll be right back. Ready?
Yep.
Welcome back to Homebrew Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D, with me.
Nico here.
We are going to go into the top 8, guys, and this is going to be it. There's a lot of stuff we're going to explain at the end of this round and how the top 4 worked out. Who our 2 representatives are going to be, who the top 4 people were. We're going to name out those things. I'm going to give you the deck lists or names, but if you want the actual deck list for the top 8 players, you're going to have to go to MCG Top 8. If you want all the decks that we've seen today, you can go right to my Patreon. It's going to be right there. Obviously, you've seen it too. You can cut and copy and paste and take a snippet of when we display it, because we do showcase all the deck lists here live here. But if you guys want a nice little place to go to, you can go to my Patreon. Absolutely free. I'm not asking you to pay me. Absolutely free. You can find all those deck lists, and the links will be there. So it can link you right to my Moxfield account, where I have all the decks. Where anytime I put something live, or I go live, that's where I host all of mine. So if you guys can follow me on Moxfield as Homebrew Pie, you can see all the times I make new decks. And if I'm making new decks, it's probably because, 1, I held an event and I'm creating decks for somebody else, or I'm making some changes to mine. Maybe. Who knows? Like, sometimes I update my own decks. I like to play a lot of the similar type of stuff. So my decks don't change that often. I think that a lot of times I bounce back and we borrow decks and work within our community. But all my decks that I've ever played with are on there. All the decks that I've showcased on this channel are there. If it's dual commander, if it's modern, the only thing that's not on there is limited, because who cares? It was a limited matchup. Who cares? I don't do limited. I don't take the time to build the deck list for it. But if it's an actual constructed event, all my deck lists are there. And the history, guys. The history of when I'll be able to look back at this account and be like, yeah, back in 2016, these were the top decks that we saw in Magic the Gathering. Not this raggy van nonsense that comes in 4 damage on turn 1, reveal the top 5 cards your opponent's library, play it for free.
Back when Magic was Magic.
Yeah, right? Guys, we got a great match, our actual last match of the night for this RCQ. This is top 8. We have our undefeated James Strickland, Boros Energy, going up against the man who was able to squeeze in, even having lost the last round with a pair down, was able to squeeze in Ryan with his Phoenix deck, showcasing that this Phoenix deck is the truth here, guys. So this deck actually has some legs. This is something you might want to invest in. It actually got there. It was a very good read from Ryan to pull this in here. We got to talk to him earlier. Said, hey, I don't see a lot of graveyard hate, and he was right.
Yep.
He was right. I looked at the side decks. There wasn't much. You were looking for a lot of 1-ups, and you can't search for 1-ups. There was a lot of like, oh, just in case this shows up, I think I'll put this in here. And there wasn't dedicated graveyard hate enough to warrant the non-use of this Phoenix deck. Now, I don't think in the last match we got to see it in its true glory, honestly.
I don't think so. Didn't get the chance.
No, I think
shine.
too many counter spells.
And he got flooded twice.
Flooded twice, and he had to play against that Murktide off the top. And he played through every card in that hand to get every card out. And the top deck, Murktide is the top just to close the things out. Like, he was in the driver's seat at that point. Like, literally all guns a-ho for Ryan to be able to come back from that. And then it goes Murktide into the Nihil Spellbomb, which was like, come on! 2 top decks right on the row? What do you do about that? You don't do anything. You just, you take the loss, but thankfully, even with that loss, he was still able to make it into top 8. So congratulations, huge. And also, just FYI, Blaze did also make it in the top 8. Cool. So both players technically made it in. I wanted to dramatize it. I didn't want to sell it in a way that might have given you an indication of who was going to win, because I knew how this played out. I didn't know how. I didn't watch it until now. I got to watch it with you guys first, but I didn't want to spoil anything. I wanted you guys to see this for the first time. I don't even know who wins this matchup, so I'm going to put bets on one of these players. Yeah. I can't wait to showcase. This is going to be a great match. Stay tuned for our last matchup, guys, because this is considered to be our finals, if you will, of the match, because this was the last round of this Magic and RCQ that we're playing. And I'll talk about, outside of the only thing I can tell you at this moment, all players in the top 8 have agreed to splitting the prize support. So all money, everything, evenly distributed, each person walking away with $100. Guaranteed, in the pocket, good to go. You have the top 8 cuts, the placing will determine where the promos go. Those weren't split. And the top thing for the lanyard, I'll talk to you guys about that after this one. Stinky says, yeah, Blaze kicked my butt. It honestly kicked. It was a great match. It's just unfortunate that, for you anyways, that Blaze's deck did exactly what Blaze's deck tries to do. Tempo, 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 drop a Murktide win. It's like control the board state, gain complete control, drop that Murktide, keep it alive if
Did
you can.
Phoenix even come back from the graveyard once?
No, not once.
And maybe once or twice the flurry was activated on the cutter.
Yeah,
Maybe just the once.
just
but
the
yeah,
once.
It just didn't really do a lot.
Because it got countered every time.
Yeah.
He had the counter, he had the answers for it. That's what happens when you play against control. Sometimes they have it. And sometimes you have it. And I like your deck for it. But now we're going to see aggro versus aggro. And surprisingly, this isn't like a blink and you miss a matchup. Because usually these are. There's a blink and you miss. But we do have a great back and forth between these two players.
Nice.
And I cannot wait to get in the gameplay. Let's check out the list from James Strickland on his Jeskai Energy. So, one of the things before we get into this deck list, I want to talk to you guys about. It's technically Boros, but it has blue in it. And why does it have blue? Because Consigned to Memory is an absolute staple in this format. Not even was Boros Energy able to get away with saying, nah, man, I need this card. I need this card. I need this Consigned to Memory. You look at this deck. How many blue cards you see them in?
I don't see any.
Yeah.
One.
Mockingbird, which
Yes.
is a really good card. It's
Yeah,
actually
it is a
pretty
good
fun.
card, yeah.
This one able to copy any creature with X.
Yeah.
But it's just a one-off. Technically, this is Jeskai. Technically, this is Boros, if you will. But having access to blue and the ability to consign to memory, absolutely insane in this format. It is a must-have. I think there was a comment there. It's like consign to memory is absolute real estate you need to have when you're playing in this modern event. So, if you're out there wondering if you should splash the blue, maybe James was able to go undefeated with this deck. And this is a different variation of the stuff we've seen before. You've seen this deck before because you played this deck before, but
have.
most of the Boros here.
Yeah.
So, what is your take on this deck?
So I am a little bit curious though. The Celestial Purge in this deck, is it worth it? I understand. I mean, I keep hearing from you guys that yes, this is the card in all sideboards that have access to blue. Can you give
Consign
me,
to memory?
Yeah, consign to memory.
Sorry.
What is it? What is it here? Sorry, not Celestial Purge. Consign to memory. Why is it worth splashing a third color? Why is it when you have such a really clean mana base here, tried and true for Boros Energy, you're willing to go for and get the slight benefit here of Mockingbird in your main.
So here's the deal. When it comes to modern, a lot of things like activated abilities, and when you start playing activated abilities, have a lot of cards that you can negate activated abilities.
Okay.
You've seen a lot of side decks where cards can be splashed in, artifact abilities, activated abilities can't be activated. Enchantment activated abilities or creature activated abilities outside of mana abilities can't be activated.
Sure.
A lot of that exists. There's a lot of easy hate and side deck cards that shut that stuff off. It's why I think personally why we're still not seeing any resurgence of the Yawgmoth deck.
Okay.
Which was always been a staple. It didn't really get hit or anything. It still has its own capabilities, but there's a lot of hate now that is easily countering what that deck does in its activated abilities. This is one of the first counter spells that go against triggered abilities.
Okay.
These are your ETBs. The format really moved around the side deck of all those activated abilities to wanting on plays and wanting those triggered abilities that occur that you're going to see quite a bit in decks. And having the ability to counter that triggered ability, absolutely viable. And Urza Saga, absolute number one staple. This is the best answer to Urza Saga in the game right now.
Okay.
On top of having the ability to counter most of the artifacts that you'll see in every single deck.
Yeah.
You're gonna see a lot of, especially with the way that the unbans came back and you got this Mox Opals got reprinted. A lot of people wanted answers to Mox Opals because we knew it was going to take over the format when that came back here. I'm Sneaky says, I may be wrong, but I think it's because Eldrazi is bad matchup for Boros. That very much also the case. I'm Sneaky, you're not wrong. Eldrazi is a nightmare for this deck. We've already seen what the reanimate Eldrazi is. Can you imagine, like, if we didn't get to see one, a real true Eldrazi.
True.
There wasn't really much representation. I think one player was on Eldrazi when we were there.
Yeah.
It didn't make it into the top 8. But that matchup, disgusting. It is about playing out mana that taps for 2, sometimes 3, and you're getting these big, beefy creatures that are just destroying your lands and bringing out these big 6/6s and big, like just heavy hitters. And Eldrazi started to, like, it didn't really get hit from the ban list. It's still a very competitive deck. It even got some new assets with the new Ugin Planeswalker that was printed in the Dragon set. So a lot of people were expecting to see more of that. Honestly, I was too. but didn't see it. I didn't see it. I was a little shocked. Let me take it back. I was like, where's the Yuga Dex? I was expecting Tron to be everywhere with it, or at least Eldrazi with it, but no. A lot of people are staying away from it right now. I think they're still trying to figure out what these new bans meant to the overall format. And I think we're kind of seeing exactly what these bans are doing. We're kind of like going back to the old school stuff. We still got our Titans and our Resurgence. We're pulling back Phoenix from from Pioneer up into this. Obviously, the energy is still good, even with the loss of Raptor, because there's still other cards you can play around it. I like the different changes here. Prowess is really big. Prowess is super fast. Eldrazi, which is what I think the play rate is down. Yeah, absolutely is the case too. We saw the percentages. It's over 50.
Yeah.
Over 50. And why your Eldrazi just doesn't have the turns.
Sure.
Eldrazi needs 3 to 4 turns. There used to be a slower modern in a way. I mean, turns would be played fast because these players have been playing Magic for a while, but turns could go longer. Nowadays, we're seeing it in standard. If Pioneer was a thing, we'd see it in Pioneer, and we're seeing it in Modern. We saw it today. Turn 2, tier 3 kills. Gone. Done.
Yeah.
If you don't have time to build and establish, you're done.
Okay. So that makes sense. That makes sense, and I appreciate the explanation. Mockingbird here is
That's a cute one.
It is interesting. It is. I mean, it's like, okay, so I get a benefit from the fact that I've added this third color to my mana base here. I want, I want my guide out. I want my guide out first. I want more than one guide out. So if I don't get another guide or a pride, I can make another one with the Mockingbird.
Absolutely.
So I mean,
Yeah.
is this the basic idea here?
Yeah,
I mean,
and it comes
those
with flying, and it has all those activated abilities.
Yeah, and I guess if it's a copy of the Ocelot Pride, it's got flying with the lifelink. So okay, yeah. So
You can even, if I remember correctly, it says any copy of any creature. So
you can copy other creatures. You can copy your
you can
your
a Johnny
enemies.
legendary roll. Too.
Okay.
So and remember, if a Johnny legendary roll, one will trigger the other. So you can
And
actually,
you'll flip the one while keeping
The other.
the Mockingbird.
and that one will have flying, with the similar ability that you'll never want to activate. So. And you could also copy the Flage, and you got this amazing Rangers of EOS. This is a really cool tech card here. I like this one. Very expensive card, and obviously it sees a lot of play. It's a tutor. This is one we haven't seen too often here.
No.
This one on play gets to look for a creature from your deck for 1 cost or less. So a lot of cards you can get from here, Guide of Souls.
Yes.
Mockingbird, Ocelot Pride, Ragavan. A lot of good targets for this one. And what rarely gets used, but honestly sometimes really does matter. I've literally won a game against Tron because of the secondary activated ability. I had a very lucky matchup against a very good Tron player who I'd lost a lot of games to, and I went to his turn and I held on. I said, "Hold in your upkeep," and I went and just like you could see me praying, and I'm just like, no spells. He shows me his hand. He could have killed me that turn. Shows me, and then I win in the next turn. I'm like looking at him, like. Because it says you can't cast non-creature. You can cast creature, just non-creature. He shows me he could have completely dominated the game. And I'm like, is this a turn? Is this a turn? Because you got to realize Tron has Wormcoil Engine and has other things it can put out in threats. But this one, like, I just had to shut him down. I was like, please, God, work. And it did. And I won the game because of it.
Nice.
Also, great ATB to copy and whatnot.
True.
This is James Strickland's take on energy.
Yep.
I like it. Thraben Charn on the main, which is really interesting. It's usually on the side. But this one, still good. Deals twice damage to the amount of creatures you have to any creature. Destroy a champion, and some of that graveyard. Oh, excuse me. Graveyard hate, which might be a factor, honestly, in this Izzet prowess. He has main board graveyard hate.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. We'll see if he can get there. Going back to the old Fable and the Mirror Breaker, this one I thought was really just Pioneer locked, but still good. Still good.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you played against this card?
I have not.
It's a really good card. This one, probably the most insane saga that's ever been printed. On turn 1, it comes out the 2/2 that when it attacks, it creates a treasure token.
Okay.
It just attacks and creates a treasure token.
Sure.
The next one, you get to discard 2 cards and and draw 2 cards.
All right.
All right. And the last one is you can exile it and you can create this Kiki Mirror Breaker, which is absolutely insane. 1, tap it, create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature you control.
And it has haste.
Yeah. And you get sacrifice at the end and stuff. So
Okay.
you can copy a Flage.
Sure.
You can copy this one. I don't know if we're going to see too much of the reflections copy thing, but there is a key. If you have 2 of these things, you can make infinite copies of them.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to have infinite mana, obviously, but there's a way to there's been ways where people just make a crap ton of them at the end step.
Sure.
And then you win the game with all the tokens, because if you do this in the end step, the tokens stay because it says next end step. So if you do this in end step, you can get to your turn, you have all those copy tokens, and now you can go for game.
Do infinite damage.
Yeah, you need two of them. You need two of them to copy another one, copy another one, copy another one. But you can do it in the right board state.
Okay.
We're going to see if that matters. I think the biggest card here is going to be Thraben, if it's going to come through. And I think the biggest thing for Ryan, can we see Ryan's curve? I want to see Ryan's curve. Let's see this Arclight get itself into play, guys. This is a deck we just covered. I want to see this Arclight Phoenix get on the board appropriately. Stop hardcasting this card. It's not meant to be hardcast. You play this card so it's free. Can we not see a hardcast? So this one obviously comes back from the graveyard if you cast 3 or more sorcery or instant spells, and it comes from the beginning of combat, so you can have a nice little 3/2 hasty coming in the face. And it's really just an additional win con. There's a lot of other ways for this deck to win. Corey Steelcutter obviously being a very, very strong win con. And a new card that we just got access to. Want to talk about it?
Sure. I love this card. Equipment comes out. Yeah, you can attach. You can attach it for 1 in a red, and your creature's going to get +1/+1, has trample and haste. But the point of the card is flurry. On your second spell, if this card is on the battlefield and sees your second spell, it creates a 1/1 white monk creature. It's got prowess. This automatically attaches to that new 1/1. It turns it into a 2/2 with trample and haste. You automatically attach it. You go from being in a place where maybe you've got 1 or 2 creatures out there to having 4, 5, 6. If you got multiple Corey Steelcutters out there, they're each getting activated with that second spell. It is beautiful to see.
Right? And a comment in here from I'm Sneaky. 4 mana Hasty Bird is fair magic. We're playing Modern, sir. There is nothing fair about Modern. There is nothing fair. We do not play fair. That is not how you win in Modern. I'm not saying cheat, but you like to cheat in a lot of free stuff with the cards that come in here. This is Modern, and let's get into it. Congratulations to both these players on making it to the top. Love it. Let's see who. Now, on this one, no die roll necessary. James is the highest seed. He's undefeated. He's number 1.
Okay.
Ryan has to be on the draw here, which is a bad case.
That is tough.
But if you remember when we were talking at the very beginning of the stream, I told you these guys will go out in the 2-round bye.
Yeah.
They sometimes pull themselves out of the game. We're going to see if Ryan, who had to play every single round, all the way to the end, had an opportunity where he could have been able to draw, but he got a down pair. So he didn't even he had to play the last round, and now has to play this round as well.
Yeah.
Didn't have the luxury of going to get food. He was just on camera with us, guys. He was just there. So he's fully in the zone against a guy who's had now 2 rounds of free buys.
And James here has no problem telegraphing the fact that he's on energy.
Oh gosh, no, because most people actually know by the time you get a top 8.
Okay.
It was one of the things that I'd actually asked the players if it was okay if I discussed this, and they said everyone's been. You look around the top table,
you know,
and people start saying, "Oh, this is in there." The deck lists aren't open, but the deck's knowledge is.
Sure.
All right, Ragavan to start for James. Interesting. I expect to see that from Ryan here, but no, just all right, untapped land and a pass back here. Here we go for the first hit. Lightning Bolt, good answer. They got that Raggy check, and Ryan had the check. There's one thing that when Ragavan got printed, we start calling it the Raggy check. If your hand couldn't deal with the turn 1 Ragavan, you shouldn't keep it.
Interesting. Okay.
And the reason for
you know that treasure to come out.
Well, the treasure, the card off the top of your deck, it steamrolls.
Yeah.
An unchecked Ragavan for 2 turns, it'll win the game by itself. It's just a 2/1. But it's hitting you off the top of your deck, playing the best cards in your deck, and with extra utility with those treasure tokens, you're ramping and you're getting to just sometimes take the best cards from your opponent. So Ryan here, Raggy checked well. And now we're going to go into our next big play here from the Ajani. 2/1, beautiful cat token. Love the cat token in this one. That's adorable. All right, Wooded Foothills going to go fetch for Ryan here. Taking 1, grabbing a beautiful mountain. Oh, Ryan, what series is that from? That looks it's got to be a secret rare.
Is that SpongeBob?
Is it? It could be during the Doomsday thing. Oh, shields down, Corey. We get to see our first Corey Steelcutter. Do we have a follow-up? No. I want to see the Mishra Baba follow-up.
Yeah,
it's so good.
That would be amazing.
Like, it's something you can't do in any other format. Corey Steel has a Mishra Baba, so you can play that on turn 2. No Mishra Bobble for mine, though. Sadly, sad face. There we go. SpongeBob Secret Lair. Okay, it is. All right. Oh, ooh, the resilience of a board wipe, but not something I think James needs to worry about in game 1, to be honest with you. He's going to get it for damage. He's got with the Bombardment to additional point of damage. We're just going to get a Johnny. We're just going to create another token for the 0 and then deal additional 1 damage. Yeah, to any target is his choice. With the plus ability.
Yeah.
So, and Johnny triggers going through like crazy. Yeah. Rex, what up? Hope the stream is going. It's going fantastic, Rex. Good to see you. And thank you for the Prime subscription. All right. Thank you.
Right on. Good to see you, Rex.
Yes, and thank you for that exclamation point join. We are going to be giving this packs away. By the way, you haven't been here for a little bit. We're giving away 1 Ixalan, but our number 1 winner today is walking home with a collector booster from Marks the Machine.
And the chain of custody has been maintained. This is
The
never
whole
left
time,
my pocket.
right? So 1 lucky winner is going to get a collector booster absolutely for free, just for enjoying our content and commenting. Yeah, right. That's a big pack. All it takes is someone just to comment, like we've been seeing in the chat.
Oh, what happened to the cutter? Oh, no.
Oh, Static Prism is a nasty card.
Oh, not
And
on
see,
the
this
cutter.
is exactly why we want to see. Exactly where we want to see Mishra's Bobble with this.
Yeah.
All right, Sulfur Falsify.
I mean,
Here
yeah,
comes good rusher. Ooh, we got a prowess trigger and a
Okay.
draw and 2 mana on the stack here. Metamorphose, creating some mana. Dice representing the prowess triggers. Love that. Really appreciate it, Ryan. Going to get.
Did you draw something good?
Yeah, did he? That is the question of the day here.
Because he's got 2 mana floating now?
Yes, 2 mana floating. Here's a preordain, one of the new secret layers from I can't remember what secret layer. I think that was a MagicCon Chicago. I want to say it was one of the more sought after secret layers.
Sure.
Going to play that preordain. Look, scry 2. Puts them both back on top exactly as he found them. Draw 1. Has 1 more mana floating. Going to use that mana to lightning bolt the Ajani. Gets rid of the Ajani. Now, leaving him with the opportunity, which is very smart. He bolts the cat just gets bombarded, right? But now comes in for the swing and gives the opportunity to block with the cat and bombard for 1 on the swing back, but gets rid of the board state entirely for James. So very good play here. All right, tapping the plains. Imagine for a God of Souls. A little late, but he does have a Johnny follow-up, it sounds like. Yes.
Yep.
Tapping both like that, and now with Raptor gone, it's a little bit easier for me to determine what these are. Oh, a Yu-Gi-Oh card token. That's an interesting little curry bow. You know what the curry bow is?
I do not.
It's this is one of the newer ones. I haven't seen this one. The blue curry bow. It's Imagine the gathering card. It's okay. All right, Johnny gonna come in, hits for 2, gonna sacrifice some bombardment to get additional damage to again flip the Johnny, which here now he gets to create another token, also gain a life. There's a lot of things happening right now. He's gonna gain energy for this. Now he's gonna be able to do 3 damage to any target. We'll see if he does 3 damage to the Monastery Swift Spear or upstairs. Goes upstairs, into the face, 3 damage with the Johnny, 0 ability. Now, representing 3 damage on board with the Goblin Bombardment alone, that means he's only gonna punch it for 5. Currently, the attack on the board is 5. Here's a Coin Steel Cutter.
Yes.
Here we go with the prowess. First strike trample. Here comes 4 damage coming directly at a Johnny. Now saying
back one of the Swift figures.
Smart play. He has to. He's literally in threat range here. No blocks and anything. He could easily just swing into life and end the game. So, basically saying, do you want to protect the Johnny to go for the OTK? Or looks like we're going to get a block from the Swift Spear. That one's just going to be a chump.
Yep.
Going to sack it in response to do 1 damage from the Goblin Bombardment. We have 2 damage going into a Johnny, goes down to 1. Now still within threat range. Can attack for 3. If Ryan doesn't block, this is going to be game. And we do have enough energy where we can make one of them flying, and Ryan can't block it. So tapping 3, is this going to be a flage? No, the Ranger Airbows. Okay, yeah, that's going to be enough.
Yep.
He sees it right on the wall. That means he's got enough characters to grab the 1 cost. He can make one of the tokens flying, hit in the air for 5, sacrifice.
Exactly.
Yep. Real simple, easy peasy math here. James taking down game 1. And now Ryan able to side deck into this matchup. Let's see what Ryan has for this matchup here. So, Arclight Phoenix, Consign's not going to be there. Just remember, maybe. And the Floodmaw, it's Pyroclasm is definitely a must-have.
Yes.
This one,
All the kitties need to go.
yeah. I actually recommend this one as a 4, honestly, in these matchups.
Okay.
You want to have a lot of answers for these, because a lot of Boros Energy. We saw a lot of it in the top of Boros Energy here. I think out of the top we had 1, 2 of Prowess. So just about 2, 3, just 3.
Yeah.
3, give or take.
Yeah.
Now you want to read it.
And I love Pyroclasm triggering prowess on your monks,
Yeah.
on your Swift Spheres, so that they're going to survive.
Exactly, and everything else just goes away.
Just, there's a certain beauty to that.
Right.
Just a fiery beauty.
So, I mean, Dismember is like a cute removal, but I don't recommend it because he's taking life against an aggro build that already needs you to, like, those additional points of damage definitely matter. There's no red to pay, so it's going to take 4 to play that. This isn't really the matchup you want to see it. Into the Flood Maw can have its benefits for tempo.
Yeah. Okay. You can use that on the Ajani. You know, he flips the Ajani, having sacrificed one of his kitties immediately, and then into the Flood Maw, you send back non-land permanent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is it worth it?
Yeah. You know, this is definitely something he needs to see. I wish we'd see more. Right now, going up against this matchup, let's see, what Graveyard Hate do we have? Wear and Tear, Orm's Chant, maybe this comes in just to stop some. Deafening Silence, each player, this is the one we couldn't read before here.
Oh, yeah, that's
each
right.
player can't cast more than one non-creature spell each turn.
That's right.
So, this is the one that was surprisingly missing. I couldn't find it. Celestial Purge, maybe. No. Not much in here, honestly. I don't even think going after lands is a really good play for him here. So
he just basically plays his
same deck.
Yeah,
I mean, you could put in this is the best card. Each player can. This is it.
Yeah.
So he's got 1 copy of Deafening Silence. That's it. That is probably the best card he can put in against this deck. He has to see it, and it's a one-off. I got a comment from the chat that says Jiggy says Ryan is just having bad luck on camera. I'm hoping it turns in his favor. I really do. It right now it is looking pretty bad. That's an 0-3 right now record for Ryan. Let's see if we can get a win in the category for Ryan here.
Yeah.
The good news is for Ryan that if he gets enough this practice and Ryan ever gets into the bigger tournaments, he's going to have so much of this experience it's just going to be like another day.
Yeah.
Right? He's going to have, like, listen, I've been on camera. I was on Humble Pie. I was on there, how many times? Like 3 times in this matchup? I lost a piece of paper. But I think he was on camera at least 3 times.
Yes.
And he's got an opportunity to just get the jitters out and play when Star City forces him to. Because one thing that we do here, we don't force people on camera. We give the option.
Yeah.
But when you go up to the Pro Tour and it's like, you don't have a choice, guys.
you have to.
You want to be on camera?
Prepare to be in the limelight.
Yep. Especially if you're doing well. It's like, come on, guys. All right. Board has reset. James now on the draw. Ryan, much better on the play here. Let's see if we can see it turn the tide in Ryan's favor to see if he can tie this up and make an epic game 3. Or will James's undefeated streak just be unaffected by the time we take a break? We'll find out. I'm really interested. Because I personally, I see this happen all the time. Like, these people that go undefeated, they get sloppy.
Sure. Maybe
they
get cocky.
get cocky. They get out of it here. And the people that had to be in it, they're still in it. And Ryan here has had to play every single round. Faithlessly in the start. Draws 2, discards a Lava Bolt and a Phoenix.
Yes.
Ooh, we got ourselves a Phoenix. Are we going to see our first Phoenix from Yard from this Phoenix deck? We'll find out. James starting off with Awesome Pride. Okay, already starting off defensive, trying to get himself some nice lifelink. Now, notice he can't activate the token generator because he didn't have the 1/2 Guide of Souls.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's
you
really just
didn't get an extra kitty for that.
exactly. He just gets a 1/1 with First Strike, which is kind of good against some cards.
Sure.
Do you know what's really good against First Strike?
What's that?
A 2/2.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Here's a 2/2.
Yeah.
With haste coming in. He says, "I don't care if you get the life."
But he's not going to use it as a blocker.
Oh, okay. Well, because he can't, right? But he
What just
can't
happened? What just
the
happened?
lava spike.
I missed the lava spike.
Yeah,
so
you
that's
missed the
what I thought.
sacrifice of the mountain here. Lava spike to kill the
thanks.
Ocelot Pride.
Got it.
And then came in here for
3 damage.
3 damage.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Just absolutely disgusting. And now, all in favor on Ryan, and the Quarry Steelcutter also has 1 land, unfortunately. Needs to see another land drop here to get enough mana to be able to forecast for the Phoenix. But
Sure.
already in a commanding spot. Could see a turn where he gets another token from the... Oh, okay, never mind. Quarry Steelcutter being taken away from... However, James missed a land drop. Here, did you notice that?
I did.
Yeah, James missing a land drop. Now, the Ryan sacrificed his. So, Preordain, gonna get a prowess trigger. Gonna scry the top 2. Probably looking for a land, maybe.
Probably.
See if he can get that second land drop to get some more energy going into this one.
They're
Gonna bottom both.
on the bottom.
Takes a draw. Is a land card. Gets it. All right. Thundering Falls. Gonna set up for a later turn. Puts another Phoenix in the yard. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Another Phoenix in the yard. Okay. We're getting close to seeing maybe double Phoenix closing this thing out. It is currently 13 to 18 in Ryan's favor. James at 13, 18 to Ryan. Board, like, the things are kind of chaotic, so they haven't had time to update the board state. But at least we can still see it in the notepad here. Really appreciate the notepad here. See, back to Ryan. Are we going to see a 4 spell turn to get this, or 3 spell turn to get this Arclight Phoenix out? Here's the third land.
Okay.
Start off with Consider.
Consider 1.
All right. We get a Mishra's Bauble. It gets even easier. Okay. Surveils to surveil. Yeah, good call. You can put the Swiss Spear. He needs spells. He needs non-creature spells.
That's right.
He needs to force this block. Oh, he already has Swiss Spear. Okay. Here comes in for 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3. 3, cutting him down to 10. Coming back to James, still at 1 land. Use the energy to keep the Quarry Steelcutter out there. He has to, every upkeep he has to remove 1. So that means next turn he could get his Quarry Steelcutter back. Tapping the 1, is it going to be a guide? No.
A Mockingbird.
Mockingbird.
Oh, what a frog to copy! To return the
How
Osler
does
back.
that play out? How does that play out?
Huh?
Is he still coming in as a copy? So
No,
he's-
the target's gone. The target's gone. It's just a 1/1 flying bird.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
And
it's got nothing. It's got no lifelink. He's got no nothing. Like
That's it.
James just willing to fold in the match. Congratulations,
Yes.
Ryan, with his first win on camera. Woo! Let's go, Ryan, tying it up 1-1.
I love that. I love that negating the
copy effect.
Mockingbird by flood mine the creature out of it. There's nothing for you to copy.
Copy. Good luck.
0-0.
Yep.
Nice.
It is an ETB, so he can play it on response to the cast. So the
Got
way
it.
the cast works here, he's like, okay, on cast, I know what it is. I'm gonna bounce this back up. ETB can't say anything.
Yep.
So I'm Sneaky says, "Let's go! All right, let's go!"
Okay. I still have not seen a Phoenix come
I
out of the
know,
graveyard.
right? We were so close. The faceless looting was so good, and then he gets it into the mill from the Thundering Falls, like the perfect mill, and I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna see it, and he won without it. It's like the Phoenix didn't even matter. Can this be the game?
Please.
Can this be the game that we see Ryan showcase what a Phoenix can do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because all we've seen it happen is it was countered when it was hard cast once, it was countered when it was hard cast twice, and then it was put in the yard through some excellent maneuvering, only to be exiled by a Nihil Spellbomb, and this one never used.
Yeah, and reviewing the deck lists in advance of today's stream, I saw that. I had questions about it. If you were here earlier, Ryan was schooling me on what's the value of the Phoenix and what would otherwise be a slick shot deck that I'm more familiar with. Made perfect sense to me. This is the first time that I've been introduced to Phoenix, so
Yeah.
I want to see it do its thing.
Right? Especially if this is a deck that you might want to move into in Modern, right?
Sure.
There's like a lot of people who are like, I really want to check this out. I wouldn't mind if my team started switching over to it, considering we had to build so many from Pioneer was popular. Everybody in my team wanted to play this deck. Everybody. It was the deck to play. Because it just...
Even without the cutter in it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the cutter wasn't a thing yet.
Yeah.
And it was just... It's so consistent. It just cantrips, it cuts through. You get to put out some flying birds that create 1 to 2 turn clocks. And you're really just... You're one of the few decks that can cycle through the whole thing. All right, Ryan, did you raggy check? Did he raggy... Let's hope he raggy checked. Here comes the play with the steam vents.
Did not.
Yes, he did. Technically.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Good shot. Gonna take 2 life to get that Raggy out of the board.
Got it.
And
Okay.
2 damage. Oh, 3 damage.
Yes.
With the Mishra's Bobble. Wow. Aggression starting. Now he's going to check the top of his deck. It's like, hey, are you land screwed again?
Yeah.
Please don't be land screwed. I think James got a little greedy with that one-liner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thought he was going to see more. We'll see if he hits his land drops this time. He better. If James doesn't play his second land drop, I'm going to call him the greediest Magic player of all time. Like, what is going on? James, come on. Play. There we go.
Okay.
Elegant Parlor. Okay. There we go. Keeps on top. Likes it. Can pay 1. What are we matching this here? Asa Pride. Not a great answer to a Swiftspear.
Nope.
Swiftspear eats those for breakfast, but that does mean that he can potentially start building some tokens. No.
Lavadar says
Lavadar says no.
No life gain for you.
No. Then we got to consider. Oh, if he puts a Phoenix in the yard. If he puts a Phoenix in the yard, he can do this. Metamorphose. Draw. That's not a Phoenix, so. Because he's going to sacrifice a Lava Dart to get the 3rd spell. To get it back. Still going in for 3. Still going for 3. No Phoenixes in the yard yet.
What do we
Right,
have? Is that
healthy
18?
11 to 18.
Okay.
Ryan in the driver's seat here. Good. 3rd line drop from James. This is a good time to like Aerobos. 100% good chance to maybe even. What's the word I'm looking for? To get out to like a Seasoned Pyromancer or even Fable the Mirror Breaker. Decent card right here. We'll help him wall up and get him to fix his hand here. Looks like we're going to fetch. That's not safe here. Going to 10. Ryan's just like, do you want a shock? Do you want a shock? Would you like to shock? I think you'd like to shock. Goes to the basic. Good call. Good call. Yeah. A little dangerous when you're playing against these prowess decks and a lot of shocking in here. Like, Red has always taken advantage of the fetch lands. So, that's... Gonna see where this plays out. James, 3 mana, or is this maybe... Alright, going 2, probably... Oh, did go for the land hating here. Here comes the White Orchid. We didn't really look at this one.
Yeah,
This
what is
ETB
this?
allows him to destroy a land and get out of basic.
Okay.
It is a flying 2/2 first strike too, which can matter in these matchups here. Decides not to low land. I think he has to have less lands. I think, and then okay, but still nice little flying 2/2 first strike. Corey's Steel Cutter. Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
All right. Are we gonna see response? Keep it alive, maybe. No. All right. Galvanic Blast gonna respond back to the Swiftspear to prevent that from attacking. However, we're still in the flurry range, so that means the prowess token should still come in. So he's still gonna have a nice 2 damage walking in here to go to 8. I'm Seeking says he chooses not to give me a mountain because the dart in my grave. Oh, thank you for the heads up.
I see, because he could sack that.
Exactly. He didn't want to give him an extra target.
Got it.
Chooses not to use that ability he even sided in. I didn't know why he wanted to side in the first place. I don't feel like a 2-color deck. That's not what it was designed for. It's for 3-color decks. So stuff you can really get on greedy mana bases here. Oscillate Pride, the play for James here. We're being rewarded for not giving Ryan access to a mountain. Because right now that Lava Dart,
Yeah,
done. So we'll see if Ryan can get himself a mountain. And it must have been what Ryan was doing when he turned the cards to take a look at it here. Lava Dart off the top. We're going to see James respond with all right, can it use the 2 mana that's with the prowess trigger on the stack here. So he's going to do 2 damage to it.
Okay.
To the prowess triggered monk here. He's got the stack order here, so it's going to do 2 damage.
Okay.
Ryan just double checking, making sure everything sequences right. He, however, is still going to be able to play a second spell now and actually equip
Another monk.
Another monk.
Create another monk. Yeah.
Yes. With a second spell. However, also has the opportunity to play a spell to get the prowess trigger to keep it alive, but decides not to.
Okay.
It's not worth it. Decides I'm gonna go to 5. Second spell on the stack, gets that, then comes into 2, down to 3. So he's in lightning bolt range. Ryan could do this with a simple lightning bolt off the top. Guide of Souls. Oh, getting some Lifeborn. Oh, okay, so this is the card we're talking about, Orange Chant.
Yeah. Only play one.
Only play 1 spell card. Phoenix Hardcasted! Hardcasted the win! Oh my god, what has just happened? I don't have a lightning bolt, sir. I have a 4-mana, 3/2 flyer.
I was asking earlier, like, what aggro player plays a creature that costs 4?
This man.
He does.
This man. He's only ever hard casted it ever. He gets the win. We never got to see the Phoenix activate. What is happening? Why are there so many hard cast Phoenixes? I don't think I've seen Phoenix hard cast this much in one stream since the creation of Phoenix. I don't think.
Here's his 4-mana bolt. Yes.
Right. Sneaky says, I got a 4-mana bolt. What you got?
That's awesome, man. Congratulations, Ryan. That's
man.
fantastic.
Congratulations, Ryan. Wow. Now, go to us real quick. I don't want to tell you guys I was foreshadowing, but it is one of the things I definitely gave a lot of thought to in James when he got the double buy. I was afraid he was going to pull himself out of it. James is good friends. We're good pals. So I know no disrespect to him, but sometimes when you get the players, and I see this happen to my team a lot, they'll get the 3 wins, the 4 wins, and they'll double draw in for the finals, and then the first round they get knocked out. Guys, when you pull yourself out, you got to find someone to pull yourself back in. And one of the things I'd highly recommend for you guys, play the last round. Take a bye, go get the food, do what you want to do, play the last round. Get yourself back into it. Doesn't matter. You lose, whatever, you're still in the tournament. You're still in. You got to keep yourself in the game. And right there, Ryan kept himself in the game with the grind. Actually fought back from a loss on camera.
Yep.
And thought he was out of the tournament at this point. Literally thought he was out. Thought this down pair was his doom. Squeezed in with the right tiebreakers, gets into the top 8, and gruesomely fights through to get himself in the top 4. Huge win.
Yeah.
Huge win. Ryan, absolute brilliant performance. Gets through, has to play against someone who hits the automatic win for the no die rolls, so we automatically get to go first.
Yeah.
Has to play on the back foot from the beginning. James, very greedy in game 2, by the way. One-lander, very greedy. Thought it would pay off for him, didn't pay off for him. Got to be careful with those mulligans. But Ryan, awesome job. Jiggy says, they said legends never die, neither does Ryan. Right? Right? Absolutely.
So true.
So true. Guys, I'm going to tell you guys about the standings, how it went down, and then I'm going to give away the free packs. We got the one in his coat, and the one, of course, that's kept here for you guys. So we have 2 packs to give away for all those commenters. If you haven't commented yet, that's your last chance, because we're going to give away 2 packs at the end of the stream here. Stay tuned. Right now, here's how it broke down. Jake Beardsley won his round, got into the top 4. Simon Byrne, won his match. Burn. So thank you. Won his match, got into the finals. Noah Andrew, the Titan player that we saw, won his match, got into the finals. And finally, Ryan, who we just saw on camera, got in the finals. So that means our finals was represented by Azorius Affinity from Jake Beardsley. Simon was on Boros Energy. The Noah we saw on camera was on Titan, and Ryan on Phoenix. That's a very diverse top 4.
I love it.
Our invitees, based on the agreements made between all 4 of the top players, the people who knew they couldn't make it out to Dallas or down to Texas, knew they couldn't make it, gave it away. Our representatives from Lifelink Games are going to be Jake Beardsley, number 1. Congratulations. Our top world's representative surprisingly needed this. I was blown away. I didn't think he needed this thing. I thought he was already in with the Pro Tour, but back in here and on the grind to get back in the Pro Tour. And Simon Byrne, sorry, I keep saying it wrong. Simon Byrne on Boros Energy, taking home first and second. Doesn't matter because they all agreed, and those are the 2 they're going to get the invites. So those 2 are our representatives. Congratulations. We have Azorius Affinity and Boros Energy taking up the 1 and 2. Ryan, happy with his prize support, happy to take home with what he got, and winning on camera, which was a huge pack. Yeah, come on, Ryan, good job. Congratulations, that's awesome. Got himself in there, and along with Noah on Titan, who both said, listen, guys, I can't make it. So that was our top 8, a full top 8 for those that are curious. I'll say this once, but you can check it out live on MCG Top 8 when it posts finally. Number 1 from Jake Beardsley was Affinity. Azorius Affinity. Number 2, Blaze, who we saw online and made it in with Demir Murktide. James Strickland, we saw on camera. He was a Jess guy. That little splash of blue. Simon Byrne, who was on Boros Energy. Noah, who was on Titan. Alex, who we saw on camera, was on that Through the Breach combo. And Lucas, who we saw on camera, was on the Blue White Control. And finally, Ryan, on Is It Phoenix. Top 4 finish with a concession to even need to play out the last round, which you could have done, and could have potentially been one of the top decks. So listen up on Phoenix players. You have a potential new deck you can get yourself into. Seriously, round of applause to everybody. Congratulations to everybody.
Well done.
Jake, great performance. Glad to see you. Thanks for coming out here. Excellent performance from all of our top 8 and top 4 players. Seriously, hats off to you. I think you guys all did an outstanding job. Thank you for coming out. Let's get in the free pack and call this one a day. Shall we?
Let's do it.
All right. Last chance. If you guys haven't commented yet, no free pack for you. No free pack for you. Jiggy 916. Anything from YouTube? Nope. I was watching YouTube, by the way. Anybody out there just watching on YouTube land? Midnight. Let's see if I missed anything else. Oh, Melee.
Yelly.
Yelly. Yelly.
Lifelink Games.
94. No, we can't get that. Can't give him that. No.
Womp womp.
Womp, womp, womp. You get enough in the store. You're good. All right, that's our board.
Yeah, you got Little Pound. Yep.
Yep.
And Zach. Yep. So I think we're
Good to go. Let's get the board up. Our wheels set. One of the first packs going to be the Caverns of Ixalan, and the last one in that pocket right there. Not the greatest wheel we've had on the channel yet, but it doesn't matter because I'm sure we're going to be watching some great VODs. A lot of people busy on a Sunday, and I get it. And thanks, guys. This is a 7-hour stream. Good one. Good one for an RCQ. Appreciate you being here. Let's go with the first pack giveaway.
It's going to
Oh,
Ryan.
wow, Ryan.
Right,
I'm sneaky. Congratulations. Got in the top 4 and gets a free pack. Here you go, Ryan. Here is your free pack. Let's hope for something big. Would have preferred you got the collector booster. But still, nothing bad. Let's see. Who can beat a free pack? Can we get... was there anything represented from this set in this? I don't remember.
From March of the Machines?
No, they're from the
Or,
Ixalan.
no, from Ixalan?
Yeah. Here are the lands that you should never play because people
Spelunky?
forget what these are. This one, often confused as an island because of how much blue it has in it. Never play with these lands, guys. Never play with these lands. I've had a lot of people lose games because they forget when they went for. Oh, the rare's up front. Oh, nice. Okay, Bringer of the Last. This used to be the old big target here. When it comes in and enters the battlefield, if you cast it, each player sacrifices all of the creatures they control. Then each player returns all creature cards in their graveyard that weren't put there this way to the battlefield. So nice little bring everything back.
Yeah.
So nice little reanimation cards, but you gotta cast it, and it cost 8. So, and all right, Merfolk are uncommon. Not the greatest. It was pretty big. Ooh, Deep Cavern Bats. This is a staple still in some formats. All right, I can't remember how to spell his name or how to say it.
Uchenbach.
Uchenbach. And Visage of the Dread. Compass Gnome. Smaller names here. All right, and here's just our commons. Let's see if there's anything of high value importance. Ooh, this one still good. Greedy Foolbird, yeah. That's about it. No, nothing big out of this one. Sorry about that. Wish it was bigger. Hey, let's go. We liked it. All right, let's go. Get at least something. Nice little rare free card here. Ryan, this will be, I'll get a hold of you. If you're in my Discord, we'll get a hold of you. Talk to you about how to get this out to you. I know that you can't travel out to us all the time, so. But thank you very much for showing up. We're going to have our last pack giveaway right now. I'm going to ask you to click the button, sir. Click the button. Who is going away with the collector booster box? A pack, sorry. Not box. Just a pack. Just a pack.
Jay
Whizzle Pizzle.
I gotta say, I kind of like how it looks as kind of like an extra adornment to my pocket here. I'm reluctant to give this up, but here you go.
All right, here we go. It is free, absolutely. The Whizzle Pizzle has won yet again. Congratulations, and now some Magic the Gathering. All right, MTG J Whizzle Pizzle.
Does Pizzle have a reputation for winning these?
Yes, quite a bit actually. We have in the so many times actually that when we do the One Piece streams, I have what we call a J Whizzle tax. If he wins, I have to put another pack in.
Okay.
Because he wins that much. He comes into all my streams, always sits there, puts me on the phone, helps me out, gets the algorithm working well for me, which I really appreciate. But yeah, we're gonna have. I don't have an extra big one for here for Jay Whizzle's tax pack, or his tax pack. But here we go. Now let's win one of these big packs. Let's see what he's going home with. Congratulations, Jizzle.
You know what?
What's that?
Rex wasn't on the...
Oh, ooh,
Was Rex not on there?
I think we missed him.
Sorry.
No.
We'll talk to you about that.
Yeah, we'll work out Rex to get a double hit. Dismal Backwater. All these young commons and commons from the set. Help you guys out. This one stacked the way I like to see it. The rares in the back, not up front. Seal of Existence. Another Invasion. This one's not too bad.
Yeah.
I love the lands on these ones. C double. It's our first rare. Full art, Tribute Tree. This is a huge one.
That's a good one.
That's a really good one. Our commander card is Mist Meadow. Next. Oh, okay. I forgot these things can actually have serialized.
Multiverse Legend? Or?
Yeah, these packs actually have serialized cards. Tens of thousands of dollars. Or no, I'm sorry, hundreds to thousands of dollars. Forgot about that. And then this reminded me because I have this one serialized.
Okay.
All right.
Finn.
And okay, a full art foil commander card. Oh, we got one more left after this. Bright Palm Soul Awakener. Okay, Bright Palms. Yeah. This was from the commander deck. Nice little full art. I thought this was going to be the hit. We're going to find out what the hit is. Ooh, yes. One of those awesome little special foiling treatments that they had in here. You only got one.
Is that the rainbow foil? Or
yes, the rainbow foil. From Emery, Lurker of the Lock. This one's huge.
Yeah, so it's a multiverse legend with the rainbow foiling. Mm-hmm. Okay.
These were usually like 2 per box. Extremely hard to get. Emery, an absolute staple, is even being played in Modern.
Yeah.
So that's huge. Look at that. In its glory. Congratulations. Good pick for you, by the way. Jay Wizzle in the house. Emery, nice pick. That one is straight fire.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Jay Wizzle and your free Emery Lurker of the Lock. Staple card, guys. These cards are so good. These things are like don't sleep on these booster boxes. I think they're hard to get. They sell high because they have these hits like these. That was huge. Congratulations, Jay Wizzle. That's it. All right, so I think that's gonna do it for the stream. Do you have any final thoughts?
No, I just want to say this has been great. Like I said, been on the stream before, but just in playing a very minor role. My first time co-hosting. Thank you so much for the education.
Yeah.
Not only from Humbro here, but also from the people in the audience. Y'all were doing me a solid, getting me straight on Modern. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about it, a lot more excited about getting into it myself.
Good.
Maybe I'll flip from the is it prowess to is it Phoenix because it's a 4-mana bolt, and it wins games.
The best selling part of this, it's a 4-mana bolt, guys.
Yes.
Who can beat a 4-mana bolt?
But it's been great. So thank you all for coming along for the ride. Hope to see you again.
Absolutely. It's been a great pleasure hosting you guys. I hope you guys enjoy this content. If you guys are here in the VODs and watching this land, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Thank you for joining us here. Hope to see you guys in the next big event because we have three. Gotta get the fingers right. We have 3 RCQs this season. That means 2 more of these coming your way during this season. Stay tuned for 2 more modern major RCQs. We'll see who's going to be in the finals for that one. As always, everyone, stay humble. And I gotta wait till I turn my face for 2 seconds to end the stream because we're on a delay.